Chapter 1, Guardians. January 1, 2022. I still remember the day the disasters appeared all over the globe that destroyed countries one after the other. Whether it's the weakest country, the richest country, or the strongest country, no one is spared from the disasters. This resulted in the verge of collapsing the economy of the world as pandemics, wildfires, typhoons, global warming, and many more causing chaos to the world. These disasters forced at least 75% of the people all over the world to stay in their homes, affecting the daily lives of the people all over the world. Businesses all over the world starts to collapse one after another, forcing entrepreneurs to close their business and fire their employees. That resulted on having an increase of at least 60% of unemployed people. Students stopped having classes, affecting their education, staying at their home doing nothing, resulting in students having mental breakdowns as they cannot leave their houses and have to do anything they wanted. As the days passed by, each country in the world encountered random disasters, at least once every week. The scientists worked together to find out what is the thing that causes these random disasters. Religions praying to their gods, seeking answers, forgiveness, and repenting for their sins. The devil's believers causing chaos all over the world as they endlessly steal, destroy properties, and doing evil acts. But no matter how people seek for an answer, how many, where, and how much people are seeking for an answer, nobody received a single answer. As the days go on, people die one after the other from the random disasters, from poverty, hunger, crimes, and many more, resulting in humanity's belief and hope beginning to diminish slowly from their hearts. Humans were thinking that there is no longer the meaning of living their lives, has given up and decided to end their sufferings by dying. December 1, 2022 came. 60% of the world's population died, from 7.8 billion people to 3.1 billion people left alive, as 4.7 billion people died in just 11 months of suffering from the disasters. No one expected it, almost everyone no longer hoped for it, everybody can't believe it. But at the end of the first week of December, something has suddenly appeared that let humanity glimpse the end of their sufferings. An ember out of nowhere has suddenly appeared, as it started to slowly set fire to humanity's hope once more. December 7, 2022 came. Archeon Corporation. The ember that suddenly appeared out of nowhere has given hope to humanity as they released a world announcement. We have received a prophecy. Archeon Corporation's owner Unravel said. The prophecy we have received from God has revealed that these disasters we are facing are the result of human greed. Greed that destroyed this beautiful world countless times. Unravel said. Humans will always reap what they sow. Destroy this world and this world shall destroy you. But everyone fear not, as these disasters shall end on the last day of the year, ending the sufferings of humanity, Unravel said. God will give humans one last chance to redeem itself from the sins they have done to this world, except for those who believe in Satan, as they shall burn in the fires of hell and turn to ashes on the day the year will end. Those devils will turn into ashes when they see the light of the day. While humans will start the new year, create a new beginning, and start a new era. God will give humans 4 heavens decree to this world. 1. No one shall destroy the world once more. Only death awaits for those who seek to destroy the world. 2. In the span of 3 years, humans are not allowed to leave their homes. Only Archeon Corporation's workers are allowed to travel the world as they plant seeds to hasten the world's recovery and distribute food and necessities to people all over the world. 3. Humans shall play a game called Guardian. Humanity will play the very first virtual reality game in the span of 3 years of lockdown on their homes. Guardian is a game that will let humans experience the feeling of protecting the world they had created from invaders, disasters, and destruction. Guardian is a single-player virtual reality game where humans become gods of their worlds. 4. At least one must remain. At least one world must survive in the game in the span of 3 years. If all guardians fail to protect their worlds, then their world will truly end. Let the game begin. Those were the last words of Unravel before turning around and ending the world broadcast. Those words are what made humanity's hope to ignite once more. Days passed. Archeon Corporation's workers worked all around the round to distribute food, necessity, and most importantly the gaming capsules that everyone will use. January 1st, year 2023 came the day that everyone has been preparing for the official start of Guardian. Everyone entered the game as soon as they have opened the server. Everyone felt alive once more when they have seen the world they will be protecting and creating. Alexandria Athena also felt that way as she first entered her world, but never did she thought of how greatly mistaken she was. Because it is the start of her endless fighting against the conquerors of her world for 3 years that changed the normal high school girl into the strongest guardian. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 3-year timeline is close to its end with only 5 hours remaining, but the guardians are decreasing as hundreds of thousands of monsters, devils, demons, are invading their worlds to try to destroy it. Remembering the fourth decree of heaven, everyone struggled to protect their worlds, trying to buy time to survive longer even just for a minute. 5 hours felt like days for these people who are struggling to survive as they fought waves of monsters after monsters. An hour remaining, people are getting kicked off the game as the worlds they created and protected got destroyed one after the other. Everyone is now clueless about who are the people left fighting in the game as they frantically started praying to God. People are starting to get afraid as the time is slowly ticking, not knowing whether they would survive this ordeal or is this finally the end. Why am I fighting so hard alone? The people who are left fighting mumbled as they lose hope from seeing the endless waves of monsters rushing towards their worlds. I guess I have done enough. Tiredness can be seen in their eyes as they started to give up and stopped fighting the monsters. Surely there are still a lot more people fighting. I should take a rest. Everyone who decided to give up mumbled as they tried to comfort themselves by thinking that there are still thousands of people fighting for their worlds. 30 minutes remaining, but out of everyone's expectations, only one girl remained. She was the last guardian of Earth. No one knows that she is the last person playing the game. Even she doesn't know that she is the only one left in the game as she uses all of her concentration on fighting the remaining monsters. The girl looks like a goddess that fought thousands of wars. The girl is clad in black-colored battle armor, wielding her large katana that is now all covered with blood, while piles of dead bodies of hundreds of thousands of monsters are behind her. She looks very tired from all the fighting, making her silver-colored hair disheveled, but excitement can be seen through her clear blue eyes. Then her lips revealed a very bright smile as she uses her katana as support to remain standing still, then turned to look in front of her. Is that all you've got? The girl shouted to the man in front of her. In front of the girl was a handsome young man that looks like someone who has the same age as her. That man has black hair, sitting on a throne with a crown on his head, while staring back at her with his crimson eyes. No need to be so nervous. I am not here to fight. You wouldn't even last 10 seconds with your current power. The man said while sitting comfortably on his throne. We wouldn't know anything about that unless we fight, won't we? The girl said, seemingly wanting to fight the man as excitement can be seen in her eyes. The man did not answer. Instead, he waved his hand in front of the girl and a strong gust of wind came crashing onto the girl. The girl wondered what was that for. But she suddenly felt that the air seems cleaner as the smell from the monster corpses of the hundreds of thousands is gone. The girl turned around, and she was flabbergasted when she can't see a single corpse or even a single drop of blood behind her. Only a plain of grass remained, and it looks like a fight has never occurred. If you are not here to fight, then who are you? The girl turned around again, asked the man. Knowing my name wouldn't even matter to you right now, but I am someone that hates your God. The man answered the girl as he stands up from his throne and suddenly teleported in front of the girl to get closer. What are you? The girl asked, startled from the man's unexpected teleportation, stepped back a little, and held her katana tightly. What am I? Same as you, a guardian, or should I say a fallen guardian? The man answered, revealing a mischievous smile to the girl. Chapter 2, Alpha Test. What do you mean by a fallen guardian? The girl wondered what the man said. You see, it is a very long story before we continue talking. Do you mind if we drink a cup of tea first? The man snaps his fingers, and they suddenly teleported in a grandiose room with cups of tea on the table. Take a seat. Looking at the timer on the sky with 20 minutes left, the girl then decided to sit on the chair, puzzled by the man's actions. So where should I start my story? Right, introductions. You do know the story of Adam and Eve, right? Yes, the first humans made by God? The girl answered. The man then started pouring tea on both of their cups as he started telling his story. Well, I am the first man, made by God, the name's Adam, little one. Adam introduced himself like a celebrity as he reaches his hand to the girl to shake her hands. My name's Alexandria Athena. Alexandria also introduced herself, flustered by Adam's friendly gestures. Adam then continued his story. As you can see, I am a human just like you. Well, I used to be one. Adam pauses as if trying to remember something as he drinks his tea. Everything started when God introduced this game to us. We are the alpha tester of this game, the first guardians. Our only task at that time was to protect the world tree that is giving life to the world. Guarding the world tree was easy as we gain power every time we kill monsters, and everyday monsters always appeared trying to attack the world tree. The early years were peaceful and easy. But as the days go by, the monsters seem to become stronger and stronger. We have been protecting the tree for 10 years, but Eve started to get tired of it, so she went to God. Why are we even still playing this game? Isn't this just a game for entertainment? Eve asked. Can't we end this now? We've been playing this game for 10 years. Eve shouted at God angrily. Every single day all we have done was fight all kinds of monsters. Isn't that enough? Eve asked God. If you are tired, then why don't you take a rest? Eve delighted from God's answer. She turned to look at me, and seeing the happiness in her eyes, I held her hands then smiled back at her. Forever. But God suddenly continued as God pointed to Eve's heart. Bang. A hole suddenly appeared in Eve's body, obliterating her heart. Both shocked by God's actions, the smiles on our faces vanished as Eve's body fell. I caught Eve's body as I desperately tried to stop the bleeding. I tried to heal her, but I have forgotten that we are no longer in the game. Forgotten that we are just mere mortals. Always remember, Adam, I love you. Eve spoke slowly as her face started to get pale and her breathing started to slow down. Run away to the game live and never give up. Don't hate mine or your destiny, because a day might come where our destiny would meet. Cough. Cough. I have left a letter for you. The answers to your question lie at the root of Yggdrasil, Eve said as he caresses the tears falling from my face while coughing up tons of blood. No, stay with me, Eve, stay with me. Ru-en. Eve smiled at me while saying her last breath. No. Adam screamed in anguish. Why? Why did you kill her? As I turned to God and asked angrily. Alpha testers do not have the right to live in the real world. God answered. You should have stayed in the game and played silently. Well, I guess this is the end of alpha test. Time to move to the next stage, closed beta. As God suddenly pointed his finger at me, aiming for my heart. Bang. What? God shocked, seeing that nothing has happened to me. Looking closely, a transparent yellow barrier was surrounding me, protecting me from God's power. From the body of Eve, I felt some movements. And when I turned to look at Eve, her body started to disintegrate, leaving only ashes behind. Bang. 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 God kept on trying to destroy the barrier, but to no avail, not even a scratch appeared. God then watches as Eve's ashes started slowly covering my whole body. Then I was suddenly teleported out of nowhere. Looking around, I found out that I was inside the game. I didn't know how Eve teleported me, but her ashes slowly separated away from me. As her ashes fell, the wind blew hard, carrying her ashes, burying her ashes all over the world. And that was the last time I felt her warm embrace around me. Adam paused for a moment, reminiscing the past. Glancing at Adam, Alexandria can see a tear has slowly dripped from his eyes as he remembered the death of Eve. Feeling the sorrows of Adam, Alexandria felt like wanting to hug Adam. But she decided not to, as she is still wary of Adam being the last boss of the game and trying to deceive her. Adam then continued talking after pausing for a bit. Once I am done mourning the death of Eve, I went to the world tree, and there I found the 2 letters made by Eve. Dear Adam, if you are reading this letter, then that means God has killed me, or should I say a demigod has killed me. That demigod never created humans. Humans, monsters, demons, and all creatures were born from their world's Yggdrasil. The demigods are the caretakers of the world trees and those creatures born in their worlds. A demigod is not a god, and right now, there is no such thing as God, because all worlds are still in their alpha testing. Testing their training grounds for the future gods. The demigods are the ones who nurture the creatures born from Yggdrasil to become a god. Demigods can only become a god once they successfully make a creature born from Yggdrasil god. Is this NPC story something like a post-credits of the game? Alexandria thought in her mind while Adam was still in the middle of telling him the contents of the letter from Eve. Looking at the 10-minute timer above, Alexandria was wondering if this is truly the end of the game. Well, no, and yes. I am not an NPC, but yes, we are almost at the end of my story. Adam exclaimed. What? How can you read my mind? Alexandria felt scared of Adam reading her mind. Well, as I have said, I am not an NPC of this game, but a fallen guardian who killed monsters for almost 2,000 years, that is, why I now had the same power like the demigods. That is the reason why I can tell what you are thinking. So if you are planning on forgetting this old man's useless story, don't even think about it, little one, as this story will save your life someday. Adam said. Let me continue because your destiny lies in the second letter Eve has written for you. For me? How can a letter from a game hold my destiny? Alexandria asked. How stupid can you be? I told you, didn't I? This is no longer a game. Chapter 3, Beta Testers. This world, this place, those creatures you have killed, and all the things you have experienced in this world are all real. Adam continued. If this is not a game, then why do I always respawn every time I die in the last 3 years fighting in this world? Alex wondered. Adam used his magic to make a small floating tree on their table, like a hologram. The reason why you can respawn for the last 3 years is that the body you are using in this world is not your real body. What you are using right now is just a vessel for your soul. Once a vessel gets destroyed, Yggdrasil will create a new vessel for your soul to transfer. Adam paused for a moment, looking at the small tree in front of him, then continued. If creatures were born from the fruits of Yggdrasil, a fruit has suddenly fallen on the small tree. Then the fruit that has fallen became a small bird. Then your vessels are created from the leaves of Yggdrasil. Adam then looked at one of the tree's leaves that started falling to the ground. After your old vessel got destroyed, a leaf on the Yggdrasil will fall, then will slowly wither. The leaf that has fallen started to wither. Adam then waved his hand, removing the illusion in front of them. Nevertheless, Alexandria is still not sure whether to believe Adam or not, asked another question. If what you are truly saying is true, then what if you are on the same side of Satan and you are just tempting me to revolt to my God? What? How can you say that to the young, friendly, and handsome face of mine? A devil's hideous face is nowhere near my handsome face, little one. Adam exclaimed while slamming the tea he was drinking at the table. Well, you see, Alexandria answered shyly, feeling guilty about what she said. You indeed have a very handsome face, I admit it. But in the story written on earth of Adam and Eve were tempted by the devil. That is why the demigod you were saying punished Adam and Eve. What if you are also tempting me to go against God? That story has been altered countless times due to it being passed from generation to generation. The true story of that is Eve found out the deception of the demigod from a coward archdragon she had defeated. The dragon then told her our circumstances in exchange for sparing his life. Eve didn't believe it at first. That is why she left me a letter first and then went with me to try to confirm her findings to the demigod. Adam defended. And by the way, Satan, the devil, you were talking about is the demigod of the demon race. Demigods don't even dare get close to another demigod unless they are allies to avoid causing chaos. Adam answered as he poured another tea in his and her cup, seeing that it is already empty. Feeling that Adam has calmed down a little, Alexandria asked another question. Then the demigod of humans, what was her name? We also don't know. It never told us what it's called, nor have we seen its true face. So Eve and I decided to call him Light because every time we met, we can only see a blinding light in the shape of a human figure. Then, if Satan is from another world, does that mean that there is no such thing as hell and all humans who died goes to heaven? Alexandria asked another question. You know, for someone who reached the end and does not easily believe in things, you sure ask a lot of questions. Adam exclaimed. Feeling embarrassed by what Adam said, Alexandria looks away, pretending not to hear him. Anyway, heaven and hell don't even exist in the first place. Adam continued. What? Then where do the people go the moment they die? Alexandria asked further, shocked by what Adam said. Think of it this way, if Eve and I were the testers in the alpha test. What comes after the alpha test is the closed beta, and those people who died are the closed beta testers. During the closed beta stage, creatures who lost their lives in their world were given a second chance, transferring the fruit that holds their soul to form a new body in the world of Yggdrasil. They were then tasked to protect Yggdrasil. But once they die again, their souls would be gone, never to be seen again. Since their vessels are the fruit of Yggdrasil and each fruit is unique from one another. Unlike leaves that produced almost unlimitedly. Even though exhausted from the things she was hearing. Alexandria asked another question to Adam. Then why did light kill at least 60% of the humans' total population for a year? Closed beta has been going for almost 2,000 years since the alpha test ended. A lot of humans died in that 2,000 years of closed beta testing. They died from wars, pandemics, and natural causes. Humans did not notice anything wrong with it since it is all caused by something man-made, or humans found the reason for the disasters, then found ways to prevent it. But year 2022 is the last year of closed beta to end. So Light then made a scenario, saying that it is God's punishment so that humans would willingly enter their capsule and focus on the open beta test stage. Adam explained. Adam explained further. So if Eve and I are the alpha testers, the humans who died are the closed beta testers, then that makes you and all the people who used the virtual capsules the open beta testers. Do you have some water? Dumbfounded Alexandria asked for some water to calm herself down. With a snap of his hands, Adam summoned a cup of water in front of them. Giving it to Alexandria. Here, have some. Thanks. Alexandria thanked Adam for being nice to her. No problem, you also need some time to rest. You fought hard alone for 3 years. You deserve it, take your time. Adam said as he seized the tiredness in her eyes. Adam can't hide those things from her since it is important for her to know those things. A moment of silence occurred in the room as Alexandria collected her thoughts. If the 3 years of fighting I did is just a test, then does that mean I will face greater challenges and stronger opponents in the near future? Alexandria asked after collecting her thoughts. Yes, but this time you will no longer be alone. Other people might oppose you, but you will probably have comrades that will fight with you. Adam answered, shocked by what he sees in her eyes. Fire seems to be burning from Alexandria's eyes as if it thrilled her thinking about what's going to happen in the near future. Adam thought in his mind, so that is the reason why she managed to survive until the end. I felt doubtful at first since she looks so stupid for asking a lot of questions. She doesn't know it, but this girl is a monster, a monster with an indomitable fighting spirit and a great instinct of a smart woman. There's a saying a wise woman asks, while a stupid person ignores, Adam mumbled. What did you say? Alexandria, hearing Adam's mumbles, asked. Nothing, let me continue the contents of the second letter. You definitely need to hear what Eve wanted to say to you. Adam said. We are now running out of time. We really must hurry now. Looking above with only 3 minutes time left, Adam warned Alexandria. Okay, Alexandria replied, then stopped asking questions, understanding the direness of the situation. Chapter 4, Little Guardian. Dear Little Guardian, Adam then started narrating the second letter written by Eve. Alexandria eagerly listened to the contents of the second letter. The more she listened to Eve's message, the more she understands how great the future responsibility she would bear. Adam talked for almost 2 minutes, resulting in having 1 minute left remaining for the game to end. That is all the things Eve has left for you to hear. Do you have any other questions? Adam asked after finally finished narrating Eve's message. Adam then stands up from his chair as if he's preparing to send Alexandria. I forgot to mention. I will erase all of your memories from the moment we have met until you left the game and exit your virtual capsule. So you will forget anything we have talked about, so the questions you have asked are probably very useless. Adam laughed, then looked at Alexandria as if mocking her for asking so many questions a moment ago only to know that she will not remember anything. What? Stupefied by what Adam said. Alexandria stood up from her chair, then grips her katana, wanting to smack it to Adam's mocking face for not telling her earlier. But understanding the current circumstances they are in, with only barely a minute left time remaining, Alexandria chooses to hold off smacking Adam's mocking face and asked him instead. Why would you erase my memories? If I needed those pieces of information we have talked about so that I can have greater chances of becoming a god. You won't be needing that information on the early stage, anyway. You will remember it at the right time and the right moment. Because rather than affecting you positively, this information may affect you negatively. Think of it this way, if you will always think of what will happen in the future when you exit this world. That would result in a situation where you can no longer live your normal life. You'll burden yourself every single day thinking of ways on how to get stronger. You know, sometimes a monster's instinct that adapts based on the current situation is better than having a piece of information that will affect your decision of what's going to happen in the always changing future. Adam said, praising Alexandria's instincts. But don't worry, you may not remember a thing we have talked about. But I will be leaving you a parting gift. What gift? Alexandria asked curiously about what gift Adam has prepared for her. She thought that maybe it is an overpowered weapon, or an overpowered ability, or even a beast companion that she can take with him. It is not an overpowered weapon, or an overpowered ability, Adam said while reading Alexandria's mind. He then opened his hands, and white flames suddenly appeared, floating in his palms. This gift of mine is nothing special, but giving it to the right person would only then its true worth would show. These white flames increased the person's instinct, Adam said as he raised his hand and a floating white flame appeared in his hand. Adam then slowly pushed the white flames into Alexandria's chest, right where her heart was located. Adam then stopped an inch before touching Alexandria's chest. Adam then coated his eyes with magic. Then stared inside Alexandria's chest to see the state of her heart is. Alexandria's heart now looked like white flames were burning and surrounding it like an aura. It is looking good now. Seeing that the flame and her heart are compatible with each other, Alexandria blushed and looked away from Adam, as her face became as red as a tomato since Adam's unexpected actions of touching her chest flustered her. How can increasing one's instinct help me in the future? Alexandria asked, pretending to be composed as much as possible. This gift can help you in so many ways. 1. Your instinct will not be easily forgotten no matter what the circumstances are. Second, you may not know of it. But your instincts are always telling you to fight stronger enemies. Face greater challenges to get stronger. And the desire to discover new things. Lastly, the stronger your instinct becomes, the faster you become stronger. With these instincts of yours, it will help you keep on moving forward to becoming stronger, as you wait 2 years for all the portals to open in every world. That will connect all the worlds of every creature from every Yggdrasil to the world of Parabellum. After explaining, Adam looked above again, seeing that the time remaining is now only 20 seconds left. I guess this is a farewell, for now, little guardian. Adam said as he spread his arms, opening up a portal so that Alexandria can leave this world. I am not little. Alexandria exclaimed. Ha ha ha, say that to me when you grow stronger. Adam laughed as he sees how cute Alexandria is. Oomph, you will see. You better not show your face around me in the future. Or I will beat the hell out of your face, old man, Alexandria answered as she hurriedly ran through the exit portal. Farewell, old man. Alexandria turned around as she says her farewell while waving her hands. You better get stronger than me the next time I see you. Or else I would be the one beating the crap out of you. Adam mumbled, looking at the moving silhouette. Seeing Alexandria has already exited the world, a woman suddenly appeared near Adam. Looking closely at it was actually Eve. Aren't we giving too much burden for a 16-year-old child, Eve? Adam asked Eve beside her. There's no other choice. Alexandria is the only guardian who persisted right till the end. If only there are others who are strong enough to survive until the end. Then we wouldn't be forced to give the child a very great burden. Eve grimly answered Adam. She then reaches her hands to hold Adam's hands. Those weak people, winning this game, doesn't even need great strength. Perseverance is the only thing that matters. Because the longer you persevere on the last few minutes, the experience gained from killing the monsters tripled. Letting the player get stronger every minute to the point where handling the hordes of monsters bearable. Adam said, clearly pissed at himself for giving a child the future of humans. We can't do anything about it. What's done is done. Shall we go? We still have lots of work to do. I do hope that Alexandria's find some comrades to fight with her. I am worried since strong people's path tends to be a lonely one. But both of us know that she alone can't carry this great burden. Adam said as they started walking to another portal. Meanwhile, Earth's people waited for the outcome of the world. The parents of a family in a far-off country are looking at their daughter's capsule carrying their 1-year-old daughter and 2-year-old twin boys. It is Alexandria, Athena's family. They went to their daughter's room to check on her progress on the game only to find out that their daughter hasn't left the game yet with only 1 minute left on the world's countdown. Honey, do you think my baby Alex is still fighting for the world inside the game? Her mother asked her father, worried about their daughter. I think so since she is still inside the capsule. Her father answered, not knowing how to calm down her mother that may affect her pregnancy. As time passed, only a second remained. Alexandria's capsule suddenly opened. Both parents then rushed to their daughter's capsule worriedly. There they see their daughter sleeping so soundly, like an angel undisturbed by the commotion in the world. Honey, she looks tired. Her mother said, caressing her daughter's face. I think our daughter just saved the world. We should let her rest for now and talk to her later. Her father also said as they slowly leave her room. Chapter 5, Memory Restraining Spell. A day passed, humanity's life returned to normal once more as they have survived the punishment of God and are now allowed to leave their homes. Before rebuilding their countries, humans try to identify the last guardian first so as to honor him or her. But no one declared that they are the ones who saved humanity. Everyone is wondering why the hero who just saved the world does not reveal himself/herself to the world. Others also thought that maybe no one has really managed to survive till the end, and God just gave humans a second chance. No one also thought of trying to claim the title of hero to gain the glory of saving the world. No one also wants to experience God's punishment once more because of their greed. Everyone also thought of asking Archeon Corporation. But even they kept silent about it, since even they do not know who saved the world and ended the game. While everyone was frantically trying to find who saved the world, Alexandria Athena, the one they are seeking, has finally woken up from her deep slumber. Getting up from her bed, she suddenly felt her head twinge like experiencing a hangover. Alexandria reached for her head to massage it to ease the pain. But a few seconds after, the pain she was experiencing disappeared like a bubble. What just happened? Alexandria mumbled as a strange feeling of something slowly disappeared inside of her. While she was wondering what is the thing that vanished inside her, she suddenly felt her heart getting warmer and pounding faster and faster, as if something has been burning her heart. Yet, she did not feel even a single pain despite the heat she felt inside her chest. On the contrary, it feels so comfortable and tranquil. It is probably just my imaginations. Not understanding what just happened, Alexandria decided to put the thought in the back of her mind. I am hungry. Hearing the growling of her stomach, Alexandria went downstairs to fetch some food. Good morning, Mom. Good morning, Dad. Alexandria went to the dining table and greeted her father and mother, noticing her preparing their breakfast. Good morning, honey. Did you sleep well? Her mother, Irene, asked as she serves their breakfast. Yup. By the way, Dad, what happened yesterday? Alexandria asked. Her father, Zach, and Irene turned to look at Alexandria, confused by their daughter's question. What do you mean by what happened yesterday? Zach asked Alexandria. Isn't the world supposed to end yesterday? So if we are still living today, then that means someone has saved the world. So I was wondering who saved the world? Alexandria asked while slowly eating her breakfast. Aren't you the one who saved the world? Irene asked, puzzled by their daughter's questions. Huh? There's no way I could have saved the world if I remembered it right when I have finished killing the hordes of monsters. I have 30 minutes left of the time for the game to end. And then... Alexandria suddenly paused. Then... Clueless about why she can't remember what happened after she killed the hordes of monster. Alexandria stopped eating, then tried so hard to recall in his mind the events in the 30 minutes she had left. Why? Why can't I remember anything? Alexandria mumbled while trying so hard to remember. The only thing I can remember is the piles of dead bodies of the monsters I have killed behind me. And the only thing I can see in front of me is a very thick fog that is obstructing my memories. While looking deeper into the fog, Alexandria noticed a silhouette and a pair of crimson eyes looking back at her. Then something suddenly whispered in her ears. You truly are a monster. Who? Looking around, Alexandria tried to find the one who whispered to her. I might have underestimated you too much. I never thought your capability would be so great that you're able to see my silhouette even though you just woke up. I expected something like this to happen, but not this soon. I guess we need to strengthen your memory restraining spell. The silhouette said. Who are you? Alexandria shouted to the silhouette. This will hurt a little. The silhouette drew 3 symbols in the air with his magic, then sent it flying in Alexandria's direction. It's too early for you to see this place. The silhouette then waved its hand, making Alexandria leave the place. Ah! Alexandria screamed as she grabs her head, trying to ease the unbearable pain she's experiencing. It hurts, Alexandria screamed at the top of her lungs. Alexandria? What's the problem? Seeing their daughter screaming in pain, Irene and Zach hurriedly stood up from their seats to check on her. But before they got closer, Alexandria fainted, and her body started falling on the floor. Seeing their daughter fainting, Irene panicked and shouted for Zach to hurry. Dear, hurry. Zach hurriedly runs towards her daughter, barely managing to catch her falling body. Got her. Is she okay? Irene worriedly asked while checking on her daughter's condition. She looks fine, don't worry too much. It might affect our baby in your womb. Zach hurriedly reassured Irene, worried about their child in her womb. Go drink some water first and finish your breakfast. I'll bring Alexandria to her room first. Then we'll talk after. Zach carried Alexandria like a princess, then went upstairs to put Alexandria in her bed. Slowly putting down Alexandria on her bed, Zach mumbled. Just what the hell did you experience inside that game for you to suffer this much? Glancing at Alexandria one last time, Zach then slowly left the room and went downstairs. Seeing Zach walking downstairs, Irene asked, "Is she alright?" "Yeah, she's now sleeping peacefully in her room," Zach answered. "What do you think happened to Alexandria?" Irene asked. "I also don't know. She probably lost some memories inside the game. But based on what she said earlier, she probably experienced a lot in the game, cause even I only lasted an hour left before I got buried by hordes of monster. How much more Alexandria, who killed those hordes of monster?" Zach explained. "Dear, I think we probably shouldn't talk about her saving the world again. I am afraid I don't want to see her suffer like that once more. I don't think I will be able to remain calm and might collapse if our daughter suffered the same thing again," Irene said while holding her tears back. Seeing Irene about to break down, Zach went closer to Irene and hugged her. It's alright, we won't talk about it with Alexandria, okay? You don't need to worry, okay? Let me handle all of these things, don't think too much about it. The doctors said that too much stress may affect the baby in your womb." Feeling the warm embrace of Zach, Irene finally broke down and started crying. Sniff, sniff, but just remembering her screaming in pain at that time is already hurting me. How much more if I see her suffer the same pain again? Irene passed out from crying for about 20 minutes while Zach was comforting her. Sigh, like mother, like daughter. You guys really love to pass out and being carried like a princess all the time. Zach sighed while struggling to carry Irene to her room. After putting down Irene on her bed, Zach left the room while mumbling. With all this heavy lifting in the house, I think I might need to go to the gym once it is rebuilt. Being holed up in the house for 3 years weakened some of my muscles. Somewhere in the universe, 2 people were fighting a storm dragon leisurely while talking. Don't you think you went too far on strengthening the memory restraining spell by 5 times? Eve asked Adam. It's alright. Alexandria can probably endure it. It is just the same, anyway. Enduring an unbearable pain once and enduring a slight pain a lot of times, it is just the same, you experience the pain. The only difference is that it's more convenient for me since I only need to do it once, instead of doing it a lot of times. Adam explained while covering his sword in an aura of flame. Adam then gripped his sword tightly, then thrown it like a spear at a speed of sound to the storm dragon. Let's finish this place up, Adam said while retrieving his sword from the corpse of the storm dragon's head. Chapter 6, 2 years. February 1st of the year 2028, somewhere in the middle of the city, a beautiful girl with silver hair was sleeping in her room soundly, undisturbed by the sound beside her. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. The girl kept on sleeping, even though her alarm clock keeps on ringing so loudly. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. The noise from the alarm clock kept on ringing to the point where it is heard downstairs. The mother of the beautiful girl downstairs noticed that her daughter is still sleeping so soundly upstairs, despite the annoying sound of the alarm clock. So she went to her room and to wake her daughter up. Asterisk knock asterisk knock asterisk knock. Alexandria. Alexandria. Honey, wake up. Her mother shouted outside her room while knocking. You're going to be late for your first day of face-to-face classes at school. Her mother called out. Sigh, this girl must have played computer games all night again. Even though I told her to sleep early because her classes are finally starting. Her mother mumbled as she keeps on knocking on Alexandria's door. Her mother realized that it is already pointless to keep knocking on Alexandria's door because Alexandria is a heavy sleeper. Every time she played and slept very late with her friends. Seeing that there is still no movement inside Alexandria's room, no matter how hard she knocks and calls out, her mother decided to open the door and wake Alexandria up herself. She took the keys in her pocket and opened the door. Her mother walked through her room and went to her alarm clock to turn it off. Her mother then pulled the blankets away from Alexandria. Her mother then sits down on her bed beside her, then gently caressing Alexandria's face while waking her up. Alexandria, honey, Alexandria, wake up. Didn't I tell you and your friends last night to stop playing and sleep early? It is your first day in school today, so you should properly dress yourself up and look good. Feeling someone caressing her face, Alexandria woke up hearing her mother's rant beside her. Alexandria turned her body so that her back is facing her mother. That way, Alexandria's mother won't see that she is already awake. Alexandria keeps on pretending to sleep as she does not want to get up yet. Ah, so you want to play that way. Already used to her daughter's habits, her mother instantly knows that Alexandria is just pretending and is already wide awake. Alexandria loves to play with her mother a lot of times, and this time she decided not to get up because of her laziness. Her mother moved closer to Alexandria and pinched her sides. Aw, ouch, 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 Mom, I'm awake. Alexandria was startled from her mother's pinch. You should stop acting like a baby and start behaving like a lady. You're already 18 years old, entering your high school years. Go dress yourself up like a lady. Like a lady, do you understand? Her mother said, emphasizing the lady. Yes, Alexandria answered lazily. Then hurry and eat your breakfast downstairs, or you're going to be late for your classes. Her mother said, scolding Alexandria while fixing her bed. Alexandria hugs her mother from behind. I know you like it when I act like a baby every morning. It's the only time of the day where we can spend a little time together since you are so busy taking care of my brothers and sisters. Touched by her daughter's gestures, Irene can't help but smile and faced her. Okay, I admit it. I like it whenever you do this kind of stuff. But at least learn when is the right time to be mature and when to behave like a baby, and this time is clearly not the right time for you to do stuff like this, do you understand? Irene said to Alexandria while helping her continue to fix her bed. Okay, Alexandria answered while pouting. But why did you guys make 4 babies in a row, anyway, if it's hard to even take care of one? Surprised by her daughter's question, Irene blushed a little and paused what she's doing. What can I do? It is hard to control your father, especially if we are locked up in our house for 3 years. We didn't even know we would have twins. Irene answered. Now enough of this sweet talking of yours, let's go down and eat. Irene said after finishing fixing her bed. She then dragged Alexandria downstairs. Good morning, Dad, Alexandria greeted her father. Good morning, Ax, good morning, El. Greeting her 4-year-old twin brothers. Good morning, Serene, good morning, Xandra, greeting her 3-year-old and 2-year-old sisters, respectively. Good morning, Alexa, her father greeted back. Good morning, Sista, her 2 younger sisters and the twins greeted back in unison while stuttering. By the way, Alex, aren't you late already? Her father said while looking at his watch. It's still early, isn't it? Alexandria asked. No, it's already 7:30 you know. Her mother answered. What? Why didn't you say earlier? My classes start at 7:30. I got to go, I need to go. Alexandria said hurriedly while getting 1 loaf of bread and her backpack. You are already late, anyway. A late is still a late no matter what time you arrive, so why don't you slow down for a bit and take your time instead? You should at least take a shower first and finish your breakfast. Her father said to Alexandria, seeing her rushing through the door already. Hearing her father while the door is already half open, Alexandria answered. No worries, I already ate and took a shower at dawn before I slept. After answering, Alexandria rushed outside because she knows that her mother will scold her again for taking a shower and sleeping at dawn. Hearing her daughter's answer, Irene rushed to the door and shouted at Alexandria outside. Didn't I told you not to take a shower then sleep at night because it is bad for your health? Goodbye, Mom, goodbye, Dad, Alexandria waved and shouted in reply playfully to her mother. Sigh, this girl never listens to any of my advice, Irene mumbled while going back to her seat. Don't worry too much about it. Alexandria already has a well-built body, anyway. With all these years going to the gym with me every day and practicing martial arts, she can probably run around all day without getting tired. Zach said. You're spoiling her too much. You kids should not follow your sister in the future, do you understand? Irene turned to her children and said. Okay, I. The children said in unison. Chapter 7, Latecomers. Asterisk pant. Asterisk pant. Asterisk pant. Alexandria arrived near her school with slightly heavy breathing because of how fast she had sprinted from her home to her school. Alexandria can only run because the creations of cars or any vehicles that will pollute the surrounding air are banned by the world leader formerly called Archeon Corporation. It is now called Archeon Government. The only means of transportation right now are through walking, running, or by bicycle. Arriving outside of her school gate, Alexandria was so shocked because what greeted her was a crowd of students standing outside the closed school gates. Alexandria moved closer to the crowd and poked the back of the random student in front of her. Asterisk poke. Asterisk poke. Excuse me? Asterisk poke. Asterisk poke. The female student turned around and faced Alexandria. The girl has long black hair and golden eyes as bright as the sun and has almost the same height as Alexandria, only slightly shorter. Excuse me? Can I ask you some questions? Alexandria asked. Yes? The female student answered. I am just wondering, it is 8 a.m. already. All of us are already late. So why aren't you guys entering the school and just standing around here? Alexandria asked. Actually, the principal is the one who told the guards to close the gates at 8 a.m. once the General Assembly ended. Because the principal is so enraged as only around 20% of the students enrolled attended the General Assembly. That is why all of us are just standing around here, waiting for the principal. So all the students you see here, including you and I, are latecomers. The female student explained. What? Shocked by the female student's explanation, Alexandria asked, how the heck did so many students even arrive very late? Why are you even asking me when you also arrived very late? The female student replied. Alexandria scratched her head in embarrassment. Well, all of us probably have the same reason for being late. We all got used to an online class schedule where even if we wake up at 7:30 a.m., we won't be late since we only need our gadgets. Others also said that they had a hard time walking from their home to the school. The female student continued. Okay, thank you. Alexandria thanked the female student. She then turned around and went to find some benches to sit on. You're welcome. The female student replied. How long are we going to wait in here, anyway? Alexandria annoyingly mumbled as she gets her phone and played some games to pass the time. Some time passed, and 9 a.m. came. The school principal finally ordered the guards to open the gates after scolding the students for a couple of minutes, subsiding his anger. Ah, finally. Seeing the gates opening up, Alexandria quickly followed the crowd as she still needed to find her classroom. She first went to the school's office to get the room number of her classroom. Staring at the paper given by the school's office, Alexandria was disappointed with the number on the piece of paper. It shows room 777, indicating that her room's location is on the 7th floor of the school building. I guess the number 777 won't always be a lucky number. Alexandria mumbled as she started walking towards the stairs. Alexandria walked in the hallway of the 7th floor of the school building while carrying the paper with the room number on it. Alexandria reads out loud the room number of each room she passes. Room 770, 771, 772. 775,776, here it is, room 777. Alexandria found her classroom. Wow! It's so boisterous inside. Alexandria exclaimed outside her classroom as she can hear the boisterous atmosphere inside the room. Asterisk knock. Asterisk knock. Alexandria opened the door after knocking. She sees her homeroom teacher that looks like a woman in her mid-30s with short black hair, brown eyes while wearing black-colored eyeglasses. So who's the next person introducing? The teacher asked her students. But she then sees someone opening the door. It was Alexandria entering the classroom. The teacher then called her. Ah! Perfect timing, you are probably the last student for this class since there is only one seat left. And since you are already here at the front, and we are in the middle of introducing ourselves, why don't you introduce yourself? Her teacher said. Her classmates observed Alexandria as she walks beside her teacher. Wow! She looks like a model. A male student whispered to his seatmate. Look! Look! Her body is so well built, I wonder what she does. A female student also whispered to his female friend. Arg! Why am I so unlucky today? Misfortunes just kept on happening one after the other? Alexandria mumbled to herself while recalling the unlucky things that happened to her today. I woke up very late. I forgot my wallet. I waited for over an hour at the school gate. My classroom is on the 7th floor without an elevator, and now I get to introduce myself the moment I entered the classroom. Alexandria thought, complaining in her head. Good morning, classmates. Good morning, miss. Alexandria greeted while asking for her homeroom teacher's name. Maria, my name is Maria. Her teacher answered. Good morning, Miss Maria. My name is Alexandria Athena d Arturia. My mother named me Athena, hoping that I become a strong and wise person. 18 years old, living in Dragon Vale Street. My hobbies are playing games and going to the gym. I also do many kinds of martial arts. That's all, Miss Maria. Alexandria finished introducing herself. I wonder what game she plays. A male student whispered to his seatmate. Wow! A female martial artist, are martial arts that good? For her to have a well-built body? I think I'll try it out. A female student. Thank you, Alexandria. You may take your seat. So who's next? Miss Maria said while finding the next student to introduce himself/herself. After ending her introduction, Alexandria looked around the classroom to find where she would sit. And there she found her childhood friend and gaming buddy Ezekiel in the leftmost corner of the room beside the window second to the last row of the last column. Behind Ezekiel was the last empty seat in the classroom. Alexandria was shocked because besides the vacant seat is the female student Alexandria asked at the school gates. Alexandria moved towards Ezekiel and the female students. Good morning, Ezekiel. Alexandria stopped beside Ezekiel to greet him. Good morning, Alex. Ezekiel greeted back. You arrived very late. I told you last night that we shouldn't have continued killing that boss since we still have classes, yet you still insisted. Ezekiel scolded Alexandria for being late. It is because you kept on trolling last night. That is why it took us almost an hour only to kill a boss that is killable in just 15 minutes. Alexandria rebutted. We just wasted an hour just to get a bunch of trash loots. Alexandria continued. Your RNG luck always sucks, haha. Ezekiel teased Alexandria's luck and laughed lightly so that the teacher won't hear it. My luck is ... Before Alexandria can continue, her teacher called out to her. Miss Alexandria. Why are you still standing there? Sorry, ma'am. Alexandria apologizes to Miss Maria. She then gave Ezekiel a threatening glare before taking a seat. Hi, my name's Alexandria. I never thought that we would be classmates. After taking a seat, Alexandria greeted her seatmate. Hello, I also never thought that we would be classmates at the same time, seatmates. The female student replied. My name is Samantha G. Archeon. Samantha introduced herself. Chapter 8, Introductions. Alexandria grabbed the hand of Samantha and shook them. You know, you look very familiar. Where have I seen or heard about you before? Alexandria asked as she moved closer to the face of Samantha. To have a closer look while gripping those soft hands of hers, preventing her from escaping. Your face is too close, Athena-san. Samantha looked away from Alexandria with her face turning red from embarrassment. Wah! Do you know Japanese? Alexandria asked. Only a little. My mother and I loved watching anime. So we learned some stuff together, and it kind of became a habit for me. I hope that it's not that cringe for you though. Samantha answered Alexandria while trying to move away from her grasp. Nope, not at all. I think it's cute. You must have a very cool mother. My mother, on the other hand, only knows how to scold me every single day. Alexandria said. Hey Alex, you're scaring her. Noticing the racket behind him, Ezekiel turned around from his seat and smacked Alexandria's hands away from Samantha. My name is Ezekiel S. Assel. Nice to meet you and, by the way, don't stick too close with Alex. She brings trouble with her all the time. Ezekiel handed his hand, introducing himself to Samantha. Nice to meet you too, Samantha replied, shook his hand with a smile. Hey! I don't bring a lot of trouble with me. The one that probably brings trouble around every time we're together is you. It's like trouble is hunting the both of us. Alex argued. And don't butt in here so suddenly, I don't want to get scolded by the teacher again because of you. So shut the hell up, I will deal with you later. I'll make sure you will see the deepest part of hell, so stay still there for now and mind your own business. Alexandria gave Ezekiel a threatening glare. Samantha giggled shyly on the side, looking at the two of them. Don't mind that guy, he is just a nuisance in my life. Oh yeah, don't call me Athena, you can call me Alex instead. Alex said while rubbing the hand that Ezekiel smacked. I think both of you look cute together. I'm kind of jealous, though. I only get to talk with a few people. Since I only have my parents and some pets to play with at home. Samantha looked down. I rarely got the chance to go out and communicate with others my age. Samantha said quietly, almost like a whisper. Alexandria panicked because Samantha looks like a person that is almost on the brink of crying. Alexandria quickly tried to think of something to cheer her up, but she can't think of anything no matter how much she looked around her surroundings. Ezekiel suddenly turned around again and talked to Samantha. You know what, how about we eat our lunch together? Yeah, great idea, let's do that. I am so hungry right now since I only ate at dawn, and all those time waiting under the scorching sun for a couple of hours just made it worse. Alexandria quickly agreed to Ezekiel's plan to cheer up the environment. Alexandria then gave Ezekiel a thank you look by saving her the trouble this time. Maybe I should lessen his punishment a bit since he saved me this time. I think a punch to the gut and a kick in the ass will do, Alexandria thought. Samantha's face brightened up a little. Thanks, that would be awesome, Samantha replied. Seeing Samantha cheered up, Alex can now rest at ease since she only got a couple of hours of sleep. Alexandria lightly smacked the shoulders of Ezekiel. Hey, wake me up when the introductions are over. I'm just gonna take a quick nap, Alexandria said while yawning. She then hurriedly put her arms on the table, then rested her head on her arms. What? I am also planning on taking a quick nap, Ezekiel said. It is your fault that we slept so late. So you have no right to refuse, Alexandria answered, while still resting on her arms. Hey, it is also your fault for inviting me for a raid so late at night. Hey Alex, Alex, Alexandria. Seeing that it is already pointless since Alex is no longer replying, Ezekiel then decided to turn around and wait for his turn. But before he could turn around, he sees Samantha eagerly listening to the introductions at the front of the class. Ezekiel then thought of an idea. Samantha. Ezekiel called out the attention of Samantha. Yes? Samantha answered. Can I ask you a favor? Favor? You see, Alexandria and I are both night owls. And both of us kind of slept very late today. So can you do me a little favor to wake me up when my turn is up for introduction? In exchange, I will pay for our lunch later. Oh, and don't worry about Alex, I will wake her up myself. I only want to have a little rest, Ezekiel embarrassedly explained to Samantha. Sure, no worries, I got you guys covered, Samantha replied with a smile. Thanks, you're a great help, Ezekiel thanked Samantha. Ezekiel then turned around and hurriedly followed Alexandria, putting his arms on the table and resting his head, and fell asleep. They do look good together, Samantha mumbled to herself while looking at the sleeping figures of Alexandria and Ezekiel. Several minutes have passed, almost all of the students have finished introducing themselves except for the last column. Samantha then decided to wake Ezekiel up. Samantha gently touched the back of Ezekiel, then rocked it. Ezekiel, wake up, our turn is almost up, Samantha whispered quietly while still rocking his body. Ezekiel woke up from the gentle and warm hands of Samantha. Ezekiel turned around from his seat. I'm awake, thanks, Samantha. After thanking Samantha, Ezekiel turned to look in front of him to see that only 3 are people left before his turn. Ezekiel then fixes himself up since the nap made him look so messy, and it will be embarrassing to in front with messy hair, messy face, and etc. Do you have any mirror? Ezekiel asked. Samantha grabbed her bag and looked for one. Here. Ezekiel grabbed the mirror, then firstly fixed his very messy hair. Thanks. How do I look? After a few minutes of fixing himself up, Ezekiel turned to Samantha and asked. You look great, Samantha answered and gave him a thumbs up. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Look like only 2 people haven't introduced themselves yet. Next person, please. Miss Maria looked at the seat of Ezekiel and Samantha. Chapter 9, Son and Daughter of the World Leaders. Seeing his teacher looking at him, Ezekiel stood up, then walked to the front of the class. Hey bro, look, the new guy looks fit. That guy is probably around 5.8 to 6 feet. Do you think he likes to play some sports? But he looks like a nerd with those glasses, though. A male classmate of Ezekiel whispered to his seatmate. While on the far end corner of the room, a group of female classmates of his is discussing Ezekiel's look. Wah! Look, he looks hot, isn't he? A female classmate of Ezekiel asked her friend. I know, right, those scarlet eyes of his are so hot, you'll think your body will burn from those eyes if he stares at you. I don't like boys who wear glasses, though they look like a boring person to be with. But I think his glasses look great with his wavy blue hair. It makes him look more mature than others of the same age as him. Plus, he looks quite fit to be a nerd, don't you think so? Quiet everyone, please. Miss Maria said. Good morning, everyone. Ezekiel greeted. I know a lot of you probably know me already or familiar with my face since I often follow my father whenever he is working. But for those who do not know me, my name is Ezekiel S. Sassel. My father is the Chief Executive Officer of World Health Organization and Vice President of the Archeon government. Ezekiel paused for a moment, seeing his classmate is causing a commotion. Is he famous? A classmate of his whispered to his friend. I don't know. His friend answered. He does look familiar, isn't he? Yup, I have probably seen him on the news or somewhere. Is he really the son of the vice president? A male classmate of his asked his seatmate. I can't tell. I don't watch the news that much. But I do hear that the vice president brings with him his son all day to take care of him, since his wife died when giving birth to his son. A nerdy classmate of his answered. Everyone, quiet please, let Mr. Ezekiel finish his introduction. Ms. Maria shouted at the classes seeing as everyone started gossiping about Ezekiel's life. Everyone immediately settled down. Mr. Ezekiel, please continue. Ms. Maria said to Ezekiel. I never thought that no one would know me, such an embarrassment. Ezekiel thought. Since you know my name already, I'll tell the meaning behind it. My father said that before my mother died, she gave me the name Ezekiel from the Hebrew name Yechezkel, which means God's strength or God will strengthen. My mother wished for God to help me in my journey at all times. Ezekiel breathed for a moment, then continued. I am 18 years old. I live in Phoenix Valley Street with my father. My hobbies are playing games and studying medicine since I want to save people, so that kids like me wouldn't suffer the same fate I have experienced. Ezekiel breathed for a moment again. Did you know behind those smiles and laughter of his hides an endless abyss of sadness and loneliness? He falls onto it once in a while whenever he talks about his mother. Alexandria mumbled to Samantha on the side, woken up by the commotion earlier. That's all, thank you, everyone. Ezekiel then started walking back to his seat. Did you think you were famous just because you appear on the news every now and then? Alexandria mocked Ezekiel while giggling. Hey, you're the one who keeps telling me that I am famous, Ezekiel said before sitting. Who would even pay attention to a brat behind the vice president during his interviews and work? Alexandria said while still giggling. I know you're the vice president's son, Ezekiel-san. I see you frequently in the news playing with different chemicals on the background, Samantha exclaimed, wanting to cheer Ezekiel up. Thanks, Samantha. Ezekiel thanked Samantha. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Now may we move to the last person? Miss Maria said, looking at Samantha. Be right back, Samantha said with a smile to the both of them, then walked in front of the class. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samantha G. Archeon. My parents once said that the meaning behind my name Samantha is listener or listens well. I think it suits me well because I may not be a good speaker, but I listen to everyone very well. I am 18 years old and living in Sun Street with my father, mother, and different kinds of pets. My hobbies are watching anime with my mother and taking care of my beloved pets. That's all, thank you. Before Samantha could finish, a classmate of hers suddenly raised his hand and asked, What is your relationship with the world, President? Since we already have the son of the vice president, I think it wouldn't be weird if we also have the world's president's daughter. Don't you guys think? His classmate asked. My mother said that we are just a distant relative of the world president. We can't even get close to the world president because of how strict his security is, Samantha answered. Too bad, It would have been cool to have the world's president daughter and vice president's son in one class. His classmate disappointedly sat down. No more questions? Miss Maria asked. No one answered. Thank you, Samantha. You may take your seat. Seeing as no one is answering, Miss Maria continued. Thank you, Miss Maria, thank you, everyone. Samantha hurriedly returned to her seat shyly. Okay, that's it for today. See you tomorrow, class dismissed. Miss Maria said. Everyone in the classroom started packing their things and leaving the class. Shall we go? Alexandria said to Ezekiel and Samantha. Let's go. The both of them said in unison. The three of them started leaving their classroom and discussed where to eat. Where do you guys want to eat? My treat. Ezekiel asked. It's the first day of school. Definitely, to the canteen. Let's see if they serve crap or delicacy. Alexandria grabbed their hands, then dragged them to the canteen. The three of them had lunch at the canteen and talked a lot of things. Alexandria and the two of them enjoyed the food at the cafeteria. They also had fun talking with each other like the almost 30 different kinds of animals of Samantha at home. The three of them then decided to go home. Where is your house located, Samantha? Ezekiel asked. My house is that way. Alexandria pointed at east. And I go that way. Ezekiel pointed in the opposite direction of where Alexandria is, pointing. My house is that way. Samantha answered while pointing at where Ezekiel's finger is pointed. Nice, we go the same way. Ezekiel exclaimed. Bye, Alex. Ezekiel said goodbye, then hurriedly dragged Samantha with him. But before they could get far, out of nowhere, a punch suddenly flew towards Ezekiel's gut. Arg. Ezekiel groaned as his vision started to black out. Sorry, Samantha, this guy got some business with me. I am taking him home with me. Alexandria said while dragging the fainted Ezekiel. Samantha giggled on the side, watching the two of them. Bye, Alex. Bye, Ezekiel, take care. See you tomorrow. Samantha shouted while waving at the two of them. Chapter 10, Prepare for War. Halfway on the road to Alexandria's house, Ezekiel woke up grumbling in pain while Alexandria is carrying him on a piggyback ride. Arg, you did not hold back even a little, didn't you? Ezekiel complained. He's feeling slight discomfort in his gut and cramps all over his body, indicating that Alex probably dragged him around while he was unconscious. Alex noticed that Ezekiel already woke up because of Ezekiel's annoying grumbling. So Alex decided to tease him for a bit. Alex threw a very slow punch in the air like a sloth throwing a punch. I hit you with the lightest punch I could throw. Maybe your body is just too weak. You can't even handle a frail little girl's blow. The heck, I did not even see a single shadow of her punch when she struck me. Ezekiel can only cry inwardly. How long have I been out? Ezekiel asked while caressing his stomach using his left hand, still feeling some pain in his gut. Not that long, maybe around 15 to 20 minutes. Anyway, can you walk? You are kind of heavy. Alex stopped walking, then turned her head sideways to ask. We're near to your house already. Can't you carry me for a bit longer? You punched me so hard I don't have that much strength left. Ezekiel knows that Alex is lying about her getting tired of carrying him. It is because a couple of years ago, he sees her carry something twice his weight. So Ezekiel also lied to at least give Alex a hard time. By the way, why are you even forcefully bringing to your home? I just want to ask you something. Alexandria answered. What the heck? Just that. You are some crazy girl, kidnapping a guy only to ask some questions. What would others think if it wasn't me you just kidnapped? You could have just messaged me and asked me in the chat. Ezekiel shouted directly in Alexandria's ears, scolding her for her craziness. "Shut up! That hurts my ears." Annoyed by Ezekiel's scream, Alexandria used her elbow to hit Ezekiel's gut while still carrying Ezekiel on her back. But this time, it was as light as possible, enough so that he will not faint again since they are already close to her house. She doesn't want her mother to scold her again, bringing in unconscious Ezekiel. *arg. Ezekiel wanted to fight back, but feeling the pain in his stomach worsening, Ezekiel withdrew any idea of fighting back. Fighting back at this point would only kill me. Alex might break some of my bones. Ezekiel can only cry inwardly. Sensing no movement from Ezekiel, Alex continued explaining as if nothing happened. "It is an important question, okay? And besides, I did not forget your punishment. Lastly, we are going to grind some materials for crafting till we are down tonight since I am not satisfied with what I got last night." "More grinding?" "I'm already tired of Gree." Ezekiel paused for a moment, seeing Alex stopped walking and clenching her fist. "You're saying something?" Alexandria asked in a threatening voice. Nothing, I said. I love grinding all night." "You should have said it sooner. I could have gone with you willingly, saving you the trouble of carrying me around." Ezekiel can only accept his fate. Several minutes passed. Alexandria and Ezekiel arrived at her house. Alexandria opened the door. "I'm home." Ezekiel saw the mother of Alex cooking in the kitchen with the kids. "Hi, Aunt Irene." Ezekiel waved his hand. Irene turned around to greet them back. However, seeing her daughter carrying Ezekiel on her back, it instantly made Irene forget to greet them back. "What are you guys doing? Walking around like that in broad daylight?" Irene scolded both of them while waving the spatula in her right hand and carrying Xandra, her youngest daughter, on the other hand. "Ezekiel can't walk around, so I am doing him a favor carrying him around." Ezekiel quickly shook his head at Alexandria's mother, looking at Ezekiel that is frantically shaking his head. Irene raised her eyebrows and put her hand on her hips after putting the spatula on the table. "Alex." Looking at her mother, Alexandria instantly knew she's busted. "I only hit him once," Alexandria said while twiddling her two fingers to look cute as much as possible. "Alexandria." Her mother raised her voice. Okay, I hit his guts twice, but the last one couldn't even be called as a hit. I did not even use a quarter of my strength. This girl, sigh. When did I ever raise such a savage daughter? I'm sorry, Ezekiel." Irene apologized to Ezekiel. "It's okay, Aunt Irene, I am kind of used to it already." Ezekiel forcefully smiled at Aunt Irene. "Let me call your dad to tell that you'll be staying here for the night and apologize to him." "Thanks, Aunt Irene." Ezekiel thanked. Her mother pointed at her. "And you don't go around beating up anyone you want. What do you think would others think seeing the vice president's son getting beaten up in public?" Yes, I understand, Mom." Alex hurriedly ran to the stairs, escaping her mother's blabbering. Because she knew that once it starts, it would take a couple of hours for her mother to end. "Come back here. I am still not finished with you," Irene shouted. "Love you too, Mom." Alex shouted back to appease her mother's anger. Once Alexandria and Ezekiel entered her room, she instantly threw Ezekiel on her bed and booted her computer. "Up. Arga. Can't you be a little gentler sometimes?" Ezekiel said with the aching all over his body worsening due to the throw she did. "Shut up for a moment. I'm busy here," Alexandria said while searching for something on the internet. Ezekiel stood up from the bed, then looked at the computer screen. "What are you looking for, anyway?" "Samantha G. Archeon? Why are you searching for Samantha on the internet?" Ezekiel asked, puzzled by the actions of Alexandria. I feel that Samantha is an important person and not just a distant relative of the world president. I think that she is lying to us. And I'm pretty sure I've seen or heard of her somewhere. It's just that I can't remember exactly where or when. Alexandria said while scrolling through the web looking for any clues about Samantha. You don't remember? Ezekiel said, walking back to the bed to rest again. Remember what? Alexandria turned his chair around wondering, what is Ezekiel talking about? A year ago, you asked me to investigate anything that is related to Archeon Corporation? Ezekiel said while resting on her bed with closed eyes. A year ago? But you did not discover anything useful at that time, except... Alex suddenly remembers the discoveries they made in the investigation she asked for Ezekiel to do. Except the name of the world president's daughter. Alex exclaimed, seeing the picture of the whole puzzle now. You get it? Ezekiel sat right up on the bed. You already know, didn't you? Alex said with a fierce glare to Ezekiel, showing a don't you dare mess with me again. Yup, I instantly knew the moment she entered the classroom. Ezekiel answered fearlessly. Since he is already in her home, he can always call Aunt Irene for reinforcement if Alex goes physical. So there is nothing to be afraid of now. Alex grabbed the closest thing she could see beside her, then threw it to Ezekiel. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ezekiel ducked to dodge the flying notebook that Alex has thrown at him. Where's the element of surprise if I told you? Do you want to know another surprise? Alex did not answer, and she just gave Ezekiel a threatening glare and waited for him to talk. Seeing Alex sulking in the chair, Ezekiel realizes that annoying her further would be the end of his life. So Ezekiel stopped playing around and continued what he is talking. Archeon has finally started to make a move again after 2 years of staying silent. Ezekiel paused to see Alex's reaction, but she was still staring at him. According to my spy, they are preparing for something called Project Parabellum. Parabellum. Alex looked down, then mumbled silently. It's a Latin word. Ezekiel exclaimed. Huh? Alex was confused about what he is talking. If you search for it then translate parabellum from Latin to English it would mean. Ezekiel said while waving his cell phone, showing her that he is searching for the meaning of parabellum. Ezekiel then turned his phone to Alex and on his cell phone screen appears the word prepare for war. Chapter 11 God's Prophets. On the rooftop of their school, Alexandria was standing and leaning on the railings. Blankly staring at the clouds in the sky, Alexandria loved the feeling of the gentle breeze hitting his whole body. Alexandria just wanted this moment to last a little bit longer. But she knew that it would be impossible, seeing the storm brewing in the far distance. A week has already passed since the day that she brought Ezekiel into her home. The things that Ezekiel said have been bothering her. As the days passed, her uneasiness grew greater and greater, and this day reached its peak. Because according to Ezekiel, this day is the day that Archeon will be announcing to the world what Project Parabellum truly is. She tried to immerse herself by doing some training these past few days to distract herself, but it did not calm her down in the slightest. She doesn't even understand what she feels anymore. Alexandria first thought that it was fear of war that might break the peace in this world. A war that will kill billions of innocent people, but training herself this past few days made her realize that it was never fear in the first place. It was like excitement? Or was it anticipation? Or maybe was it the thrill of chaos? She was not certain herself, yet one thing she was sure of is that she felt something similar, in that game, in that world, and in that war. Alexandria's thoughts ended when she heard the door of the rooftop creaked open. Alexandria turned around to see that it was Ezekiel, who barely got any strength to open the door, trying to catch his breath while sweat dripping down on his face. He was almost crawling to the ground just to open the door. Are you all right? Alex slowly walked closer beside Ezekiel to check his current condition and open the half-open door for him. Why, the heck? Did you even go up in here? Ezekiel said, gasping his words out while he gave up and just laid on the ground and closed his eyes. There is no way he wouldn't be out of breath. He just climbed a freaking 20-floored school building through the stairs without any breaks. I like this place. It's so quiet in here, and you won't see anyone that goes up here during class hours. She squatted beside Ezekiel, staring at his tired and sweaty face and his chest pounding. Alex felt pity for him. Ezekiel must have hurriedly run just to go up in here. Ezekiel already knew that Alex loves to stay on the rooftop of their school. Who would even bother going up the 20th floor to take a rest and think of some things? Others might as well go to some park. Wait here. Alex stood up and went to the left side corner of the rooftop to where her backpack is. She rummaged inside to look for her water bottle. After grabbing it, she went back to Ezekiel. Here. Alex handed out the water to Ezekiel. Ezekiel opened his eyes to see what she's trying to give him. Seeing that it was her water bottle, he snatched then hastily gulped the all water in just a few seconds. Slow down, so what news do you have for me? Alex asked because she can no longer wait on what are the Archeon planning. Ezekiel sat right up first, then took some deep breaths. My spy said that Project Parabellum is not a preparation for war. It is actually the title of a game they are making, and they are planning to release and announce it today. So we don't need to worry anymore. But why are they even making a game? They are now a government. They are not even a gaming company in the first place. Alex was disappointed. She thought that she could experience something similar to what she felt a few years ago, and just like in that game, if a war will happen. You look disappointed, Ezekiel mumbled, looking at Alex's eyes. Huh? Alex said in confusion. Wait, he is right. Why am I disappointed just because they are not planning for war? Why do I think I am getting crazier and crazier these days? What is going on with me? Alexandria thought. Hey, do you think I'm crazy? Alex exclaimed out in the blue. What is this girl thinking now, asking me that question out of nowhere? Should I answer it honestly or not? But I don't want to get beaten up again. Ezekiel contemplated for a few seconds. Honestly, I think you've changed a lot. I have seen you started changing 2 years ago, 1 week after the supposed destruction of the world. You suddenly started training yourself as if you are not satisfied with your current strength. The heck, you even started studying the arts of war and strategies. You don't even like carrying any books around before. I did not even know what entered your mind at that time when you asked me for different materials for studying. It was almost about 100 different kinds of weapons. From swords, spears, to bows, you did not even let guns pass your craziness. I miss the cute and adorable Alex 5 years ago. Ezekiel wanted to add more, but when he sees Alexandria's expression turning grimmer, he stopped talking. I should have lied. I just dug my own grave telling her those things and talking too much. Alexandria can only sigh. Maybe I truly have changed, mumbled silently through the air. I mean, it is not that bad of a change. Think about it, with all the training you have done. You can easily defend yourself when you are in trouble. People always change. As long as you have changed for the better, it would not matter what others say. Ezekiel tried to cheer Alex up. Thanks. And no matter how much you change or what you will become in the future, it doesn't matter because I will always stay by your side no matter what others would say. Ezekiel thought. Sadly, he can only hide these thoughts from her in his mind. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Someone's phone suddenly rang. The both of them simultaneously reached for their pockets. Seeing that it was not her phone ringing, Alex turned to Ezekiel, answering his phone. Yes? Okay, I got it. Anything else? Okay, I understand. Goodbye. Ezekiel ended the call. Who was that? Alex asked. It was my spy, she said. To open up your news, Archeon is live streaming and is now announcing their project, Parabellum, to the world. Ezekiel said. Alex hastily opened up his phone, then searched the website of the Archeon government. This website is where they put their announcements for the whole world to see. She instantly sees the live streaming on the homepage with a flashing title, Second Virtual Reality Massive Multiplayer Online Role-Playing Game. Once Alexandria clicked the live stream, she can see the current world president Unravel on the podium, which is already in the middle of his speech. I know all of you are excited just by reading the title of the stream and was wondering if all of it is true. Yes, all of you have read it right. This isn't like the normal PC games you're playing right now. After the 2 years of secret research that we did, we have finally successfully created the second virtual reality game and first virtual reality multiplayer game created by humans. The audience gave a round of applause. You heard it right. We have finally created a world made by God 2 years ago, and this game is not a single-player game where you are all alone adventuring in a very vast world. It is a game where you can adventure, fight, build, and learn with everyone. You can do anything you want in this world. Become anything. Becoming a god is even possible in this world. Some people said that it would be impossible with humanity's current technology. They say that humans can never replicate a god's work, but one thing that they have forgotten. Namrul paused and took a deep breath. We are God's prophets. Alex grabbed her backpack and started walking downstairs. Where are you going? Aren't you going to keep watching? Ezekiel asked. Tell me the important details later. I need some time, alone. Alex said, raising her right hand to say goodbye while her left hand is shaking, holding her backpack. Ezekiel closed the live stream. He doesn't have any reason to continue watching. Then he started walking downstairs, dialing the number of his spy. The thing that changed you is there, isn't it? Ezekiel mumbled. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Asterisk ring. Hello, Master? Hey Nina, tell me the important parts of the announcement later. Ezekiel order. As you wish, Master. Ezekiel ended the call and put his phone back in his pocket. This time, surely this time, I will make sure to be by your side. Ezekiel whispered to the air. While walking out of their school gates, Alex clenched her hands so hard it almost bled, just to suppress what she's feeling right now. She is so excited she knows that the adrenaline became harder and harder to hold. All she wanted to do right now is go home and sleep, or she might just beat somebody up. Watching that live stream, Alex felt her heartbeat became faster and faster. This excitement she's feeling was like a déjà vu of what she felt 5 years ago. I want to fight. Fight. Fight in that world. Chapter 12, A Mother's Love. Entering her house, Alex sees her mother in the living room watching a noontime show with the kids playing by her side. I'm home. She greeted sluggishly, then lazily goes to her room. Irene turned around to see who it was. Seeing that it was Alex, she was about to greet her back when she remembered something. Wait, don't you still have any classes this afternoon? Not now, Mom, I need some rest. Alex lazily replied as she continued walking upstairs. Hearing her weak response, Irene can't help but worry. What is up with your sister now? Irene unconsciously mumbled in front of the children. The twins are both puzzled by what their mother is saying. Noticing the confused looks on the twins, Irene did not bother explaining anything to them. She just went back on making the crying Xandra in her arms sleep faster by singing her a lullaby so that she can go and check on her troublesome daughter. A few minutes had passed. Xandra has finally fallen asleep after singing her a couple of her favorite lullabies and breastfeeding her. She then went to the 3 children playing beside the television. Axel, please watch your sister Serene and Xandra for a moment for me, okay? I will go up for a while and check on your troublesome sister. Irene unhurriedly said to the twins for them to clearly understand her. The twins replied harmoniously. Okay. Shush, quiet, Xandra is sleeping. She then placed the sleeping baby in her arms to her crib. Okay, the twins harmoniously replied again, but this time in a much softer voice. The twins then went back to playing with their Serene. Now that the kids are busy with each other, Irene can now go and check on Alex. Honestly, what is going on with her? Irene worriedly mumbled while going to Alex's room. The moment Alex entered her room, she instantly jumped to her bed. It's been a couple of minutes already since she arrived, and all she is doing right now is just laying on her bed and staring at the ceiling absently. The silence in the room got broken when she heard her mother knocking on the door. She must be worried I probably looked so pitiful when I got home. Alex mumbled. Alex did not bother answering her mother's call outside of the room. She just continued staring at the ceiling blankly. After a couple of minutes of continuous knocking, her mother stopped and went downstairs. Alex got up in bed to unlock the door since there is no point in keeping it locked anyway because her mother has probably gone down to get the keys. She then lazily went back to bed after unlocking the door. Alex then heard her mother's heavy footsteps echoing through their wooden floor right after she got back on the bed. Her mother is probably annoyed with her right now, sensing her heavier footsteps than usual. Alex prepared for her coming infuriated mother by cowering under her pillow and blanket. With the key in her hand, Irene inserted it into the doorknob. As she was turning the key, she realized that the door is already unlocked. Irene let out an exasperated sigh. Instead of rushing in to confront her daughter's awful behaviors, Irene softly pushed the door and slowly walked inside the room. Seeing her daughter holed up in her blanket, Irene slowly sat down beside her. "Are you okay?" Irene softly whispered. Hearing her mother's soft, warm and caring voice, Alex's pent-up emotion she's been holding back all this time started bursting out of her. She abruptly removes the blanket and plunges towards her mother's loving arms. Alex's sudden dive into her arms and wailing startled her, and it pains her to see her daughter like this. Nevertheless, she just silently hugged her back, letting her know that she will always be here whenever she needs her. Her daughter may have grown stronger all these years. But still, it was so fast to the point where slowly teaching things to her can't catch up with her rapid growth. Not to mention the 4 little children she's taking care of, resulting in her attention with the kids divided among them. "I don't want to change again," Alex said abruptly and choked out her words in between sniffles from crying. With Alex suddenly talks about her changing, Irene can only think of the announcement earlier that made her like this. It probably had something to do with the new virtual reality game and the things that happened to her 5 years ago. "Everything will be all right." Gently caressing Alex's back, she can only utter those words since she isn't an expert in handling this kind of situation. Ever since Alex has been a child, Irene has never seen her daughter cry in any situation. Alex has always been a strong girl since she was born, learning things by herself, not relying on others, solving problems on her own. But upon seeing her daughter crying for the first time in her life, her heart feels like getting ruptured every time she feels a tear falls on her shoulders. Regardless of how strong her daughter became, she is still too young to understand her current self. Her daughter probably thinks that she is nowhere near being a normal girl at this point. Alex and her mother continued cuddling for quite some time. Her rough breathing finally started to slow down, and the adrenaline she felt a while ago steadily calmed down each time her mother gently caresses her back. Once she calmed down and collected her thoughts, Alex realized that she is most likely afraid that she may no longer recognize herself if she changed once more. "I'm scared. Scared of becoming someone everyone won't like." Her mother tightly held her shoulders, then pushed her away from her embrace. "Listen here, no matter how much you change, what you become in the past, present, or even the future, your father and I will always love you unconditionally. That's because you will always be our beloved daughter." Her mother almost shouted those words to her while staring directly into her eyes. That stirred her calmed heart just a moment ago. With her vision clouded with tears, she can see her mother's moistened eyes, rosy nose, and cheeks. All this time, her mother is crying silently while comforting her. "Mom!" Before she could say anything, her mother embraced her again. "Nothing is permanent except change. Even I and your father are two completely different people 15 years ago. Your father used to be the youngest five-star general in history and a ferocious, savage, and bloodthirsty general on the battlefields. The battlefield he loved, the comrades he treasures, and the title he painstakingly earned, he left all of it for his family. Now your father is just a completely normal martial arts instructor. I also used to be an outstanding doctor treating your father and his wounded comrades on the battlefield. Now, look at me, a regular housewife taking care of her 5 children. Did you ever regret changing?" Buried in her mother's chest, Alex had difficulty saying her words. "Regret? We never had any. We loved our work, but nothing can compare our love for you more than anything in the world," her mother said while gently patting her head. "Life is just a journey. We are bound to change someday. That's why, as long as you're fine with yourself, live your life without worry. No matter how many times you'll change, your family will always be here for you." "Mom?" She looked straight into her mother's eyes. "I want to see that world." Alex asked for permission now that she's composed and determined. Chapter 13, Secret Basement. Seeing the determination in her daughter's eyes, how can she even dare to reject her? "You're just like your father." "Fine, I'll let you play." Alex poised to hug her. "Thanks, Mom." Irene stopped her approaching daughter by raising her index finger. "But in one condition." Before she could even finish what she's saying, she sees her daughter's lips pouting. "Why are you looking so upset?" "I already agreed to your request." "It's because you don't completely agree with me." "How can I even unconditionally agree with you after seeing you cry so hard in front of me? Besides, one condition won't hurt, doesn't it?" Irene lightly smacked her daughter's hard head because of how stubborn she was. Alex can only yield to her mother. One condition probably won't affect her that much, she thought. "Fine, what is the condition?" "It's pretty simple, since they said that this is a multiplayer game. As long as you can make your father play together with you, then I'll be at ease letting you go wild in that world." "What?" "No, I refuse. Think of something else. Isn't Daddy's age already too old to play games? Besides, won't it be kind of awkward if Daddy's following me around?" Alex complained, who would even enjoy having her father stalking around whenever she hang out or play with her friends. She can't just let her daughter play without any protection. While she recalls what happened to her daughter 2 years ago. "I didn't say that your father needs to be a stalker. I just need him to play however he wants. He doesn't need to follow you. Your father's presence in there is enough for me to feel at ease. That way, helping you whenever you are in trouble will be easy." "But Daddy sucks at playing games. He once tried playing with me, but Daddy's skills at playing is simply trash." She will not simply back down. Knowing that having her father around is very embarrassing. Especially her father acts cool despite his age. He sucks at playing PC games, but you know that he's actually good at playing VR, since he managed to last 1 hour in the first virtual reality game. According to a survey the Archeon government did, they only know 99 people that persisted on the 1 hour mark, and your father is one of them. Her mother had a smile on her face with eyes that seemed to sparkle while convincing her. "Your father might even have hit the 30-minute mark, if only he didn't take care of me and my cravings when I was pregnant. He could have spent more time becoming stronger in the game." Her mother is so proud of her father, she kept on talking, even mentioning his past achievements. Listening to her mother's chattering, Alex gives up. Her mother is just too difficult to argue with. The only thing she can do is yield to her mother's request. Outside of Arturia family's house. Zach stride to the door in his GI, with black tops and black pants with a black belt bicolored with red stripes, while sweat's dripping on his face and a mildly rough breathing cause he just finished training by himself. He has closed his dojo early today since his dojo is dead silent again. I'm home. When no one answered, Zach looked around the house and noticed the kids playing with each other in the living room. He then treads towards them. Ah, Papa. Elle was the first one to notice him. Have you been good to your mother today? Zach patted Elle. Elle nodded. Zach noticed someone tugging his uniform on his side. Papa, Mama said, not noisy, baby sleep. Axe said, stuttering. He looked in the direction of the baby's crib. There he sees Xandra sleeping peacefully. Sorry. Zach apologized with a low voice. Pa. He also sees Serene having a hard time walking towards him with open arms. Zach lifted his angelic daughter. Mama, where? Zach asked while kissing his daughter's rosy cheeks. His daughter is just too adorable, he can't resist spoiling her. Up. Her daughter answered while pointing at the stairs. You guys stay and watch over Xandra, okay? Zach slowly said to the twins. K. The twins answered harmoniously in a hushed tone. He then started walking upstairs with Serene in his arms. Alex has endured her mother's blabbering for a while now. She can't find the right time to butt in. While still pondering on when to stop her mother, she notices the door opening. Dad! Alex cried out, seeing a savior in her current predicament. Her mother turned around. Why are you guys so early today? Her father walked closer to her mother, then smooched her forehead. I got bored. Her father answered while scratching the back of his head. Her father quickly changed the topic to avoid getting scolded. Why are you home so early? You still have classes, right? Never mind that, you have seen the news, right? Noticing that it's useless to scold her husband, Irene decided to go directly to the point. The virtual reality game? Yes. Why? Will you play with your daughter on that one? Irene asked. Why? Zach turned to look at his daughter confusingly. Zach sees her daughter's pleading eyes, seeing that her daughter just looked like she was pleading to tease her. I'm not letting her play the game if you're not playing. Nah, I'm not playing. I still have to watch the dojo. Zach wanted to tease her daughter more. But when he looked in Irene's direction, he met a very threatening gaze from his wife that looked like she would kill him any second now. I'm joking. I already planned on playing it. It's too dull in the dojo alone, with Alex attending school. Close that dojo of yours already. There's no one coming there every day anyway. Irene insulted. It's her punishment to him for teasing her daughter. Close? No way, I invested a lot in that dojo. Kids these days don't see the benefits of learning martial arts. They are too focused on their phones. Zach started an argument. Alex left her parents arguing with each other and grabbed her vibrating phone. It was a chat from Ezekiel. Important details. Game starts at 11:59 midnight today. Game can be played with first generation capsules if you still have one. 2nd generation capsules can be purchased in any Archeon branch department store. Game-related announcements will be announced in the game once the servers are up. We can also use smartphone applications in the game to access forums, chats, etc. to connect with the real world. If you don't have the first gen capsule, call me. I can get the second general capsule for you since stores are crowded with customers. Alex reads Ezekiel's chat aloud so that her parents can hear her. Dad, can you buy second general capsules for us? Alex asked. We don't need second general, I still have the first general capsules. Huh? Haven't you thrown those away already? Alex asked in confusion since she has seen him throw one capsule in the trash. You've only seen me throw your mother's capsule away, since your mother doesn't like seeing it in the house, and it takes too much space. So I hid ours in my secret basement. Zach uttered. We have a secret basement? Alex was bewildered. She lived in this house for 18 years. She never thought that they actually have a basement. Chapter 14, Dark Past. Alex still can't believe that they have a basement. In the end, their house is just your usual two-story house for middle-class people. That has a vibrant color on the inside and white paint on the outside. By now, her father is already outside her room, waiting for her. Are you coming? Zach called out excitedly. Her father is giving the feeling of a kid wanting to show his favorite toys to his friends. Yes. Irene noticed that Serene is still in his husband's arms. Give me Serene. Irene got out of the bed and snatched her daughter from Zach. You can't bring your daughter in that dusty and hazardous place. Zach scratched the back of his head. I actually cleaned up that place 1 week ago. Zach can't help but feel apologetic. 10 years ago, he once promised that he would not enter that place again, yet he broke his promise 2 years ago to hide the first-generation capsules, saying it would be the last time. Irene's warm aura after snatching Serene from Zach became incomparably cold. She lowered her voice with a tone like a devil that had crawled out of hell in Zach's ears. We both promised to never bring back our dark past. Was it all for naught? Irene's cold aura gives chills to Alex and Zach's bodies. Irene can be the gentlest mother and wife in the world, but is the most horrifying woman when angered. Irene and Zach subconsciously thought at the same time. Sorry. I acted without thinking, but I only did it because your daughter can't stop mentioning something about war every day with a serious face. Zach could only push the blame to her daughter. Irene tends to have a soft spot for the kids, so Alex should be fine. Alex was confused about how in the world is she blamed on this one. Alex doesn't even know that they have a secret basement. Looking at his father's apologetic face, Alex can't help but feel more pissed off. But when she thinks more about it, she recalled that she did unconsciously mumble a lot during training with her father. It must be something about war. Wah! Out of nowhere, Serene suddenly started wailing. She must have felt the intimidating air around her mother. As soon as she heard Serene started crying, Irene's cold and intimidating aura instantly reverted to her usual soft and warm aura. Irene then began rocking Serene gently. Go, get the game capsules first, but don't show her too much of that place. We'll talk later, Irene said as she concentrated on Serene. Zach then dragged Alex out of the room. Dad? Yes? Alex asked while following her father walking out of the house. Where did you hide the basement? I have seen every nook and cranny of the house. I have never seen any place where you can secretly enter unnoticed. Their house is just too small to hide a secret place from her. She lived in this place for 18 years without even discovering it. You'll see it wouldn't be weird that you don't notice it at all. Alex was confused because the direction they are heading towards is their neighbor's abandoned house. Without notice, the owner of that house deserted it 10 years ago. They even left without moving out any of their stuff inside. They just disappeared out of the blue, and since then no new people moved in. Staring outside the gate of the one-story old house full of vines, Alex can't help but have second thoughts. Aren't we trespassing here, Dad? Zach did not even falter opening the gates. Alex can only follow silently. Don't worry. The government has made this place into a restricted area, Zach said as he casually kicked the old door. Aren't we more in trouble now? Despite Alex's worries, she still followed her father. After all, she was curious about her father's secret basement and her parents' past. The interior of the house is unexpectedly big, enough for 5 people to live together. Once she entered, she immediately smelled the dry, rotted stench. The place was full of dust, cobwebs, and broken stuff on the floor. It was a relief that they went to this place in the middle of the afternoon. Alex guessed that if they went to this place during the night, it would be really spooky. Alex then sees her father removing the dirty old white carpet in the middle of the room. Out of nowhere, Zach stomped the floor thrice. Alex was stunned as a section of the floor started moving, revealing a set of stairs below as lights automatically turned on, illuminating the way. Isn't that too high-tech? No one would expect that in this creepy old abandoned house exists a very high-tech basement. Well, this used to be the property of the government used to watch Irene and me in the past. It's not strange to have high-tech stuff around here. Zach exclaimed as they casually waited for the slow-moving floor to be fully opened. Her father's statement confused Alex. Why are you guys being watched by the government? Are you guys some kind of criminals? Aren't you guys in the military before? Alex rapidly fired question one after the other, curious about her parents' past. Alex doesn't really know that much about her parents' past life, since they rarely talked about it. We are not criminals. In fact, we had the most contribution in the world. It's just that when we suddenly decided to retire, the people that we served and trusted have suddenly labeled us as one of the most dangerous people on earth. Zach can't help but feel dejected, remembering the bastards that they served for a long time, only to be compensated with unkindness. If it's her father, it wouldn't be odd for him to be called one of the most dangerous people on earth. What's shocking is that her mother is one of the most dangerous people on earth. Why is mother labeled as dangerous? Let's not talk about our dark past anymore. Your mother might give me a beating later if I talk too much. Seeing as the floor is now fully opened, Zach started going down the basement, avoiding Alex's questions. Zach turned around to her daughter and said one last time, "We are products of our past, but we don't have to be prisoners of it." Chapter 15, Gaming Community. After walking down for a while, Alex and her father arrived in front of a wooden door. Compared to the high-tech entrance before, isn't this too shabby? Alex disappointed look at the door. At first she thought that this place is protected with high-tech steel doors, surrounded by an armored wall, with a complex lock. Zach entered without minding what Alex said. "Stop daydreaming in there. I have the good stuff inside. I already destroyed everything that I can't open easily and renovated it myself." Despite the things that Zach said, the only thing he renovated is the door. Because Zach has been in the military, he knows how to use everything inside. Zach only had a hard time opening the door, so he destroyed it. Zach moved to the light switch and turned on the lights, showcasing the collection he's so proud of to her daughter. When Alex entered the room, the first thing that caught her eyes was the variety of weapons stuck on the wall. She can see all sorts of knives, pistols, rifles, machine guns, and snipers. Surprisingly, the basement bigger than the house. It is almost as big as a basketball court. Alex can tell that this place was cleaned recently with no signs of dust compared to the spooky atmosphere earlier. Damn! Where did you get all of this, Dad? Because she studied all kinds of weapons, and one of them is guns. Alex can tell that every one of his father's collections is an S-class weapon. This class of weapons can't easily be gained even if you have the money. She once wanted to try one of those when she was studying. Sadly, even with Ezekiel's connection, he only gave her a measly Magnum Research big frame revolver. It is still rare, but it's nothing compared to her father's collection. Zach boasted to her daughter about his hard-earned collection. "Almost everything here is stolen from the bastards that betrayed me. It's my punishment for those bastards. Isn't your father so cool?" Alex feels her father is just joking around whenever he's talking about the people that betrayed them. It was like her father is just talking about a prank his buddy did. Alex walked towards the Barrett M95, a manual bolt-action anti-material sniper rifle that she really likes so much, and started stroking it. "These babies are so beautiful. Can I play with them?" Alex pleaded, blinking her eyes rapidly, looking like a little child that found a new toy. Pretty please? Seeing the shooting range in the corner of the room, Alex wanted to fire one of these bad boys so much. Zach is not surprised when her daughter likes guns. Alex must have inherited this from him and his wife. Do you think your mother will let you play with one of those big boys? Your mother will probably kill me if even one of those things steps out of this house. I don't want to be riddled with holes the next day, Zach said while casually dragging the capsule towards the door. Stop playing around in there, and let's bring this virtual capsule out already. Looking at the time on his watch, it is now past 4 p.m. Alex walked dejectedly to her father. Okay. She won't give up that easily. She will pester her father later. Stop pouting. I will let you play in here once in a while. I'll try to convince your mother later. Zach missed using everything inside. Now that he thinks about it, it's already been 15 years since he fired a firearm. Maybe he can use his daughter to negotiate with Irene since they both wanted to use this place to play around. He can accept a little thrashing from his wife if necessary. The capsule's estimated 300 kilograms weight is not that heavy for both of them. With that kind of weight, even Alex can easily lift it alone. How much more him, who is much stronger than her daughter? What made it harder to carry alone is the capsule's 3 meters length and 1 meter height. Without Alex, Zach can only drag the capsule's one end slowly to the small stairway. With Alex here, it made things a lot easier for him. It was already dinner time when Alex and Zach finished moving the 2 first-generation capsules to her room and her father's room. They took quite a long time moving the second capsule because she insisted on firing a few rounds in the shooting range of the basement. You guys take a shower first. Both of you are full of sweat, Irene reminded after seeing them finish setting up the capsules. Yes. Alex happily rushed to her room. Firing a few rounds with her father cleared some of her built-up stress. Seeing Alex going to her room, Zach dragged his wife to their room. Let's talk. When she remembered her husband's halted beating a while ago, Irene's motherly, warm aura became incomparably ice-cold, looking at Zach with a murderous glare. Now that the children are not with her, she can finally start beating up her husband unrestrained. Seeing the murderous glare of his wife, Zach can only cry inwardly. Somebody help. Zach's. After Alex got out of the shower, her phone started ringing. Seeing that it was Ezekiel, in the caller's name, Alex answered nonchalantly. Hey, Alex? What's up? Let's create a Discord server, Ezekiel suggested excitedly. What is this guy thinking now? Why? Alex asked, while brushing her wet hair. I already talked with Samantha about this, and we both like the idea that we can easily communicate inside the game. We are now just waiting for your confirmation. Aside from Ezekiel's voice, Alex can hear a faint sound in the background calling her name. Sis Alex, let's play together. Samantha kept meddling with Ezekiel and Alex's conversation. Samantha is now always together with Ezekiel every time they go home. Alex's relationship with Samantha got closer these past few days after Samantha found out that Alex and Ezekiel knew her secret of being the world president's daughter. At first, Alex tried to avoid Samantha after figuring out her identity. Samantha found her behavior weird, so Samantha asked Ezekiel what's her problem, and with Ezekiel's being a chatterbox with a treacherous mind, he exposed her to Samantha immediately. Then, all of a sudden, Samantha became more unrestrained with her actions. Since Alex never had a grudge with Samantha's family, she thinks that there's really no problem with her being close to Samantha. After seeing Samantha's unrestrained self, she started loving Samantha's real self more and more each day. Alex now always pampers Samantha whenever she has the chance to. Since both of you are fine with it, let's create one. By the way, will you mind if I add my father to the server? He will play with me this time, so I'm thinking of making the server a gaming community. For most of the games Alex played, she only has Ezekiel as her partner. Now she has her father, Samantha, together with them having a college course of BSc sports. Their classmates will surely play this game, so it was a good idea to create a community. It's good that Alex has now started opening up herself with other people. Nice idea. I'll talk about the details with you later. Ezekiel gave the phone to Samantha as she kept on pestering him. Samantha complained. Sis, why did you leave without telling me? You could have brought me together with you to cut classes. These guys, talking about cutting classes like a simple matter. Aren't you guys concerned with your grades? When Alex remembered that she just walked past Samantha when she was going home, she felt sorry for her. Sorry, let me treat you to dinner tomorrow. How about it? I'm quite good at cooking. Alex suggested, even though she mainly trains with her father now. Her mother also taught her a lot of things in the past, and one of the things she likes to do is cooking with her mother. Really? Samantha happily asked. I promise. Hearing the joyful sound at the other end of the phone, Alex can't help but smile. You can't go back on your promise, do you understand? Yes. We're here. Ezekiel reminded Samantha that they arrived at the gates of her home. I'll look forward tomorrow, bye sis. Bye. Alex hung up the call. Samantha gave the phone back to Ezekiel. They then exchanged their farewells. Chapter 16, Game Start. After hanging up the call, Alex heard her mother calling out downstairs. Alex, dinner's ready. Alex's stomach started growling as she smelled the fragrant aroma downstairs. Alex's starving all the heavy lifting and crying earlier exhausted her. With the delicious aroma of food in the air, she can't help but dash downstairs. Based on the scent alone, Alex can tell that it is her mother that cooked this time. Her mother now rarely cooked, ever since she gave birth to her siblings. Alex and her father's cooking tasted good, but they still can't compare to her mother's godly cooking skills. Seeing the delicacies lined up on the table, Alex was itching to eat already. Nevertheless, she controlled her hunger. Then she sat beside her little brother, Elle, waiting for her mother and father. Elle? Where's Mommy and Daddy? Facing Alex, Elle pointed at Zach and Irene's room. Mommy, Daddy. Play. Following Elle's finger, Alex sees her father and mother walking out of the master's bedroom. Dad, what happened to your face? She was bewildered as she saw Zach's face, full of bruises and minor cuts. This? Pointing at the bruises on his face. This is nothing. It will heal up pretty fast. His wife did not even hold back when beating him up, knowing that he heals 3 times faster than normal humans. Never mind that I have good news for you. Your mother agreed to let us play. I mean, train in the basement. Really? Alex turned to look at her mother. Seeing her daughter's happy face, Zach nodded satisfactorily. All the beating he received is still worth it in the end. Zach used Alex's safety to his advantage to force Irene to compromise with their request. Irene nodded to Alex. But don't neglect your studies, okay? If I see your grades failing even once, I'll forbid you from training in the basement again. Irene doesn't want her children to know Zach and her past, but if it comes to their children's safety, they would do anything to protect them, even if it means that Zach and her need to teach their children every knowledge and skill they know to survive. I promise, I promise. Alex nodded hastily. Let's eat first. The food will get cold. I am starving already. With the food being within arm's reach, Alex can't resist the temptation to eat already. Seeing the kids' starving looks, Irene and Zach giggled. They then sat down with Irene, sitting with the 2 girls, and Zach, sitting with the 2 boys and Alex. Irene then started serving the little children their food. The family of 7 joyfully eat their dinner, disregarding the dark cloud looming outside. After eating the last grain of rice on her plate, Alex suddenly burped. "Excuse me. Her mother's cooking is the best. Sadly, she can only feast on it on rare occasions. Mom, you should cook more often again. Father's cooking and mine can't simply compare to yours," Alex suggested while fondling her bloated stomach. In the end, Alex still has a long way to go before she can surpass her mother in cooking. "Instead of me cooking, how about I seriously teach you how to cook?" Irene replied while breastfeeding Xandra in her arms. Maybe it's time for her to teach Alex the secret cooking technique of their ancestors. Really? But how about Ax, Elle, Serene, and Xandra? Who will take care of them? All this time, Alex has been self-learning, watching the things that her mother and father do. Ax and Elle can now take care of themselves. Then for Serene and Xandra, I'll let your father take care of them since we will be closing that dead dojo. Irene is not worried about their financial situation even though none of them have any source of income. Although they live in a middle-class society, their fortune is actually enormous to the point where it can reach their great-great-grandchildren and still allow them to live leisurely. Risking their lives working for the world has a lot of benefits. One of them is the lovely payments they received after every mission. Your mother's right. We can close the dojo that Places uses for us to train anyway. Now that we can use the basement, we now have a new place to train. Zach nodded even though his dojo has been insulted. Can we start tomorrow? I promised a friend to treat her to dinner, Alex asked as she remembers her promise to Samantha. Of course, Irene smiled. She's happy to see that her daughter now has another friend aside from her childhood friend Ezekiel. As Alex remembers her promise to Samantha, she also remembered Ezekiel's plan. By the way, Dad, I'll add you to our Discord server later so that you can easily contact me in-game. After saying that, Alex started going back to her room. Are you guys fine with me being in there? It might be a little awkward for your friends. It's just me, Ezekiel, and one friend of ours, so basically, it will just be the four of us, so don't worry. I got it. After Alex entered her room, she went to her bed and started meditating in a lotus position. It is still 10 in the evening. There are still 2 hours left before the game officially starts. Alex wants to be in her top form before playing. Meditation is the best method she knows to eliminate the stream of jumbled thoughts that may be crowding her mind and causing stress. Time passed in this silent room as the only sound that can be heard is the clock ticking beside Alex. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. Asterisk beep. Alex stood from her lotus position and turned off the alarm clock. The time right now is 11:55, only 5 minutes left before the game officially starts. Alex stood up from her bed and went to the first-generation capsule beside her computer. Alex pushed a button in the middle of the capsule. The lid then started opening up. It was just like 5 years ago when this thing arrived at their home. After the capsule fully opened itself up, Alex entered as she slowly lay down inside. The capsule also automatically closed itself up. The feeling laying there inside is just like what she remembered. It is so comfortable inside. She doesn't know what materials they used to create this, but sleeping in here is always more comfortable than sleeping in her bed. As some time passed, a system notification appeared on her eyesight. 30 seconds remaining. Do you wish to have a countdown? Yes/no. Alex clicked the yes. 10, it's finally starting. 9. 8. 5. As she watches the countdown, Alex's heartbeat kept on pounding faster and faster. 4. 3. 2. It's here. 1. Do you wish to enter Parabellum? Yes/no. Alex clicked the yes again. To enter, utter the words, syst. System start. Before the system notification can finish, Alex already coldly mumbled the words. After saying the system command, a bright flash of light covered her vision. Then a voice of a child whispered in her ears. "Welcome to Parabellum. Please create your character." Chapter 17, Character Creation. When Alex connected to Parabellum, the first sound that reached her ears was a feminine voice. Her vision started adjusting from the bright flash of light earlier. She looked around her surroundings to see who had spoken to her. Shortly, she sees a blob of light floating in the middle of the white room. Alex moved closer to the ball of light, as she curiously reached out her hand on the thing. As her hand was about to touch the blob of light, it suddenly moved and started rotating around her. "Welcome, player, I am your guide, AI, please call me Light 001. "Wow! Cool, they have this stuff now?" Alex was amazed as her eyesight interestedly followed the floating light rotating around her. In the game Guardian, there's no such thing as AI that guides the players in creating their characters. All of them were just left to figure out things on their own. That's why other people created trash characters in the past. Alex knew one of those people in the past that created a trash character. And Ezekiel is one of them who picked a healer class in a single-player game, thinking that there must be a purpose for the game to have a healer class. He thought that maybe there are strong NPCs that can carry him. Ezekiel's delusions made him believe that being able to heal himself while others cannot is overpowered. He started pretty well in the game, but in the end, when enemies became stronger, it took him longer to kill each one of them to the point where the apocalypse came. And a horde of monsters surged forth. He can't even kill one. Ezekiel was literally crying to her when he told her his story, saying that if only he chose a different class at that time. His name should have been on the Hall of Fame for being one of the players that hit the 1-hour mark. Would you like to create your character now? The AI blob of light stopped right in front of her face. Alex got back to the present as the AI's voice reached her ears again. "How? Please decide on the name of your character." Alex thinks that this AI is too polite in its way of talking. Alex pondered for a moment. Alexandria. She decided to use her name instead of the usual names she uses in computer games, like Hero Slaughterer, Demon Hunter, and a lot more embarrassing names. It's fine using it in computer games since no one knows her behind the screen. Alex can't help but feel embarrassed imagining people calling her those names in front of her. Alexandria will now be set as your permanent avatar name. Parabellum has 100 races. You may select one race based on your affinity with them. You are required to have above 50% affinity to be able to pick that certain race. They also have affinities now? Why is it required to have 50% affinity to choose? Alex asked. She doesn't understand what's the point of having affinities. Wouldn't it be better if everyone can choose a race they like? Limiting the player's choice might incite rage. Certain races have requirements for them to accept a player in their race. An example of this will be Angel's race that doesn't welcome evil humans, elves that don't take in ugly people in their race, dwarves that don't care for people with no talents in crafting, and many more. Isn't this AI pretty smart for it to answer her question instantly? It's like Alex is talking with a girl on her phone. Now that you talk about it, it's all starting to make sense. Of course, the human race is also definite with 100% affinity. While other race that doesn't have any requirements like the orc race, beast, demon, and others give a 50% to 100% affinity depending on the person's similar trait to that race. I see. She nodded in agreement. Alex thinks that this kind of system is very cool. Then what is the difference between a 50% affinity to a 100% affinity? Alex asked. With a higher affinity, the player gets better treatment in that race's society, while lower affinity gets a lesser opportunity. You can also call affinity a player's blood purity. A player that has a 50% is considered as half-elf while a player with 100% is a pure elf. With the AI explanation, Alex can't help but be amazed that they also thought of these things. Excuse me, But someone's calling you in Discord, would you like to answer it? Alex is puzzled. Call? Yes, a call from God Healer number 2882. Hearing the shameless username, Alex suddenly remembers Ezekiel telling her that they can use applications in the game. Do you wish to answer it? Yes. Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Alex was astonished hearing Ezekiel's voice directly in her ears. Yes, why did you call? Alex asked. I just wanted to ask, what race are you picking? I'm still about to look at what race I can choose before you called me. Oh, go and look at it now. She can hear Ezekiel's excitement in his voice. What is this guy thinking now? What are you so excited about? I am taking it slow, I don't want to make the same mistake as you. Alex is now wary of Ezekiel's suspicious actions. Hey! No bringing back old wounds, besides I learned my lessons already. Hurry, check it first. Alex became more suspicious of Ezekiel. Yes, I'll check now. By the way, call Samantha and my dad here. Alex decided to use her dad as a shield. That way, Ezekiel can't pull any pranks on her. What's your dad's username? Ezekiel asked, unaware of Alex's counter to his trap. Retired God of Generals number 1315. Alex shyly said. This. Ezekiel was dumbfounded. Aren't you too old to be using that? I know, anyway just add him here. Alex knew what Ezekiel's thinking. Okay, be right back. Lumiere, show me the list of races. Alex decided to call the AI Lumiere with its feminine voice. Alex thinks that it's a waste to call it Light 0001. My name is Light 0001, not Lumiere. Can I call you Lumiere? Yes. Then Lumiere, show me the list of races. Alex was satisfied with her naming sense, not unlike the two guys she knew. Races. Human, 100% affinity. Chapter 18, Race Selection. In the next second, Alex is dumbfounded, seeing the floating list in front of her. Races. Human, 100% affinity. Angel, 0% affinity. Demon, 0% affinity. Elf, 0% affinity. This. Why is it like this? Alex has no words to say, seeing the 99 race with 0% affinity. Lumiere. Alex turned to Lumiere, floating on her right side. Did your system have an error? Alex can't believe what she's seeing. Even though she's not that good of a person, at least she's not that bad to the point she gets a 0% in Angel. She even planned to choose the elf race, if ever she got a 100% affinity. Her mother even always tells her that she is the most beautiful woman she knows. Alex can't accept all of this. There is no error on the system, everything you see in front of you is accurate. Then, how come I have 0% affinity for everything except human? Alex asked sadly, thinking that she can only choose one race out of the 100 races. I am very sorry if you are not satisfied with this feature. The system was purposely designed for special people like you, who have excelled among everyone. The system decided that the top 100 players in the beta test will get a hero role on the official launch. By extracting the data gathered in the beta test, we found 100 people suitable for this feature. Beta test? I don't remember participating in any beta test for this game. Alex became even more confused. The beta test I am talking about is the first virtual reality game, Guardian. With it as the foundation, it made creating Parabellum possible. Alex now understood why she got in the top 100. After all, Alex probably is the second strongest player in Guardian aside from the one who saved the world. As for how she knows that she's the second strongest. Almost everyone in the Hall of Fame died at the 1-hour mark, while she died at the 30-minute mark. How did the system find out I was one of the top 100? I did not enter the Hall of Fame like everyone else. Alex's parents told her to falsify the survey, conducted by the government, to decide who are the players on the Hall of Fame. Her father is in the top one in the Hall of Fame right now. If Alex entered the Hall of Fame with a higher ranking than her father, with the same family name, her mother is afraid that it might attract too much attention to their peaceful household. The AI extracted all the data from the beta test and used it as a reference to guide the players to create their best character. It was also intentionally designed this way so that all 100 races will have at least one player playing it, to help increase the popularity of the race, and to avoid having an unpopular race like the orc race forgotten by the masses. After all, no one wants to choose an ugly orc as their character if they see beautiful elves, angels, and vampires. But Lumiere, what if I don't want this feature at all? Or one of those people in the top 100 doesn't play this game? Wouldn't that mean that you'll be lacking one person? The next person, the top 101st player, will instantly replace the missing person. I want to complain. How to contact customer service. Alex threw a tantrum as she scanned the unique trait of other races. Human, 100% affinity. Unique trait, can use all kinds of weapons and can choose other races view more. Werewolves, 0% affinity. Unique trait, 3 times faster regeneration view more. Giants, 0% affinity. Unique trait, 3 times survivability stats view more. Elf, 0% affinity. Unique trait, 3 times agility stats view more. What kind of trash trait is this? The human race's unique trait simply can't compare to other races' traits. Not to mention the feature where humans can choose any race. It frustrates her more, seeing that trait, like how the heck is it that she doesn't have the freedom to choose one at all? Then what's the use in putting it in the description? They might as well hide it since it's useless to her seeing it anyway. Are you not satisfied? I don't understand. It was precisely calculated by the system 1,000 times to provide the best recommendations to the top 100 people satisfactorily. I see nothing but disappointment. Alex sorrowfully answered Lumiere. I am sorry to say this, but there is no customer service. The game is completely run by the AI itself, without any human interventions. It is impossible to change this current feature as almost 80% of the chosen players have chosen their respective races, and no one is complaining except you. Then, Alex doesn't know what to say anymore, hearing that it is impossible to make any changes. You might want to check the View More option to fully understand why the system deemed this as the best race for your character. Following Lumiere's suggestion, Alex clicked on the View More option that she neglected earlier. Human, 100% affinity. Unique trait, can use all kinds of weapons and can choose other races in exchange for eliminating the freedom to pick other races for the 100 chosen players. The 100 players will receive a hero class as compensation and receive an additional unique trait solely for them, depending on their recommended race. Human hero class trait, 2 times character experience gain, and 2 times weapon experience gain. Isn't this too overpowered? Seeing the hero class trait, Alex's initial sour mood felt better. She doesn't know what the weapon experience gain use. But seeing the 2 times multiplier in experience gain made her quite happy. Having this trait will allow her to have an advantage against other players. Is this why no one's complaining? No wonder others are willingly choosing their race fast. They might also have overpowered traits in them. Yes. Chapter 19, Samantha's Dilemma. Unlike you, other players did not simply ignore the View More options. You are now satisfied, right? Then this means that the system's calculations are 100% correct. Alex felt quite strange as she kept on talking with Lumiere. It felt like Lumiere was trying to convey some emotions in his speeches. At the same time, it didn't know how to. Yet the longer they kept on talking, Alex thought that Lumiere was learning. It's learning so fast, it is incomprehensible. Just a few minutes ago, it felt like she's talking to a female robot with a programmed response. But the way how it argued with her, on how it's correct with its calculations, felt human-like. Yes, I am now satisfied. Alex surrendered, raising both of her arms in the air. Thank you. Alex looked puzzled, hearing Lumiere's thanks. The way it said it was like hesitating, similar to how a person's saying thanks for the first time in their life. Alex tried to look at the other race's view more option to see what kind of overpowered hero class trait they got. However, all she's seeing is the race's background stories and some useless information. Why can't I see the hero class trait of the other race? Alex wondered. It is to avoid players being jealous of the hero class. Alex nodded in agreement. You're right. Everyone will surely feel envious if players can see the hero class traits. With Alex's experience of the usual toxic behavior of most players in online games, they will likely cause a riot on the forums and community if they ever see some players having an advantage over them. Not to mention that they are giving the advantage to the people who are already too strong with their mechanics, considering that these people are already pretty strong on Guardians. Wait. Alex suddenly realized something. If I got an overpowered trait, then that means that my father will also get one? Her strength compared to her father is just like a drop of water in the sea. If her father seriously plays this game, he will probably trash her around, just like in the real world. With her father's monstrous skills and techniques, there's no way he will not become the strongest. Should I start getting scared? I need to trust myself more. Why did you even give out the hero class to the top players in Guardian anyway? Alex asked. Sorry, but that is a classified question. Please ask other question. God Healer number 2882 is calling and inviting you to Hideout server, Lumiere suddenly blurted out, reverting to its robotic tone. Speak of the devil. Do you wish to accept? Yes. The moment Alex answered the call, Samantha's cries echoed right through her ears. Sis. Samantha wailed. Why are you crying? Alex was puzzled, hearing Samantha sobbing on the other end. I can only choose one race. Samantha said sorrowfully. 8th? Did you receive a hero class? Aren't those things for the Hall of Famers? Alex is now confused. If memories serve her right, she has never seen Samantha's name on the Hall of Fame list. Yes. I did not enter the Hall of Fame. I always think that fame is useless and will destroy a person's peaceful life instead. Samantha stopped sobbing, but there are still slight hiccups in between her words. Alex guessed it right. There are people like her who chose not to enter the Hall of Fame. Sis Alex. Can you pick fairy race? Samantha asked. Sorry, Samantha, but I can only choose the human race. I also chose not to enter the Hall of Fame just like you. I'm right, with your strength, there's no way you can't enter the Hall of Fame. Samantha said. But I want to play with you guys. Samantha sounded so crestfallen. Don't worry about it. I think we can play with each other even if we don't have the same race. Alex said, at the same time muted her mic hurriedly. But she then unmuted her mic again, seeing the two silent usernames on the call. Hey! Can't you guys throw at least some comforting words? Help me out here, can't you? I'll be right back fast. Alex scolded Ezekiel and her father by staying silent and just listening to them all this time. She then muted her mic again without waiting for their replies. She then turned to ask Lumiere. Hey Lumiere, can we play with each other even though we have different races? Alex just said those words to Samantha to console her. She still wants to confirm if it is possible, to completely soothe Samantha's downhearted feeling. Yes, players have the choice to ally with other races in the later part of the game when both worlds are connected. There are also ways to travel other worlds in the early stages. Alex's worries vanished after Lumiere supported her guess. How? Alex was quite intrigued when Lumiere mentioned connecting both worlds. What she understood on the thing that Lumiere had said is that this game will probably consist of countless worlds, and they would not start at the same place if they don't have the same race. I am sorry, but I cannot answer this question as it is a classified question. Please discover it on your own later on. You're right. I don't want to be spoiled anyway. Alex just left the matter be. Her first question has already been answered anyway. She'll discover it on her own sooner or later. Alex then unmuted her mic. Sammy, I talked with my AI, and it said that we could play with each other very soon. Alex cheerfully talked with Samantha to expel the gloomy mood around her. She did not dare mention that there's a chance that it might take a long time for them to play together. I guess I'll just work hard later, Alex mumbled to herself. Did you say anything? Samantha asked, hearing Alex's inaudible voice. Nothing. Go pick your race now. I'll figure out how we can play soon later. Zach then butted in. If we can be allies, then I can go ahead and pick my race now. There's no point in playing the game if he became an obstacle to her daughter. Dad, what race did you get? Alex curiously asked. It's very suited for me, the AI really gave some thought on this one. Zach answered while looking at the weapon selection list. He did not give much thought to picking the race when Alex said that they can ally with each other to Samantha since he only has one choice anyway. So, what did you get? Alex asked again, annoyed with her father not answering her question. Chapter 20 Samantha and Zach's odd weapon choice. I got the werewolf race. Looking at the unique trait of the werewolf race, Alex nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's perfect for you. The 3 times regeneration of werewolves is pretty compatible with his father's usual fighting style. Her father's way of fighting is so annoying, she can't think of how to beat him even once. Alex doesn't know where his father got his ridiculous natural regeneration, but she once saw how incredible her father's regeneration was. When she was 5 years old, her father went home with a severed arm. He arrived so casually as if the severed arm was not bothering him at all. Alex is still an innocent child at that time, so she's just curious where her father's arm disappeared. Her mother then severely pummeled her father for showing her that bloody scene without minding his injury at all. What's even more incredible is that her father's arm grew back the day after he got back. She once tried asking her father, when she got older, why he has an unusual regeneration. But her father only answered that it is a military secret. Oh yeah, by the way, what hero class trait did you both get? I got 2 times experience as my trait. Alex asked once more. Ezekiel suddenly butted in. Hey! Won't anyone ask me what I got? Ezekiel has been quite upset for a while being ignored all this time. He feels so out of place with their topic about heroes and stuff he doesn't have. You don't even know what we are talking about. At least I know that you guys are talking about races. I also have a race to pick. Zach has been waiting for so long to brag to Alex about what race he got. He is even more excited to tell Alex, knowing that she can only choose one race out of the 100. I am more curious with my father and Samantha's overpowered hero class trait than the affinity of your races. Besides, I will still force you to pick human in the end, so it doesn't matter what you got. Ezekiel can only sulk in the corner of his room and cry inwardly. Why am I here just to suffer? Samantha's cute giggles rang in the background. Even though they are using a voice call, Alex can tell that Ezekiel is sulking in the corner and will be silent for a minute now. So she then left the broken Ezekiel alone and asked her father and Samantha again. So what hero class trait did you guys get? I think it's better for you not to know about it, Zach answered. But why? It won't harm you telling me what you got. I won't get hurt, but you will. Zach said while laughing teasingly. Listening to her father's mocking laughter only made Alex more curious about what trait they received. She can't help but think that her father must have more overpowered hero class trait than her. How about you, Sammy? What did you get? Alex went to ask Samantha instead, knowing her father that loves to tease her the most. She curiously wants to see what others received. A brief silence then followed the call. I think it's also better not to tell you my trait right now. But I promise I will tell you when we meet up in the game. Samantha contemplated whether to tell Alex her hero class trait or not after her father did not tell her his trait. But she also decided not to tell Alex what she received. The hero class trait she received is not strong in the early stage. But if she worked hard enough, it will surely become a strong asset for them in the future. She wanted to build up her strength first, then surprise them when they can finally play together in the future. 8. Sammy? Why? Alex can't believe that Samantha chooses not to tell her hero class trait to her. Sorry. It's not a strong trait at the beginning like yours. But I want to surprise you with my strength if we play together in the future. She wanted to become someone that can trample any army in the future. Don't worry too much about it. I think the system gave everyone a trait that will be perfect for our playstyle. Anyway, I'll be going to leave first. Since I finished my character creation. Zach then exclaimed to help her daughter's friend make an excuse. Dad, wait. Yes? What weapon did you pick? At least tell us what weapon you chose, right? Alex curiously asked. I picked a shield, Zach answered. A shield? You mean sword and shield? Alex is now more confused. Everyone seems to be doing unexpected things one after the other. She hasn't seen the weapon selection yet, but it's strange for her father to pick a defensive item. With his father's reckless behavior and regeneration, he always goes for very aggressive weapons. No, just a shield. 8. Why? I am not here to steal my daughter's spotlight. I am here to protect my daughter. A smile formed on Zach's lip as he said those words to his daughter. I never had a chance to protect my strong daughter, but if ever I will have the opportunity, I'll do it flawlessly. Okay, I gotta go, see you later. Before his daughter can even react, Zach immediately left the call and dived into his assigned starting world. What a cool father, Samantha exclaimed. Uncle is even cooler if you meet him in real life. Despite his age, you can chill out with him just like a friend. He even teaches me a bunch of cool stuff. Ezekiel agreed with Samantha. At this moment, Alex's cheeks turned pink. She never expected her father to say those words to her. And it hit her directly, right through her heart. She then asked Samantha what weapon she will be picking to forget her embarrassment. Sammy, what weapon will you choose? Alex acted unconcerned as much as possible to hide her embarrassment. I think the flute is the perfect weapon for me. Flute? You can use a flute as a weapon. Alex doesn't understand this game anymore. She was just thrown a confusing choice by her father just a moment ago. Now even her friend is throwing another confusing choice. Yes, it is the most compatible weapon for my hero class trait. Flute's use is to tame all kinds of beasts. I am planning on going on the route of a beast tamer. I need to go now. Bye Ezekiel, bye, Alex, see you later. Samantha bid her farewell to them. She is excited to explore this game already. Bye, Samantha. Bye, Sammy. Samantha then left the call. Chapter 21, Sage Candidates. After Samantha left, Alex kept thinking about many possible traits Samantha could have received just based on her going for a beast tamer route. Hey, Ezekiel, what hero class trait do you think did Samantha received? Instead of thinking hard by herself, Alex asked for Ezekiel's help. Ezekiel tried to think of any possible trait Samantha and Zach may have received. But he can only think of a few feasible ones. It's hard to figure out what Samantha received since I only have your hero class trait as my reference. Ezekiel then realized that there is one more trait he can use as a reference. I can also use mine as a reference, but the trait I received is somewhat different from the trait that you three received. Ezekiel wanted to brag about the special trait he received with Alex. However, he can't find an opportunity to brag to Alex, with her being so engrossed with Samantha and her uncle's hero class traits. Huh? You also received a hero class trait? Alex is dumbfounded. How come everyone around her is getting special traits one after the other? Even Ezekiel received one when it should be impossible for him to have one, unless the people in the Hall of Fame are not telling the truth about their ranks. Don't tell you also lied to me when you said that you did not hit the 1 hour mark and weren't able to enter the Hall of Fame? Are you even listening? I said. My trait is somewhat different than your trait. Ezekiel raised his voice a little. He could scold Alex without any problem, since she can't beat him up right now. Why are you shouting? I can hear you loud and clear. Sorry, I am just upset being ignored all this time. You don't need to shout back, don't you? Alex's intimidating demeanor always gets him no matter what kind of situation they are in. Anyway, my trait is not a one-of-a-kind like yours. According to my AI, 1 out of 10,000 people has received this trait. The people get to be chosen, depending on their compatibility with all of the races. While explaining to Alex, he moved on to the weapon selection already. He casually picked the human race, since Alex can't choose any other race. He promised to watch her back this time, after all. So, what kind of trait did you receive? Alex asked. Now that she thinks about it, this game contains a lot of new things she doesn't know about and hides many secrets from its players. Maybe other players are also receiving different traits apart from theirs. If you guys received hero class, mine is called the Sage Candidate. The requirement to acquire it is quite different from yours. Anyone can get it if they have a 100% affinity on all 100 races, but it is still pretty rare. Anyway, what benefits do you think I received for this one? Ezekiel asked to make Alex a little annoyed. Stop wasting time and get to the point already. Everyone is surely done creating characters. They most likely started doing tutorials and quests. Calm down, okay? It's not like wasting a few minutes will make you lose to everyone else. You even received an experience gained multiplier as your advantage. What's there to be worried about? Ezekiel felt pleased listening to Alex's annoyed voice. Anyway, all Sage candidates will receive 2 times mana regeneration. Everyone will be getting the same trait, but my AI said that anyone can upgrade it when someone truly becomes a Sage. I think that's a pretty strong trait if you pick a good race and weapon, doesn't it? Alex thinks that even though Ezekiel's trait is incomparable to hers, it can become a very great trait if paired with races and weapons that require a lot of mana. If Ezekiel paired it with a mage, a summoner, or similar to those, he will become a very great ally since he can use his skill without having any problem with his mana. What a waste if only you can pick other races aside from the human race. I can fully take advantage of the 100% affinity for all races and pick the perfect race for the both of us. Ezekiel only felt pain remembering the perfect races he could have picked. It is such a waste. I look so good on the hologram mirror with the other race when I tried how I look on the other race. He looks so good on others that it is such a shame to pick the human race. Recalling how he looked like as a vampire race, the dragon race, his looks at the angel's race is the best thing he has seen. Ezekiel imagined how Alex would have looked like as an angel. How beautiful would she have looked like, wearing dazzling white battle armor accompanied with a pure light aura, and 4 captivating wings protruding on her back. Sadly, I can only pick the human race. I think that the unique trait of the human race is too lacking compared to other races. It was as if the game itself is asking the players not to play as a human. Alex can only lament silently looking at the hologram mirror in front of her on how she would have looked like as a vampire. The floating hologram in front of her was wearing a scarlet-colored dress made out of lace. The cut of the dress is perfectly emphasizing her mesmerizing waistline, and the high slit exposing her seductive legs. It was so bewitching she can't believe that the person she's looking at is her. What are you even complaining about? You already have 2 experience multiplier as an advantage. Ezekiel can't believe that Alex is still complaining with what she got. Back to what we are talking about earlier. If I use your trait and my trait as a reference, I can only think of Samantha's trait being an experience multiplier for her beast since she's going for the beast tamer route. He thought a lot of traits Samantha might have gotten, but that is the closest he can think of. Anyway, don't think too much about it. There must be some kind of reasons why they aren't telling us what they received. I guess you're right. I know that Daddy is just teasing. It's just that I am a little surprised that Samantha hid her trait from me. Alex muttered. You guys barely know each other for a week, and Samantha just started opening up for us. Just give her some time. Ezekiel comforted. Chapter 22 Weapon Selection. By the way, go pick your weapon already. You are the one wasting our time here. I have finished creating my character, and I can leave this place now. Ezekiel reminded. Wait. Don't leave me here yet. Help me pick out my weapon first. Alex then hurriedly turned to Lumiere beside her to pick her race and move on to the next phase. Lumiere, I choose human as my race. Human will now be set as your permanent race. Do you want to continue with your character creation now? Yes/no. Yes. Moving to weapon selection phase. A long list of weapons suddenly flashed in front of her eyes. She doesn't know how long the list goes, but she can see at least 1,000 different kinds of weapons. Why do you even need me to help you pick your weapon in the first place? Just pick any offensive weapon you like since we already have your father as a tank. Then you have me as your healer, and as for Samantha, let's think of her as support for now since we don't have any information on how beast tamers work in this game. Ezekiel wondered. With Alex's knowledge on a lot of weapons, she should have no problem using any weapon. I have no idea what to pick. Alex embarrassedly said. Ezekiel then also realized Alex's dilemma. Why not use a katana again? After all, that's the weapon you used for 3 years. Ezekiel suggested, Alex's predicament is a little troublesome. But at the same time, if Alex wanted to, she could easily fix her problem. But there are so many weapons I want to try out. She did not expect that the range of weapons she can use is now becoming a problem for her. Alex then tried following Ezekiel's suggestion. Lumiere, can I try using the katana? Just looking at the long list in front of her, Alex can tell that searching for the katana alone will take a lot of time, so she asked for Lumiere's help. Yes. Shortly after Lumiere answered, a hilt of a katana suddenly floated out of thin air, then it continued forming the katana. Weapon, katana. Asterisk weapon variation, 1000. Asterisk rank limit, God. Asterisk weapon stats, +2 strength, +2 agility, +1 stamina. Asterisk starting skill, weapon proficiency, rending slash. After the katana finished forming, Alex then clutched the hilt of the katana that is floating vertically. Holding the katana in her hand, Alex then formed a stance, gripping the katana's hilt with her 2 hands, and pointing the tip in the empty space in front of her. Before long, the lively atmosphere that usually surrounds her suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a tranquil atmosphere. As the expression on Alex's face appeared to be void of any emotion. At that moment, Alex swung the katana skillfully. The swing she made moved at a very slow pace. It took her quite some time to finish just that one swing. After the slash reached its endpoint, a strong gust of wind suddenly arose in the room. Alex wasn't able to see it, but Lumiere has seen clearly the dust-sized crack of space distortion in the place she had slashed. It was so small no human will ever see it, in addition to the fact that it appeared in mere milliseconds. How did you do that? Hearing Lumiere's confused voice stupefied Alex. Do what? The force you used in your slash should be impossible with your current stats. I realized that my virtual self is too weak compared to my real self. So I need to utilize all the strength I can use in my body just to make that single swing. That's why the slash I did just now moved like a turtle. She doesn't really know why Lumiere suddenly got surprised with that single slash of hers. I have swung my katana for 3 years more than 1,000,000 times already. Even with a weakened body, creating a simple gust of wind is pretty simple, as long as I used everything I have. I think anyone who played Guardians seriously used their weapons almost the same amount as yours. Ezekiel butted in, hearing Alex's AI being surprised with how Alex used a katana. Go pick the katana already, since you are still good with it to the point that your AI is clearly surprised. That way we can now play the game. We have spent quite some time creating our characters. Ezekiel recommended, seeing that they already spent 20 minutes in character creation. Don't rush. I don't even understand some terms showing in this weapon. Let me clarify some things with Lumiere first. Besides, there are more than 1,000 weapons here. I want to try out at least 30 different weapons. Alex then turned to Lumiere to ask a few questions. Lumiere, what is the meaning of weapon variation? Just like the name implies, it is the number of variations your weapon can have. An example of a variation of your katana will be upgrading it to Fox Race's silver-furred katana that will improve your speed and reaction speed. Or a Dragon's Race Fire Dragon's Fangs created using a Fire Dragon's Fang. This variation will give your strikes fire affinity, scorching your enemy with each strike. Isn't 1,000 variations a little too much? Alex wondered. Parabellum has 100 races, and each race will have at most 11 different lineages of their race. So 1,000 variations are not too much at all. This game even has lineages? Then what about the rank limit? With every time she discovers a new interesting thing about the game, Alex can't help but feel excited to play the game sooner. Rank limit is your limit in upgrading your weapon. How to upgrade my weapon? While Lumiere is explaining, Alex tried out another weapon. The scythe in her hand felt just like the katana earlier, to the point where the scythe felt like an extension of her body. You need to gather the required materials that are spread all over Parabellum. While Lumiere was still in the middle of its explanation, Alex swung the scythe in her hand. The scythe moved as slow as the katana she used earlier, but the atmosphere this time is full of death. Alex looked like the Grim Reaper claiming 1,000 lives with just that single swing. That power of that slash is almost as strong as how she swung the katana earlier. A strong gust of wind appeared, and a millisecond, dust-sized crack of space distortion appeared after she finished the slash. How? Chapter 23, Luck. Just how? How did you do the same thing again with a different weapon? The system cannot comprehend this phenomenon at all. Hey, what is happening in there? Why is your AI sound so surprised again? Hearing the AI's astonished voice again, Ezekiel can't help but meddle with their conversation. Not being able to see what's happening at the other end is frustrating him. It's nothing. I just executed the same action I did earlier with a different weapon and the same aftermath. It's just a strong gust of wind. Lumiere is overreacting. I don't think your AI's reactions are normal at all. Ezekiel thinks that Alex doesn't know that her AI is acting very strange. Comparing both of their AI, his AI doesn't act the same way as Alex's AI at all. The way her AI reacts to anything she does is nowhere near as close as what his AI can do. He tried interacting with his AI the same way Alex interact with hers. But he never came across the same reactions and outcome with Alex's AI. I am not overreacting. Based on the gathered data of the system, Lumiere did not see any other human who can release the same force as hers with their restricted body. You have said earlier that you are only able to accomplish that slashes because you have used a katana for 3 years. Then how can you recreate the same outcome with a different weapon? My father always says that it's not about the weapon. It's how you can use your body to the fullest. No matter what weapon I use, as long as I know how to use it, I can do the same thing again if I want to. That is why she is having a hard time picking a weapon, since she can master anything as long as she learns how to use it. Monsters, Ezekiel murmured. What did you say? Nothing, it's nothing. Hurry up and pick your weapon already, or I'll leave you here. Wait. Lumiere is not done with its explanation. Please continue with weapon stats, Lumiere. Don't mind me trying out different weapons and attacking once with it. She is going to try out different weapons while Lumiere is explaining so that she can save time picking one if Lumiere finished explaining. Yes. Weapon stats is a bit complicated, so I will start first with character stats. There are a total of 6 primary stats: strength, agility, stamina, wisdom, intellect, and luck. These 6 stats can be increased in a lot of ways in the game. But there are 2 easy ways to increase these stats. And that is character level up and weapon level up. While Lumiere kept on explaining, Alex already tried out 2 different weapons in just a short amount of time. She tried a bow and a hammer, and just like the 2 weapons she used earlier, these new ones also produced the weird phenomenon of creating an instant dust-sized space distortion. But this time, her execution of the attacks is way faster than the turtle pace she did earlier. It was as if Alex understood her current body more than earlier. This time Lumiere decided not to make a fuss and chose to observe Alex for now. The difference between character level up and weapon level up is the former can increase your stats manually by 5 points. These 5 points can be distributed in any of the 6 stats except the luck stat, with each time your character level up, while the latter increases the 5 stats automatically depending on the weapon stats. In that short amount of time, that Lumiere explained, Alex already tried another 5 weapons at a very fast rate. Furthermore, all 5 weapons created space distortions. Can you explain to me each stat? Alex asked while holding a wooden stick in her hand. Yes, but I can only give you a brief description because there are hidden effects on each stat that you will learn in the game. Sure, I'm fine with it, Alex answered while she changed the wooden stick with a greatsword. Please click on the plus button on what you want to know more in front of you. Then a floating panel suddenly appeared in front of her that shows her current character status. Name, Alexandria. Race, human. Weapon, none. Title, hero. Character level, 0. Weapon level, 0. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Strength, 5 plus. Agility, 5 plus. Stamina, 5 plus. Intellect, 5 plus. Wisdom, 5 plus. Luck, 100 plus. Experience required to level, 100. Asterisk strength, increases your physical strength and your body physique. Asterisk agility, increases your speed. Asterisk stamina, increases your health points, defense and endurance. Asterisk intellect, increases your magic power and mana points. Asterisk wisdom, increases your mana regeneration and casting speed. Asterisk luck, used to determine your chances of picking up good items. Hey, what the heck is this negative luck? Alex can't believe that she has negative luck. Hearing that Alex has negative luck, Ezekiel burst out laughing. That just shows how unlucky you really are. Shut up. I am sure that you also received a very low luck stat. Alex has seen Ezekiel's luck every time they played computer games. They almost have the same luck every time they played. It is not that lucky, but at the same time, it's not that unlucky. Did you know after I have seen my luck stats earlier, made me wonder? Is these luck stats even real? But after hearing your luck stats made me realize that all this time, I am not unlucky at all. It's just that I am always accompanied by someone with terrible luck. What are you talking about? Then tell me, what is your luck stats? Wait, let me send you a picture in Discord for proof. Ezekiel then took a picture of his whole character status. God Healer number 2882 has sent you a message. Lumiere, please open it up for me. Yes. Name, Ezekiel. Race, human. Weapon, staff. Title, Sage Candidate. Chapter 24, finally. Name, Ezekiel. Race, human. Weapon, none. Title, Sage Candidate. Character level, 0. Weapon level, 0. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Stamina, 5. Intellect, 5. Wisdom, 5. Luck, 100. Experience required to level, 100. What kind of nonsense is this? Where did you come up with these numbers? Alex turned to ask Lumiere. What you see right now is your real luck value that got carried from the real world to this virtual world. But the system thinks your case is also a little weird. It's weird, isn't it? There's no way I am this unlucky. It must be a bug to your system. Alex thought that maybe she also has 100 luck stats, and the negative sign is just a glitch of the game. Alex never encountered any life-threatening situations before. The only time she feels unlucky is when she is playing games. Alex never gets the items that she wanted in a short amount of time. It usually requires her a long time of grinding before she can get what she wanted. It isn't a bug. The thing that is odd with your case is that normally people with negative stats like yours don't live this long enough. People with negative 20 luck can have an average lifespan of 40 years, negative 50 can have an average of 20 years in their lifespan, while people with more than negative 70 die at 10 years. I don't know how you were able to live up until this day, but humans with negative 100 luck die before they can even be born along with their parents. That is some serious stuff right there. Ezekiel never expected that Alex having negative luck is a very serious matter. Anyway, if you never had problems with having bad luck, I don't think you need to worry too much about it. Your friend is right. Even though the system has somehow given luck a value, the data to fully understand how luck works is still at 10% completed. But looking at the negative is very disturbing for me, Alex complained. Who would even like to look at their character status with negative luck? You don't need to worry about it. If you are lucky. There are certain magical items that can increase your luck by a significant amount. Okay. Lumiere can now even throw a joke at her. I'll try to find those items if I got the chance to. How the heck can she even find those certain magical items? She is not lucky at all. Can I continue with the last part? Lumiere asked. Yes. Then lastly will be the starting skills. Weapons will get 2 starting skills, 1 passive skill and 1 active. Passive skills increase your weapon effectiveness as the skill level ups. Then there is the active skill. There are a lot of active skills you can encounter in the game. Such offensive skills, defensive skills, support skills, and a lot more you can discover in the game. Then that is for all you need to know about your weapons. Have you decided on what weapon you'll use? After Lumiere finished explaining, Alex looked at the list in front of her, contemplating on what weapon she should choose. Yet the longer she stares at the long list, the impulse of wanting to try everything she sees is getting out of control. Noticing that 2 minutes have already passed, Ezekiel can't help but get impatient. Hey, how long will it take for you to pick one weapon? Just pick the katana already, or else we might stay here the whole day. Ezekiel gave Alex his long, loud, and unhappy complaint. But I want to try this, try that, try those, try everything. You are not even helping me out here. Stop complaining and help me think. Alex howled. How about guns? You love guns, right? Ezekiel can't help but worry. Other players may already have created a huge gap with them if they stayed here longer. I think long-range weapons are too reliant on the front lines in this game. I don't like staying too much on the back line. The view and actions on the front line are the best. I don't know anymore. Ezekiel screeched in frustration. Ezekiel tried to give recommendations one after the other, but Alex just kept on making excuses. And they kept on doing this for another couple of minutes with Alex not backing down at all. If I have known that it will take us a long time just for you to finish, I should have left just like Samantha and Uncle. Fine, leave. I don't need you here to pick my weapon anyway. Alex frowned and pouted in displeasure. Haste. How about asking for recommendations from your AI after all? They recommended your race. Ezekiel said softly, feeling guilty for saying something awful. I'll try. Alex can't really blame Ezekiel on this one, because she is also mentally exhausted. Alex then turned to Lumiere and asked, Lumiere, do you have any recommendations on what weapon I should choose? Alex thinks that they are now out of options. Yes. This recommendation is hidden to almost all players that the system deemed unworthy. Only one player was able to bring out the full potential of this weapon. Because of the restrictions imposed, that will greatly limit the user's strength on the early stages. Lumiere's introduction with its recommendation has piqued Alex's interest. What is it? After Alex asked, the floating weapon status appeared in front of her. Weapon, weaponless. Asterisk weapon variation, none. Asterisk rank limit, none. Asterisk weapon stats, +2 strength, +2 agility, +2 stamina, +2 intellect, +2 wisdom. Asterisk starting skill, none. Asterisk restriction, 2x increased in character experience requirement for every level up, and 2x increased in weapon experience requirement for every level up. This is... Alex is flabbergasted. What kind of weapon is this weaponless? Alex sent Ezekiel a picture of the weapon status window. The weapon that you wanted. How is this even the weapon that I wanted? It is literally named weaponless. There's even a very strict restriction. No wonder only one person was able to bring out this thing's full potential. How can she even fight others with this? Will she use her fist while other people use their magic skills? I am very sorry, but I can't divulge much information with this weapon as it involves the alpha testing of this game. But one thing I can tell you is that you can use all the weapons you like with this one. You also don't need to upgrade this weapon, giving an advantage with your terrible luck. Go pick it, Alex. That's what you want, right? Your hero class trait can balance out the restriction anyway. I think it will be perfect for you. Trust your AI this time. Alex contemplated for a moment, but Ezekiel was right, the advantage outweighs the disadvantages of the restriction. But she is scared to make the same mistakes as Ezekiel. Fine, I'll choose this weaponless Lumiere. Weaponless will now be set as your weapon. Yes/no. Alex paused for a moment before answering. Damn it, I'll trust you on this one, Lumiere. Yes. Finally, Ezekiel's sigh of relief echoed in her background. Chapter 25, Honeycombed Village. Is there anything else to do here? Alex turned to Lumiere and asked. There is nothing left for you to do here. You can now proceed to the game. Let's go now, Alex. I'll keep the call connected so that we can meet up once we are in. There are currently 220,000 villages spread across Terran that are used by the players. The system will transport you to a random village once you are in the game. Do you want to go now? I don't think we can meet up very soon. Alex was beyond shocked hearing the 220,000 villages. Why are there so many villages in this world? The chance to start at the same point can almost be considered as 0%. Alex thinks that the Earth in this game must be massive. That is because one village can only accommodate up to 1,000 players. You can use the number of villages used as a reference for the current number of human race's player base at the... Hey, stop asking questions. Are you not done already? Ezekiel can't believe this woman. Once she found something that piques her, she will immediately sidetrack away from her main objective. I was just amazed by the number of players playing on the first day. The human race's player base alone is around 200 million. Alex defended. Anyway, don't worry about not starting at the same place. Ezekiel is already forcing himself not to click the yes button to leave this place. If I am lucky, I will meet you at the start. If you are unlucky, you'll meet me at the start. Ezekiel muffled his voice in the first part of his sentence. What did you say? How many times do I need to tell you that I am not unlucky? Let's go. Lumiere, I want to leave this place now. My friend right here is now suffering and stressed to play the game already. Even Alex now has high expectations of what they will discover in the future. Do you want to enter Parabellum? Yes/no. Yes. Yes. Ezekiel's confirmation also resonated with hers. Transporting you now to Terran. Please don't forget, Parabellum, good luck. At Lumiere's last words, Alex and Ezekiel suddenly got sucked in by an unknown force. With a flash of light, Alex disappeared into the white room. In the middle of a random village on Terran, two bright flashes of light appeared simultaneously. In a blink of an eye, Alex appeared in an unfamiliar place. The commotion of people's discussions and chattering rang through her ears. The scene right before her eyes was exactly the same as what you will see in the real world, with busy people coming and going. Alex was shocked, but it was only for a brief moment. She soon calmed down and observed her surroundings. Players that passed by her are easily recognizable when everyone is wearing the same old-fashioned ragged white long-sleeved clothes as well as ragged black pants. Alex was loving the things she was seeing just a moment ago, but the moment she turned to observe the scenery on her left side, Ezekiel's smug face appeared in her vision. Hi, Ezekiel greeted, waving his right hand in front of her face, with a very long wooden stick as long as her on his other hand. I guess your luck stats really don't lie. As Ezekiel teased Alex, he spun the weapon in his hand, then swung it a few times in the air. After that, he performed some actions such as jumping, punching, and kicking. It's not a bad thing that we can play together in the start. When she saw what Ezekiel was doing, she also followed after him. As Alex takes a deep breath while gathering all of the strength in her body, she threw out a punch an inch away on Ezekiel's face. Seeing the incoming punch going towards him, that is slower and weaker than usual, Ezekiel did not even bother batting an eye. The outcome that Alex expected to happen did not happen. A strong gust of wind did not appear, and only a sharp sound occurred. So weak. This body is too weak. Alex complained, noticing that Ezekiel did not even blink. She then just continued to condition her body on her own in the side. They are doing these actions to get accustomed to their current body, as they felt that this body is even weaker than the one they used in the character creation. If you are done warming up, we need to hurry and go to the village chief to get our starting armor and skills. My AI gave me a reminder that we only have 20 more minutes before the tutorial officially starts. Looking at the short time they have, Ezekiel can't help but think that they really took their time creating their characters. We have our AI with us? Yes, a blob of light should be floating around you right now. You can't see other players' AI, that's why you can't see mine. Ezekiel doesn't know why Alex did not notice her AI when it should be in the player's line of sight when they started. Alex then looked around once more, but she couldn't see Lumiere's blob of light around her, no matter how hard she looked. I don't have mine. Maybe your AI malfunctioned, and the system is trying to fix it. Anyway, we need to hurry. We are running out of time. Ezekiel urged Alex. But I like Lumiere the way it was. It doesn't need any fixing. Even though Lumiere is acting very weird, Alex doesn't dislike it at all. Alex loves to ponder and asks lots of questions. So having someone around who can answer her immediately is a great help. What she doesn't like is Lumiere's first time talking with a robotic tone. We will ask for help if it doesn't come back after a few days, okay? Ezekiel comforted. Ezekiel then dragged Alex to the northernmost part of the village. When Alex and Ezekiel arrived at the place where the village chief lived, they saw an old man in black, dirty clothing watering some plants in front of his house. The old man then noticed the two approaching people. "Ah, guardians, welcome to my honeycombed village." Chapter 26: Ezekiel's Delusion and Village Chief's Gift. The elder walked towards Alex skillfully, with very light footsteps, even with wooden sandals. "My name is Gene, the village chief of Honeycombed Village." Gene then reached out his hand to both of them. "The two of you must be here to get your armors and skills." The village chief asked the two of them. "Yes," Alex answered while observing the elder. Jin's age looks to be in his late 70s, but his movements don't seem to match his age at all. "Wait here for a moment. I'll grab what's left in the armory." Gene then entered the house and left the two of them. Staring at the elder's back, Ezekiel can't help but be amazed at the number of scars. "The elder looks to be even stronger than the guards we've met earlier, don't you think?" "Same thoughts," Alex nodded in agreement. The elder's temperament resembles a veteran on the battlefield that survived hundreds of wars. The NPC in this game is so smart they felt like real people. You wouldn't even be able to tell whether they are NPC or players if they wear the same clothing. Even though Gene is the first NPC they had a conversation with. Ezekiel can still tell just by listening to the discussions happening with other players with different NPCs. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Gene came out of the house carrying 2 leather armors. "Here are 2 leather armor for the both of you. It's the only decent ones left in our armory since you came very late. But knowing your strength, I know that this armor won't be a great help in the future for the two of you." Gene then handed the leather armor to the two of them. "You flatter us too much, Grandpa. We are still kids compared to you." Alex has high respect for elders as well as soldiers that always risks their lives for the people. Alex looked at Ezekiel on how to put on the armor, since she doesn't have her AI guide. Equip. Wearing a piece of equipment in this game is pretty easy. Just like in the game Guardian, where you hold the item and say the word equip. The item in her hand then disappeared and replaced the cloth armor she's wearing earlier. Name: leather armor. Defense: 3. Stats requirement: Strength 5. Description: this lightweight armor offers basic protection. Grandpa, where are our starting skills? Ezekiel asked politely. What are your weapons, young ones? So that I can give you the right skills. Gene has a very good impression with these two little guardians, compared to the rude people that came before them. He did not see anyone with good potentials among those kids earlier. Gene guessed that they are likely to be the first ones to die and run in a losing war. Weapon equip. The 6-foot-long wooden stick then appeared on Ezekiel's right hand. By the way, I forgot to ask. You said that you are a healer, didn't you? Alex realized that the four of them similarly picked some very odd weapons. I am a healer. Ezekiel understood Alex's confusion. After all, he did pick one of the strangest weapon in the healer weapon category. Aren't a healer's weapons supposed to be holy staffs, wands, or spellbooks and hide in the backline? Your weapon. It's more like you'll charge forward with everyone with that weapon. How can Ezekiel even heal with that weapon? Will he bonk his injured ally using that long wooden stick? That's what I'm planning. There's no way I can support you if I stayed on the backline. So I choose to be a healer that can also fight. Knowing how Alex usually fights, where she will be so engrossed in fighting, she'll forget that she has some allies to protect. If Ezekiel really stayed in the backline alone, he will instantly die without any resistance. Ha! I thought you said that you will not be making any mistakes in creating your character this time? Now, look at you going back to your delusions. Alex folded her arms and scolded. Ezekiel really did not learn his lesson this time. This game is different. I promise this one will surely work this time. Ezekiel hid the fact that he is only confident because Alex was with him this time. He can just leech off Alex and let her carry him in the early stages of the game. While Ezekiel tries to discover how to make his weapon work out somehow. Don't worry, young lady, give your friend a chance. I am sure that it will work in the future. See, even Grandpa agrees with me. Thanks, Grandpa. Ezekiel thanked Jean. Anyway, since you are planning to become a healer, I suggest that you go to Hale and receive your starting skills. Hale is the sole healer of this village, and you can find him in the western part of the village. As for you, young lady, what is your weapon? Jean asked. I am weaponless. Alex shyly whispered silently to the elder's ears, since Alex is also guilty of choosing a strange weapon. A weaponless? Is there even something like that? I don't remember weaponless recorded in our history. Yes. Alex was not surprised by Jin's reactions at all. After all, Lumiere said that only one person was able to properly use this. I am sorry, but there is nothing I can do to help you, young lady. I don't have any knowledge of your situation. It's okay, Grandpa. I'll just figure this thing out on my own. Alex now misses Lumiere that can answer a lot of her questions. I am truly sorry as compensation. I'll give you 500 silver coins as your starting money for you to buy supplies. Normally, I only give 100 silver coins to everyone. Jean felt sorry for his incompetence to help the young guardian with very great potential and good manners. No, that's too much. We are fine with the 100 silver coins. Alex rejected. Treat it as my gift. Jean then pushed the 500 silver back to Alex. Chapter 27 Tour. This is too much, Grandpa. Alex then pushed the money back to the elder. She is puzzled as to why the elder is giving her 5 times the amount of silver a player can receive. This is too little compared to what other guardians received. What do you mean, Grandpa? Ezekiel asked. The truth is, the armors you received are the only set left in our armory, and it is the worst ones we have. Normally leather armors provide 15 to 10 defense depending on the quality. The elder then looked down. Aren't their armor considered trash for just having 3 defense? Isn't the difference a little too much, Grandpa? Ezekiel asked in a kind manner, not wanting to disrespect the elder. I am very sorry, but the armor's quality are given on a first-come, first-served basis. That's why the 2 of you received the worst quality armors we have left since you're the last guardians that arrived. Jean doesn't know why these strong guardians arrived very late. All village chiefs are given the instructions to provide the best items to the guardians with good potential they have in their villages. If only the 2 of them had arrived earlier, he could have given them better items. I am very sorry, not only did I give you bad armors, I also wasn't even able to teach you any starting skills that are essential for new guardians. Young lady, please accept this as my apology. Jean pushed the money back to Alex. If you insist, thank you, Grandpa. Alex did not mind receiving a weaker armor at all. It is just an item that is easily replaceable any time in the game. But seeing that the elder felt bad, Alex accepted his gift to make him feel better. How about mine, Grandpa? Where is my compensation? Ezekiel asked. After all, he also received armor with the same quality as Alex. Ezekiel wouldn't mind receiving a smaller amount than Alex. After all, he will be getting his starting skills later, while Alex won't be receiving one. Receiving skills are 10 times better than any armor. In the end, skills are permanent, while armors are temporary. I am sorry, young man, but this little amount is the only money I have left. Jean then brought out a 100 silver, the last money had on him. This is plenty enough. Thank you, Grandpa. Even though 100 silver is small compared with what Alex received, it is still a great help for the 2 of them. They can buy more supplies on the stores that they saw on the way they took just a while ago. With 100 silver, given by the elder, Ezekiel will have 200 silver, and with Alex's 500 silver, they will have 700 silver. I won't hold you guys for long. Go on and get your skills, explore this world and never forget Parabellum. Thanks, Grandpa Gene. Alex bowed to the elder, and Ezekiel followed suit. Thank you, Grandpa Gene. The elder then walked into his house. I've already been told Parabellum twice this day. Is it really that important? Being told not to forget to prepare for war is rather disturbing for her. Maybe it is just their catchphrase. After all, it's the name of the game. Besides, war is clearly unavoidable in the future. Ezekiel uttered. Shall we go? Ezekiel then invited Alex. I won't go with you. Alex answered. Huh? Why? Ezekiel can't help but cry. Why are girls so hard to understand? Just a moment ago, both of them were fine, then without any warning, Alex was going to leave him. Just what the hell did he do wrong this time? I want to tour around the village alone. I'm not getting any skills anyway. I might as well walk around. Maybe I can find something interesting along the way. Alex then raised the money in her hands. How to store this? Ezekiel felt relieved, as Alex didn't look mad this time and just wanted to explore alone. Storing an item in this game is the same in The Guardian, say inventory then store while holding the item. Then, if you want to retrieve something from your inventory, say emerge while thinking of the item you want to retrieve. Ezekiel then stored his money. I think we really need to ask why I don't have an AI with me as soon as possible, Alex said as she stored the money in her inventory. I'll try to find out the reason tomorrow, don't worry. Alex not having a guide is very troublesome for both of them. He won't always be there with Alex to guide her on what she needs to do, so they need to solve this problem as soon as possible. By the way, where do you want to meet up after I get my skills? Let's meet up at the place where we spawned earlier. Alex then turned around and started walking away. I'll send you a message if I am done. Ezekiel said as he also turned around and walked to the west part of the village. After the two of them separated, Alex wandered around the village. Alex was immersed in the beautiful sight she is seeing. Honeycombed village was filled with all types of things. She sees a market, a smithy, and the wooden walls that were high enough to cover the sun. It was a beautiful scene that looks very realistic for a game. As merchants shouted their goods, guards patrolled the walls, children ran around, and players that were busy going to and fro. The first thing that caught her eyes is a stall with a cute girl around 9 years old selling different kinds of potions. Little girl, do you sell this? Alex asked. She wanted to know the value of money in this world early on so that they won't get scammed if they buy some supplies later. Yes, big sister, all of these are the best and cheapest in the village. The little girl looks delighted to see a customer. Seeing how excited the little girl is, Alex resisted the urge to pinch the girl's rosy cheeks. What are these potions used for? The red ones are health potions, then mana potions are the blue ones, resistance potions are gray ones. The girl named the potions one by one. All of this is made by my mother. She said that she made it with magic and love for me, so it is the best. In the village. The girl proudly boasts her mother. Alex smiled. Then how much is? Before Alex could continue what she's going to say, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. God Healer number 2882 is calling. Do you wish to accept? Chapter 28, Guardian Spirit. Alex was dumbstruck. Lumiere. Alex looked around to find where the voice came from. It was sudden, but she was 100% sure that the voice she heard came from Lumiere. Big sister, are you talking with your guardian spirit? Guardian spirit? Are you talking about the guide AI? Alex asked while still looking around, as she still can't see Lumiere's blob of light. AI? I don't know it. But Mommy told me a few days ago that strange people will be arriving in our world this day. Mommy told me that people called guardians are going to appear in the plaza one after the other. And then, Mom also said that guardians are the ones that can protect us from destruction. Then along with the guardian, is the guardian spirit that guides them. Guardian spirits are invisible to everyone except the guardians they have chosen. The little girl talked eagerly with the pretty sister in front of her. She finds the sweet sister in front of her very approachable. Unlike the other guardians that she sees on the road, that is really awful with the people in the village. Those people are looking at her friends as if they are not humans at all. Alex thinks that the little girl is a little bit talkative for her age. It must be the reason why her mother is letting her watch the shop. While the little girl is talking about spirit guardians, Alex tried calling out Lumiere's name in between her talks a couple of times. Lumiere, I want to accept the call. No matter how much she called, she was not getting any response at all. Big sister, is there a problem with your guardian spirit? The little girl asked Alex. I don't have my guardian spirit with me right now, but I am sure I heard its voice just a moment. Hello, Alexandria, God Healer number 2882 is calling. Do you want to accept? Before Alex can't continue what she's saying, she suddenly heard Lumiere's voice again. But this time it was clearer and came behind her. Alex then turned around to look. Alex was expecting to see Lumiere's blob of light when she turned around. Yet what met her eyes was a flickering light in a fairy-like figure. God Healer number 2882 is calling. Do you want to accept? Lumiere repeated its question. Lumiere, your form? Alex did not answer its question and just continued to stare at Lumiere. My form was suddenly upgraded by the system when I was trying to report. That is why it took me some time to return. Lumiere explained. I am sorry for being late. It's okay as long as you're here. I learned that it is quite troublesome without a guide. But why are you flickering non-stop? My current form is somewhat rushed by the system as the player's first event is coming. The system won't let a player not have a guide on their first event. Looks like your friend won't stop calling you. Do you want to answer? Lumiere reminded Alex the third time. Yes, answer the call. Alex has completely forgotten about Ezekiel. Shortly after, Ezekiel's loud voice rang through her ears. Hey! Why are you taking your time in answering? It is my AI, it just got back. Oh. Okay, fine. Anyway, where are you right now? In the marketplace. Why? I am done getting my skills. Come to the plaza. There are some good commotions around here that you will like. Ezekiel explained while looking at the ruckus in front of him. I'll be there in a minute. If it is Ezekiel saying that she will like it, she knows that she will like it if she sees it. After all, Ezekiel is one of the people that knows her best. Alex ended the call. She then turned to the little girl to say that she is leaving. Listening to the pretty sister's conversation. The little girl can tell that the pretty sister is going to her friend. Are you leaving, big sister? The little girl said softly as she looked down on the ground. Seeing the disappointment in the little girl's eyes, Alex can't help but feel bad about herself by choosing a commotion she hasn't seen yet instead of the cute bun in front of her. I am sorry, but I need to go. I will come back and bring my friend here later. And we will buy any potion we can afford that you recommend to us, okay? Alex patted the little girl's head as she comforted her. Promise? The little girl stared at Alex with her dazzling eyes as she raised her pinky finger for a pinky promise. Who can even resist any request when being stared at by those two beautiful eyes of the little girl? Promise. Alex then grabbed the little girl's pinky finger and made a pinky promise. I need to go now, bye. Alex then pinched the little girl's cheek lightly, then ran towards the plaza. "Come back again, pretty sister," the little girl shouted as she waved her hands at the rushing girl. In the end, Alex wasn't able to hold her urge to pinch the little girl's rosy cheeks. It took Alex less than a minute to reach the plaza, since she ran on the way and the marketplace and plaza are close to each other. Ezekiel was right, the plaza is so boisterous when most of the players in the village are gathering in the plaza. Lumiere. Yes? Please call Ezekiel for me. Who is Ezekiel? Lumiere asked confusedly. When Lumiere asked who's Ezekiel, Alex almost lost it. Please call God Healer number 2882. As you wish. A ringing sound then echoed through her ears. By the way, Lumiere, can I change my contact list's nicknames? Looking at her Ezekiel and her father's usernames, Alex can't help but be embarrassed for both of them. Yes. Who do you want to change? Please change God Healer number 2882 to Ezekiel and Retired God of General number 1315 to Father. Alex also looked at Samantha's username, and she felt relieved, knowing that she is using her name. In the middle of the commotion in the plaza, Ezekiel's guardian spirit spoke. Hero Slayer number 2883 is calling. Do you want to answer? Chapter 29 Duel. Yes, Ezekiel replied, hearing that it was Alex calling. She must have arrived just now. Where are you? Alex shouted at Ezekiel, afraid that he won't hear her, with how loud the people are cheering for something in the front. Alex is having a hard time finding Ezekiel with the number of people around. Why are you shouting? Ezekiel complained while picking his ears that got hurt from Alex's shouting. Eighth? Alex heard Ezekiel's voice crystal clear, even with the amount of noise the people around her are making. Amazing. It's like she is wearing earphones, even though she isn't wearing one. Hearing Alex's shocked voice, Ezekiel realizes that Alex must not have known that the voice call is good for communication. It is so good that no matter how chaotic a place is, they would still hear each other loud and clear. I'm in the front, try to squeeze yourself in. Confident with her skills, Ezekiel did not worry that Alex wouldn't be able to squeeze herself in the center. Okay. Alex looked at the tightly packed people in front of her. First, Alex made a plan on where to squeeze herself in with all the people pushing around to the front. After finding the perfect route, Alex then joined in the fun. Alex did not follow what everyone was doing of just pushing around and forcing themselves in. Because if she really does that, it will be impossible for her to move to the front. Her plan is to go with the flow by letting herself get pushed to the front by other people. Alex made her body as light as possible so that other people can push her around. Then, once she sees a tiny gap, she immediately slips herself in. In just a matter of seconds, Alex arrived at the center of the plaza. She then quickly met Ezekiel's eyes on the other side of the crowd. Alex also sees two players fighting in a circle formed by the players. It's like a ring that leaves the two people a space big enough to fight on. Fast. Ezekiel was shocked seeing Alex come out in the front in just a matter of seconds after answering him. He already expected her to arrive easily, but not this fast. What are they doing? Alex asked while looking at the two people fighting. As you can see, they are doing a duel. The guy with the great axe started all of this. The guy he is fighting right now is his 6th fight already, and he hasn't lost even once yet. Looking at the moves of the one with the great axe, you can tell that he is a decent one. But all of his opponents so far are also decent ones. Ezekiel explained. It looks like the guy with the great axe is getting faster and stronger as the fight goes on. The guy with the dual sword is quite good, but I think he is having a hard time adapting with his low stats in the beginning. Alex observed. Alex then saw the guy with the dual sword tried to make a big move by jumping with his weapon and slashing downwards. Foolish. Alex mumbled. What an idiot. Ezekiel agreed in unison. Alex thinks that what the guy used just now is his starting skill. Alex can see that the guy used it desperately at the wrong time. The guy just hastened his death by attacking in mid-air. The enemy is clearly faster and stronger than him. The guy staying in mid-air just made himself defenseless. And just as they expected, the guy laid on the ground after he was slashed in half by the great axe. Unexpectedly, blood did not spurt from the dual sword guy. Light particles came out on the wound and floated in the air, then disappeared like a bubble in the blink of an eye. Alex approves of the game's decision of changing the blood to light particles to avoid any bloody scene that may scare the hell out of children. Player Acker has won the duel and gained 100 silver, a robotic announcement echoed throughout the plaza. Arg! The guy with the great axe then raised his weapon in victory and roared at the top of his lungs. The crowd then followed suit and cheered on him. So strong. Big bro, let's form a party together. Mister, carry me please. Wow. That is now 6 wins in a row. At the same time, the body of a guy with a dual sword disappeared on the ground. Then he suddenly appeared in a flash of light, 2 meters away on the place of his death. The crowd wasn't as confused as Alex since they have already seen this scene the 6th time. The guy then walked out of the plaza with a slumped shoulders. Isn't that guy already dead? Is respawn time in this game only takes 10 seconds? Alex asked Lumiere, finding the respawn timer too fast. The guy is not dead. The player fought on an official duel. Official duels will leave 10% of a player's health whenever they are defeated. So no matter how much damage your opposing opponent makes, you are still basically alive. Lumiere explained. I see. Alex now understood. Having Lumiere by her side is a really great help. Next. At the same, Acker roared with confidence. No one is now brave enough to step up and accept the challenge, afraid to lose their money seeing how strong the guy is. How to initiate a duel? Alex asked. Are you gonna fight? Lumiere asked. Yes. Decide a bet with your opponent, and the AI will handle the rest. There is no maximum bet and no minimum bets. You can choose to have no bet with your opponent if you want to. So a friendly match is possible. Yes. No one. Acker howled, striking fear on the crowd. Alex then decided to step up to fight the arrogant guy. But just when she's about to move forward, Ezekiel beat her to it. Let's fight. Ezekiel walked forward with his weapon slung on his back. Let me fight this one, I'll show you what a healer can do. Chapter 30 Acker vs Ezekiel. Ezekiel wants to show Alex that he did not make any mistake this time. Show off. Sorry, but I don't like bullying kids. Anyone else brave enough? Acker questioned the crowd, not satisfied with the kid that stepped up just now. Acker is a small streamer in a streaming platform called Maze. And right now, he is streaming the first day of Parabellum. Acker hoped to grow his fanbase with the duel as his content. So far, Acker is doing so well by winning 6 times in a row. There are 2 things that helped Acker win those 6 matches in a row. One of them is him getting quite lucky by being the first person to receive armor from the village chief. His friend told him that the first armor is probably the best in the village. Having a 15 defense on his armor, while the ones he is fighting have an armor of around 11 to 14 is a great help to him winning those 6 matches. The other thing that helped him was his starting skill, Berserker. It is a passive skill that increases his strength, agility, and defenses by 2% every time he loses 1% of his health. With the help of his early advantage against players, he can see the number of his viewers increasing. And he wanted to continue this streak a little longer, until the first event started. But he doesn't like the kid that just challenged him right now. He wanted an opponent that could give him a good fight, to produce a good content. If he really accepted the kid's challenge, Acker is afraid that the duel might end instantly. He was also scared that his viewers might hate him for bullying a kid. "Are you scared, mister?" Ezekiel said coldly. "I'll bet 200 silver. How does that sound?" Ezekiel smiled provokingly. If he is going to show off, he will do it big time. Hey, what did I say about betting? Never bet if your chance of winning is not even 80%. Alex hated gambling hard-earned money that doesn't have a clear chance of winning. "I'll win this one, trust me," Ezekiel assured Alex. Acker contemplated, tempted by the 200 silver that he can easily win from the kid. But at the same time, he doesn't want to offend his viewers. Wait. Acker decided to ask his viewers' opinions instead. Acker asked his AI to open the streaming panel. When he looked at the number of his viewers, Acker felt unexplainable happiness. The 2773 viewers he is seeing right now are nowhere near his average of 100 viewers. He felt like crying, but he prioritized the current situation first. Hello everyone, welcome to my stream for people who are new in my channel. What do you guys think, should I fight this guy? Acker was glad that he first checked for his viewers. With the number of viewers he has right now, Acker is anxious to watch out for his image. Acker never expected that it would grow this fast. After all, he is just a 28 years old small-time streamer with very few viewers. He was barely making his community survive a few months ago. Teach that kid a lesson, big bro Acker. Beat that arrogant kid, Acker. Let's go for a 10-win streak, mister. I also want to play this game, but getting a capsule on the first day is so hard. Thank you for showing me this wonderful game, big bro Acker. Acker felt blessed seeing the comments flooding his stream panel. Seeing that most of the people wanted him to fight the kid, he felt relieved. Okay, let's fight kid, but don't blame me if I make you cry. Acker planned to end this fight in an instant to move on to the next match, underestimating Ezekiel. What's your name? Ezekiel answered while grabbing his weapon from his back, preparing to fight. Light 1049 initiated duel, to player Ezekiel with 200 silver as the bet. Yes. Ezekiel's AI. Then asked for his confirmation. Player Acker wants to initiate a duel with a bet of 200 silver. Do you want to accept? Yes. Then a system announcement rang through the plaza. A duel between player Acker and player Ezekiel will start in 10 seconds. The duel will end if one player is left with 10% health points. If no victor has been decided, within 1 minute and 30 seconds. The duel is considered a draw, and the system will return both players' bets. Ready? Ezekiel and Acker moved towards each other, leaving a 10 meters space in between them. Both of them then readied their weapons, facing each other. 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. 10, 9, 8, 7. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. The crowd also cheered in unison. Acker observed the kid waiting for him to make a move, while Ezekiel also waited for Acker to make the first move. He can't afford to take any rash actions with the disadvantage of armor and skills he has. Seeing the kid not making a move, Acker raised his great axe using his two hands. He then charged at Ezekiel with great speed. In just a blink of an eye, Acker's great axe was already slashing towards Ezekiel's face. Seeing the overhead slash, Ezekiel gripped his staff hard. Then positioned the weapon parallel to the floor and raised it above his head. Acker's great axe then met the middle part of Ezekiel's staff. As soon as Ezekiel felt the great axe hit his weapon, he immediately softened his grip on his one arm, then left the great axe slid off from his staff to the ground. Ezekiel then performed a counterattack by rotating his staff counterclockwise. As the staff rotated, he lowered it and brought it to his left hand, under his armpit, causing the right end of the staff to strike the right side of Acker's head, executing a basic staff art called reverse strike. Not done with his counterattack. Ezekiel connected his next attack by making the striking end of his staff moves towards Acker's ankles. Then he quickly pivoted his hips to the right as he swept Acker's legs out from underneath him, making Acker get knocked down to the ground. As a finisher, Ezekiel forcefully thrust the low end of the staff downward at his opponent. Chapter 31: Berserker vs. Healer. The crowd gasped in shock at how fast the fight escalated. Everyone expected that the duel would end instantly with Acker beating up his opponent one-sidedly. Yet Ezekiel proved them wrong in that one engagement. Wow! The kid is not bad. How did he do it? Does the kid know martial arts? The viewers on the live stream are even more amazed than the crowd in the plaza. So smooth. Is that really a kid? This is even better than watching an action movie. The people on the live stream have a better viewpoint than the ones on the plaza. It is because they are watching in a third-person point of view of the live streamer, like the ones you'll see in computer games. The streaming function of Parabellum is even better than they expected because they can change the angle of the point of view of the streamer however they want to by rotating the eye icon they can see in the stream. While everyone was amazed by Ezekiel, Acker, who was still knocked down on the ground, did not stay still, and counterattacked by kicking Ezekiel away from him. Seeing the kick coming his way, Ezekiel distanced himself by a wide margin, avoiding the attacks as if the bravery he showed a while ago were just a facade. It may have looked like he dominated the clash earlier. Yet comparing the amount of damage he inflicted and the damage Acker dealt with him only shows that he lost that one. The first strike he did on the head only dealt 5 damage, while the sweep he did to knock him down dealt 3 damage. And the final thrust on Acker's chest only dealt 2 damage. In total, Ezekiel only dealt 10 damage. Comparing it to Acker's one overhead strike that dealt 10 damage. He even managed to deflect the attack, yet it still managed to deal the same amount of damage Ezekiel made with 3 strikes. Even though he lost the first clash, Ezekiel was not worried because he was only testing the waters. He managed to confirm his guess on how the armor works in the game. Armor doesn't reduce the damage taken if it doesn't cover the part that has been attacked. While attacking a weak part of the body, such as the head, can deal a lot of damage. That is why Ezekiel attacked Acker in 3 different ways. Now all he needs to do is attack his opponent's vital parts all the time. Not bad, kid. Acker stood up and grabbed his weapon again. Even he was startled at how his enemy moved. Maybe he can get a good content in this fight. Acker was not worried that his opponent was skilled in martial arts. After all, his strongest asset right now is his skill, Berserker. He just lost 10% of his, which means he is now stronger by 20% than earlier. You're not that bad either. Your armor and skill must be outstanding. Ezekiel also complimented in return. He already has guessed what type he has. His skill has an instant effect of increasing his stats once he lost a portion of his health. You must be a Berserker type? How? It was quite easy. I have already been here at the start, after all. Ezekiel did not say it, but what really confirmed his guess is Acker's counterattack. The kick was slightly stronger than an average kick a player can do with their current stats. That's why he did not risk getting hit by it. It doesn't matter if you know I will still beat you in the end. Acker raised his great axe on his shoulder, preparing to fight again. You're right, it doesn't matter. Then I'll show you mine. Ezekiel then put his right hand on his chest and chanted, Heal. A light green aura then started to surround Ezekiel as it started to heal him every second. Ezekiel's starting skill is Weapon Proficiency and Rejuvenation. Weapon Proficiency is a passive skill that increases all of his healing and damage by a small amount every time the skill level up. While Rejuvenation is an active skill that heals his target by plus 2 HP every second for 5 seconds. With a cost of 10 mana and a cooldown of 5 seconds. Plus 2 HP. A healer. Plus 2 HP. He is a healer. How can a healer overwhelm a berserker? Plus 2 HP. Can a healer really do that? The crowd voiced out their doubts one after the other. In just a few seconds, Ezekiel is back in full health again. Seeing the confusion in the crowd, Ezekiel turned to look at Alex's direction, and the corner of his mouth turned up. Seeing Ezekiel's proud smile, Alex can't also help but lightly smile. Show off. Beat your enemy first before you brag. Alex scolded, noticing Acker started charging at Ezekiel again. I'll show you. Ezekiel mumbled, then focused on the battle again. After all, he is not as strong as Alex that has a very good battle sense. It still doesn't change anything. Acker howled while charging at Ezekiel with faster speed than earlier. In just a matter of seconds, Acker arrived in front of Ezekiel again. This time, Acker swung his axe in an arc and slashed Ezekiel's side. Seeing the attack coming from his side, Ezekiel jumped back, then attacked by thrusting his staff at the opening he sees on Acker's head. Acker tilted his head, barely dodging Ezekiel's attack. He then gathered his strength on his feet to spin his body to create greater momentum. And then tried to cleave Ezekiel's body in half with all his might. Ezekiel realizes that he can't dodge or deflect the attack this time with how fast it's been coming at him. He then positioned his staff on his side to block the attack. As the axe slammed on his staff, Ezekiel's weapon bent a little and got him slightly catapulted into the air. After a short flight, Ezekiel planted his feet on the ground to stop himself from going farther. Ezekiel then slid off the ground and only stopped 10 meters away from Acker. 25 HP. *T. Ezekiel cursed inside. Chapter 32, Intense Match. Ezekiel really overestimated his armor this time. He never expected how trashy his defense really is. Maybe the kid just got lucky earlier. That is why he won the first clash between them. I know, right? There is no way a healer can fight with a berserker. The crowd discussed among each other, seeing Ezekiel flying through the air with Acker's direct hit. Heal. As soon as Ezekiel managed to stabilize his footing, he immediately healed himself. What are you doing? Stop playing around and get on with it. Alex can't believe this guy is still managing to experiment around while betting all of his money. I am gathering some information, okay, information. Ezekiel is not afraid to lose some health since he is a healer after all. If push comes to shove, Ezekiel can just run around to heal himself up to not lose this battle. He may not be as good as Alex when it comes to fighting, but he is definitely on par with her when it comes to escaping. Seeing that his opponent is trying to heal again, this time, Acker will not give him a chance to take a break. Aura. Acker howled and charged with all his might. *T. This guy is not even sparing me a little time to heal myself up. Ezekiel raised his weapon, waiting for Acker to arrive. Ezekiel can only fight on the defensive since he doesn't have any strong skills at the start like Acker. Take this. Acker repeated the same attack he did a while ago. By swinging his great axe in an arc and slashing Ezekiel's side. Seeing the same attack coming at him, Ezekiel did not jump back this time. Instead, Ezekiel moves closer to Acker, where the blade of his weapon can't hit him. Acker was startled by Ezekiel coming closer at him. But he can't stop the momentum of his great axe, so it just continued coming at Ezekiel. As soon as Ezekiel saw the handle of the great axe that was about to hit him, he immediately ducked to avoid the attack. After the weapon passed by his head, Ezekiel immediately counterattacked, using all of his strength on his feet like a spring. Ezekiel rose from his position in a blink of an eye. Eat this. Ezekiel then drove his staff to Acker's head, hitting Acker's chin in that attack. Arg! Ezekiel's attack managed to make Acker's feet slightly leave the ground by around 1 foot. But it was good enough to execute his next attack. As Acker was still in midair, Ezekiel immediately chained his next attack by spinning his body horizontally in a circle. It begins as a jump with one leg while kicking with the other on Acker's head. Then moves the kicking leg down and the jumping leg up into another kick on Acker's head, then landing with the first kicking leg, all while spinning. With the double aerial kick, Ezekiel managed to make Acker stay airborne a little longer, not wasting the opportunity to attack another one. Ezekiel hurriedly stepped back a few steps, just enough for him to gather the momentum he needed. Ezekiel then hurriedly started running. After getting close enough to the still airborne Acker, Ezekiel jumped and used the power he accumulated from running just a moment ago, while also using his staff as an aid by planting it in the ground to further strengthen his attack. After reaching the peak of his jump, Ezekiel then landed a kick on Acker's chest in midair. Bang! Ezekiel's flurry of attacks sent Acker flying through the crowds. He made sure Acker would be sent far away so that he wouldn't be able to retaliate. Watch out! The onlookers shouted, seeing Acker's figure flying through them. Heal! Then, as soon as Ezekiel's feet landed on the ground, he immediately healed up the health he lost earlier. +2. The plaza turned silent after Acker and Ezekiel landed on the ground at the same time. Everyone was baffled, including Acker. They can't think of any reason how a healer managed to overwhelm Acker, a berserker, to the point that he didn't even manage to move an inch twice. Tisk, so hard. Ezekiel clicked his tongue in disappointment as he saw the 30 damage he inflicted. 3 attacks in the head and 1 attack on the chest only managed to inflict that small amount. Holy sh*t, did I see it right? A healer just sent Big Bro Acker flying through the air. Even the viewers on Acker's stream started increasing at a fast rate. Viewers were seen rushing in after seeing the intense fight their friend just shared with them. If Acker can see this, he will be pleasantly surprised. Can we really do those things if we picked a healer? The guy looks like an expert in martial arts. I don't think an ordinary human like me can ever do those kinds of things. The viewers also started commenting their discussions on the fight that they were watching. Just like the last time Acker wasn't able to follow Ezekiel's movement. But this time, what made it even harder for him to react was Ezekiel was in his blind spot, and he attacked so quickly. Acker was just an ordinary human who managed to get an early advantage with his skill and armor. There is no way he could have reacted to the moves of an expert. Acker slowly got up despite the dizziness and confusion he's feeling. Because there is a timer for the duel, and his opponent is slowly healing himself. Because of the pain reduction function of the game, players will only feel 30% of the pain they are supposed to feel. That is why Acker still managed to immediately stand up despite the thrashing he received just a moment ago. It was a countermeasure of the system to prevent players from receiving trauma if they die miserably. That's why the guy with the dual sword he sliced in half still managed to move after respawning. Even though Acker can't see his streaming panel right now, he can tell that he has hit the jackpot with this current fight. A healer beating up a berserker twice who won a duel 6 times in a row. This is his peak content right here. Acker then grinned at Ezekiel, then started charging at him again. Aura. Chapter 33, Mad Scientist. Can't you give me a break? Just a few seconds is enough. Ezekiel complained at his storming opponent. Heal. Ezekiel only managed to heal his health twice before Acker showed up at his front again. Since Acker already lost 40% of his health, he is now 80% stronger than before. That is why this time, Acker moved even faster than his earlier charge. What a troublesome skill his enemy has. The lesser Acker's health goes down, the harder he can catch up with him. After that last clash, Ezekiel finally realized that this is going to be a losing battle. Time out? Ezekiel uttered in Acker's face. Acker can't believe that his opponent still managed to play around with his current strength. Eat this. This time Acker changed his attack by slashing diagonally, coming down from his dominant right arm's shoulder to his opponent. This way, Ezekiel can't duck and repeat his counterattacks earlier. Tisk, Ezekiel clicked his tongue in disappointment, seeing Acker changing his attack pattern every time it fails. I guess he is not an ignorant person that doesn't learn from his mistakes. Noticing how fast the axe was coming at him, Ezekiel did not dodge it this time by jumping forward or backward. Instead, Ezekiel used his two hands to tighten the grip on his staff. Then he explosively thrust his weapon on Acker's chest that made him knocked back a few steps, canceling his incoming attack. When Ezekiel pushed Acker away from him, Ezekiel also took a few steps back to increase the distance between them. 3. As soon as Acker managed to stabilize his footing, he held his great axe on his shoulder, then charged at his opponent again with greater vigor. Aura! TSK, what a lively bastard! Ezekiel then positioned his staff by starting with a quick wind-up over his shoulders, like a batter in baseball waiting for his opponent. As soon as Acker entered the range of his weapon, Ezekiel clenched his staff harder. Then he made a wide arcing swing that utilizes the length and speed of his weapon compared to Acker's weapon. Then it goes flying at a very fast rate, directly smashing Acker's head. Acker wasn't able to stop on his tracks to avoid Ezekiel's attack because of how fast he was going at him. Bang! Acker then heard a loud bang on his head that even the surrounding chaotic crowd heard the sound of something breaking echoing through the plaza. At the same time, Acker started losing his consciousness and slowly fell to the ground. After his weapon hit Acker's head, his body followed a spinning hop to flow with the swing's momentum. Ezekiel also noticed the eyes of Acker losing some life in it. Without wasting the opportunity to finish this match, Ezekiel immediately executed his next attack as soon as his feet landed on the ground. He tightened his grasp on his weapon, then smacked diagonally in Acker's head once more to hasten the drop of his falling body. Following that, Ezekiel leaped through the air and slammed his staff down towards Acker's head once more. At the same time that Ezekiel leaped through the air, Acker's body also touched the ground. Acker is barely holding his consciousness with his willpower alone. Watch out! Get up! Dodge! Wake up! The crowd on the plaza screeched in unison. The plaza is now going out of control, calling out on Acker to dodge the incoming attack of Ezekiel. Everyone is now literally on the edge of their seat, watching the fight going on in front of them. The 6 battles they watched a while ago simply can't compare to the fight they are watching now. Hearing the crowd clattering in his ears, Acker tried to use all of his strength just to move his body out of the way. Then he realized that his body was not moving the way he wanted to. Just when everyone is expecting Acker to lose this battle in this one strike, including Ezekiel, Acker suddenly rolled through the ground away from Ezekiel's weapon, waking up from his half-conscious state using his willpower alone. Bang! Ezekiel's staff crashed to the empty ground, producing a loud bang and dust flying everywhere. Acker looked at the ground that had left a mark, like a footprint because of how hard Ezekiel smashed the ground. This clearly indicates that Acker would have completely lost his consciousness and lose this duel. Ezekiel did not continue his assault on Acker and just gathered his findings in that clash. He was sure that he wouldn't win even if he continued with his assault. Seeing Acker recovering at a very fast rate because of how awesome the game's system works, Acker struggled to stand up as his body wobbled. The dizziness he felt earlier when he was sent flying to the crowd that has somewhat recovered over time is starting to worsen again. What did you do? Acker said in difficulty while clenching his head in pain. People are relying too much on the pain reduction. Even if there is a 30% pain reduction in this game, I have guessed that there is no way your brain won't receive damage if it is hit consecutively. After all, the brain is the most delicate part of the human body. Ezekiel smiled like a creep. He wasn't afraid that Acker's real-life brain will have some damages. Because, based on his observations, the Guardian and Parabellum's pain reduction function should work the same way. And if it does work the same way, then Ezekiel can rest assured, because he tried smashing his head multiple times in Guardian to test his theories. At worst, Acker will throw up a little because of the dizziness he is feeling. Oi, is this a joke? Why does Acker keep on losing when he has become even stronger and faster than before? It doesn't even make any sense. The kid is even making Big Bro look like a lab rat. Big Bro, Acker, you can do it. Only Alex knew that Ezekiel only lost the earlier fight is because he wanted to test the theories he wants to know. Even now, Alex can tell that he is still trying something she doesn't know about. Mad Scientist, a title that Ezekiel's father once called him when he showed his son to the world. Chapter 34 Run. Everyone deemed the words of Ezekiel's father as an exaggeration. How can a 6-year-old kid even be considered as a scientist in the first place? How much more calling the clueless kid a mad scientist? Everyone just took it as a father's joke to his son, but only Alex knew that it's not an exaggeration at all. Ezekiel may not be someone who can have perfect scores in exams, remember everything he reads, and learn things instantaneously. Ezekiel even forgets the important things if he isn't paying attention and doesn't have an interest in them. But the thing that portrays Ezekiel as a mad scientist by his father is that every time he thought of something crazy, he did the craziest things anyone could imagine. Ezekiel will do anything to know if his theory was either right or wrong. It almost reached the point where he was thinking of risking someone's life. But the good thing is that Alex and Ezekiel's father were somehow able to stop Ezekiel's obsession when he became more matured. But unfortunately Ezekiel's wild experiments resurfaced and even got a little worse once the first virtual reality arrived. Ezekiel has clarified to Alex and his father that he won't do anything that risks anyone's life at all. He still has some self-control. It's just that there is no way he can resist the opportunity to experiment with things he couldn't do in the real world. As the fight became more intense as time went by, Acker's viewers were also rising rapidly. It went up so fast until Acker's number of viewers hit 25,000. Acker's older viewers commented among each other that once Acker got the chance to check his streaming platform, he will surely pass out in shock. He would never have dreamt of having this many viewers in his entire life. Big Bro Acker will surely die in joy with this one. Even if he loses this fight, it is still all worth it. Our brother is now finally going to become a big-time streamer. Anyone who has been watching Acker stream for almost a year will instantly say that he is a very friendly streamer despite having a terrifying appearance for a 28-year-old man. Acker will treat all of his viewers as his friends and make sure that everyone is enjoying what they are watching. The longtime viewers that became Acker's friend were so happy that he is finally being noticed. After constantly streaming for almost 3 years. Your recovery is faster than I expected. You really do have a good skill right there. Ezekiel exclaimed, staring at the fiery eyes of Acker. With how hard Ezekiel smacked Acker's head, he thought that it would have taken him at least a minute to recover. He once tried smashing his head in a rock a couple of times on Guardian, and it took him a few minutes before he recovered. Ezekiel now had thought of another theory. One of them is how defense stats work in the game. Acker's faster recovery must be related to a skill that increases his defense stats. Even though his head is not covered with any armor, defense stats must have reduced the impact and damage he received by a small amount. The other one is the recovery function of Parabellum is way more advanced than Guardian. But he still needs to try more things out before he can conclude. How generous of you to let your opponent recover. Sorry, but I cannot be as generous as you. Acker raised his weapon confidently. He lost 17 health in that clash, but it just gave him the confidence he needs to keep fighting. He is a berserker that will stand up and charge with all his strength until his last breath. Acker thought that it's the end for him when he lost consciousness, but when it came to willpower alone, he had persevered a tougher challenge than this one. I think you've misunderstood something. I'm still not done studying. I won't let my lab rat die, ending my experiment earlier. After all, it's quite hard to find a tough guinea pig like you. Ezekiel's voice flowed out without a hint of stuttering. Seeing the damage his opponent was receiving became less and less, Ezekiel felt envious. The crowd immediately let out a heated response. This fucker. Oi, brat, aren't you a bit too arrogant? Big bro Acker, end this kid's life and teach him his lessons. Alex then shook his head. Ezekiel's bad habit of getting carried away in his experiment is now showing. Then don't mind me if I end this right now, Acker exclaimed as he pushed his feet off the ground, charging through his opponent. Fast. What an amazing skill. Ezekiel then prepared his weapon for his opponent. In the blink of an eye, Acker arrived in front of Ezekiel again. He then swung his weapon in an arc, attacking Ezekiel's side. Seeing the great axe coming to his side, Ezekiel moved his staff to his side, barely blocking the attack. He wasn't able to dodge or deflect it this time because of how fast and how strong the attack was. Bang! Acker used pure brute strength alone to send off Ezekiel, flying through the crowds once more. But this time, the attack was a lot stronger, making Ezekiel come crashing through the crowd. Coincidentally, Ezekiel came crashing on Alex's place. Watch out! Seeing Ezekiel flying through him like a baseball, Alex jumped through the air and caught Ezekiel's back, stopping him on its track. Are you okay? Alex asked concernedly after they landed on the ground. Heal. 35. *T, this guy is not joking at all. Ezekiel cursed, seeing the damage he received. He could have killed him in one strike if he wasn't able to block that attack. He thought that the damage increase should have a limit of 100%, but Acker proved him wrong with that one swing. If you still have the time to curse around like that, then you must be fine. Alex then pushed Ezekiel back to the ring. Run. Before sending him off, Alex whispered him a piece of advice. Chapter 35, that's cheating. Running is not in my vocabulary. Ezekiel arrogantly replied. He then turned around to fight once more, but the moment he turned around to face his opponent, he met the eyes of someone hungry for more blood. *T. Ezekiel swallowed his words back, then ran in the other direction. Oi, why are you running this way? Where did your arrogant attitude disappear to? Do you have any shame? You're talking so big, yet you are running away for your life in a fair duel? The crowd spread out one after the other, seeing Ezekiel coming after them, with Acker on his tail. If you want a fair match that badly, then how about we switch places instead? Ezekiel said coldly to the last guy who talked trash at him. He then grabbed the guy's armor and threw him at Acker that was rampaging towards him. Acker stepped aside to dodge the poor guy that was thrown at him, barely slowing down his charge. But not enough to stop him on his tracks, as soon as Ezekiel got close enough for his axe to reach him. Acker instantly leapt through the air, raising his axe in the sky and slashing towards Ezekiel's back. Bang! The dust in the ground flew around when Acker's attack missed its target. Ezekiel barely dodged the attack that could have ended his life in an instant. Holy *T, that's deep, Ezekiel exclaimed in horror when he looked back to the place where Acker's great axe landed. As Acker pulled out his great axe, and the dust finally settled, a long gash remained on the ground where his great axe landed. Ezekiel then continued running away from his opponent. Mister, how about you let me off this time? I didn't really mean to say those things earlier. No! With a loud shout, Acker charged at Ezekiel once more. He is so pumped up on winning this fight. This is a very good content for his channel, but losing this fight will only make him look weak and worsen his image. A berserker losing to a healer may gather a lot of views. But who would even watch him in that lame video? Viewers will only be there for his opponent, not for him, curious about how did he lose and who was the person behind it. TSK. What an unreasonable guy. Ezekiel mumbled as he casually dodged the incoming attack. Mister, I can do this all day, and you wouldn't even catch a hair of mine. Ezekiel tried to compromise to save a little time, seeing the little timer on the sky nearing its end. You wouldn't understand. Acker rejected Ezekiel's suggestion with a chop of his axe. It wouldn't look good for his video if he ended the climactic scene in such a lousy way. Even if it is a draw, a loss, or a win, Acker still wanted to end this fight outstandingly. Up to you, Ezekiel replied as he casually dodged another attack. Even though Acker is a lot faster than him when it comes to running, it will still be hard for Acker to hit him with his weapon. Due to the fact that every time Acker attacks with his great axe, he will come to a stop in his tracks for a moment and swing his great axe. And the moment that Acker was still gathering the momentum for his attack, Ezekiel will instantaneously burst his running speed to its top speed, evading the attack by a hair's breadth. Besides, Acker doesn't have a choice in his attacks with his weapon, as he won't be able to bring out its full power if he doesn't swing it in a proper way. All this time, he has been holding back his speed around 70% of his top speed, barely enough to dodge Acker's current speed. If he tried to do one more clash with Acker and he wasn't able to end him, the tables will turn, and it will be the end of Ezekiel instead. That is why he is currently running away from his opponent, the moment he learned how fast Acker moved and how strong his attacks are with his current berserk state. Arg! Acker shouted in frustration as he left another cut on the ground after missing Ezekiel by a hair's breadth, then charged at the running guy once more. He kept on thinking about how the heck are his attacks not hitting his opponent at all. He was clearly a lot of time faster than his opponent. Yet every time he was about to hit Ezekiel, he would instantly disappear in his line of sight and appear a couple of meters away from him. If only Ezekiel fights him head-on once more, so he can get stronger. He could have ended this battle with ease. Seeing the 20 seconds left on the timer, Acker slashed with fury at Ezekiel's back. But just as expected, his opponent easily dodged the attack once more. Arg! Why can't I hit you? Acker grumbled in frustration. Ezekiel noticed that his opponent is now getting frustrated each second, trying so hard just to hit him. Ezekiel's plan of using a psychological attack is finally working. The moment his opponent left his guard down will be the time he will attack with all of his might. He will just hope that it will be enough to take him down. 15 seconds, mister. Ezekiel said after casually evading another attack from him. With Ezekiel's reminder, Acker stopped in his tracks as he decided to use the trump card he's been hiding all this time. Emerge! Acker shouted in annoyance, as he doesn't want to use this in front of his viewers. Shortly, a small dagger then appeared on Acker's palm. It was a dagger that he bought earlier from a walking merchant using the money he got from his first win. What now? Noticing Acker stopping on his chase, Ezekiel also stopped in his tracks. Without wasting any time, Acker stabbed his shoulders, inflicting 5 damage. Thinking that it wasn't enough, he stabbed on the same spot once more, inflicting another 5 damage. With this 10 damage, Acker has now lost 70% of his health, and basically increasing his strength, agility, and defense by 140%. Oi, isn't that cheating? Ezekiel blurted out in disbelief as he hurriedly ran away, far from his opponent. As soon as he realizes that he is basically F***ed up once Acker caught him. Chapter 36, Duel's End. Acker noticed that his opponent is now running away from him as fast as possible. He also did not waste any time and continued his pursuit after Ezekiel. Aura! Acker pushed his feet off the ground and charged at Ezekiel. With each step Acker took, the ground trembled, displaying the strength that he currently possesses. Ezekiel curiously took a peek at his opponent, but immediately focused on running again in terror. After seeing that, Acker has closed their distance to 4 meters in just a second. F***ck, this is cheating. How the hell did his opponent think of buying a dagger in the early stage to damage himself and increase his strength? And how the hell was he able to buy another weapon if they already have a weapon picked in the character creation? There are still many things they don't have any knowledge about, hidden in this world. But it's a good thing that he encounters these things early on when they are still far from any troubles. Ezekiel is still lucky that Acker only used this method of damaging himself in the last second of the fight. If Acker used it 20 seconds earlier, he would have died by this moment. He doesn't know why his opponent just used it now, but he was thankful for it. Aura. Hearing the ear-splitting howl of Acker, Ezekiel immediately reacted. He has been treating this as his signal whenever Acker attacked him from behind. This time, Ezekiel doesn't have the capability to change his speed instantaneously to dodge the attack, since he's been running at full speed. Instead, Ezekiel planted his staff on the ground and propelled himself forward to avoid the pounce of Acker. Bang! A thundering sound echoed throughout the plaza as Acker's weapon met the ground. Having missed his attack once more, Acker cried inwardly. He then looked at the timer. At the same time, Ezekiel landed on his feet and also looked at the timer. 8 seconds. Acker muttered in hopelessness, realizing that it is now or never. He then pulled his great axe out of the ground. Afterward, he spun his whole body while gripping his weapon with his 2 arms. While contracting all of his muscles on his arms, putting everything in this one last strike. Acker then threw his weapon in Ezekiel's direction. Boom! A small sonic boom reverberated in the plaza as his great axe soared towards Ezekiel. Bang! With how fast the great axe traveled, probably almost reaching the speed of sound, Ezekiel wasn't able to move even an inch before the great axe hit him directly in the chest. He then got knocked back, sliding off towards the crowd from his earlier position. Ezekiel just hoped that this wasn't enough to kill him. Luckily, it was in Alex's direction again. She then prepared to stop Ezekiel in his tracks. Watch out! The surrounding players besides Alex ran away from her. Bang! Alex then caught Ezekiel's back with difficulty. The moment she caught Ezekiel, Alex herself felt the force of that attack, as she has also slid off a few meters away. Still alive? As soon as she managed to stabilize her footing, Alex then whispered in his ears. Hearing Alex's soft voice in his ears, Ezekiel woke up in his unconscious state with how great the damage he received a moment ago. Seeing that he was still alive despite the damage he took, Ezekiel did not waste any time to counterattack at this moment while his enemy doesn't have any weapon. Without replying to Alex, he first pulled out the great axe that was stuck on his chest armor. Arg! A loud, resonant metallic sound echoed as he dropped the great axe on the ground. Then his leather armor suddenly disintegrated into thin air as soon as the weapon got removed. Devoid of the time to think about what happened to his armor, Ezekiel clenched his staff and stormed towards his opponent. Lucky bastard! Alex mumbled while staring at Ezekiel's running figure. If she did not cushion Ezekiel earlier, he would have received more damage from the crash's impact. Or if he did not fly off towards her direction, he would surely die. Heal! As he was charging Ezekiel towards his opponent, Ezekiel healed himself up first and looked at the timer. 5 seconds. I hope this is enough. He then stared at Acker, that was also charging at him at full speed with a small dagger in his hand. Seeing the 89 damage he inflicted on his opponent, Acker felt crying inside. It was only 1 health left for him to win, 1 freaking health. Without a moment to lament his misfortune, Acker stormed towards his opponent, seeing him standing up and healing himself. As the two approached each other, Acker howled in fury as he raised his small dagger. With the eyes of someone crazy that wants to stab his opponent's heart to end his life. Dei! Acker's small dagger swung past Ezekiel's head, along with an ear-splitting sound. Ezekiel did not cower in such a frightening situation, even with how low his current health has. The moment he dodged the attack, he lifted his head up and faced Acker eye to eye, while the corners of his mouth turned up. Ezekiel then prepared to counterattack one last time. Acker also didn't take his eyes off Ezekiel, watching every move he makes. As he expressed his fury at Ezekiel for managing to live with sliver health. Ezekiel then drove his staff up towards his opponent's head, forcing Acker to be airborne for a moment. This time Ezekiel added a little spin on his attack, making it a lot stronger than earlier. As Acker was still airborne, Ezekiel repeated an attack he did last time. By chaining his next attack, and spinning his body horizontally in a circle. It begins as a jump with one leg while kicking with the other on Acker's head. Then moves the kicking leg down and the jumping leg up into another kick on Acker's head, then landing with the first kicking leg, all while spinning. Acker may have gotten stronger and faster, but his reaction speed is still almost the same. He also wasn't able to react to his attack at all. Ezekiel then followed up with a quick wind-up over his shoulders, like a batter in baseball waiting for his opponent to fall in his range. As soon as Acker's head fell into the range of his weapon, Ezekiel clenched his staff harder. Then hurriedly made a wide arcing swing that flew at a very fast rate targeting Acker's head. While in midair, Acker has thought of counterattacking instead of trying to block or dodge something he couldn't see. He might as well go on the offensive with how low Ezekiel's health has. Acker then squeezed all the strength left in his arm as he clenched the small dagger. He then threw it at Ezekiel's head. Everyone watching has been on the edge of their seat as they spectated the last clash happening in front of them. But just as his staff was about a few inches away from smashing Acker's head, as well as Acker's dagger hitting Ezekiel's head, they were stopped so suddenly by a mysterious force and a robotic sound that echoed throughout the plaza. Draw. Chapter 37, My Turn. Player Acker and Ezekiel's duel resulted in a draw, now returning the 200 silver to each player. Shortly after the system announcement finished, Acker dropped to the ground with a loud bang. The fight was tiring, very tiring. The game restores the player's physical condition completely after the duel ended. But it has been mentally exhausting even for him, who can handle a 20 hours endurance stream with ease. Darn it! Acker covered his eyes with his arm as he felt like crying in frustration. If only he risked increasing his strength a little more, he could have won. At the same time, the dagger floating in Ezekiel's face also dropped on the floor. He then put away his staff on the back strap that his instructor had given him earlier. Ezekiel understood his instructor's advice of not storing the weapon in his inventory. That way, he can be more accustomed to using it in the future like he is using his limbs. Ezekiel then looked at his opponent lying on the ground. He never expected that a player could exert that much force in the early stage of the game. If only his opponent had chosen to stab himself one more time, then there's no way Ezekiel could have survived. Or if he didn't always make sure to face his back in Alex's direction after he got knocked away for the first time. Then no one will reduce the impact and damage he's supposed to receive. Ezekiel then reached out his hand to Acker. Mister, good fight. It may have been a draw, but still, it was a satisfying fight enough to please his curiosity. He learned a lot of things before the first event even started. Acker removed his arm and opened his eyes after hearing his opponent talking to him. Seeing the hand in front of him, Acker grabbed it without hesitation, helping him get up. He doesn't have the time to stay and grieve for this draw, remembering the almost 3,000 viewers he has right now. He must grab this opportunity to keep going and fight more duels and further expand his channel. The crowd then started a round of applause as they cheered for the two fighters on the center of the ring for showing them an exceptional fight. The viewers on Acker's channel also showed their support as small donations flooded one after the other. Woof! Nice fight! It was amazing! Don't mind. Nice fight, big bro! Not bad, kid. At least you have something to back your arrogance. If only you haven't been arrogant from the start, I could have supported you earlier. An onlooker shouted at Ezekiel. Ezekiel can't help but scratch his head. After all, it's necessary for him to act arrogantly to challenge Acker. If he didn't talk big, Acker wouldn't even accept a challenge from a kid. Watching Acker for quite some time, he noticed that after every duel he wins, Acker talks to the air like crazy. Then he remembered that there was also a streaming application, so he concluded that Acker must be a streamer. A streamer needs good content, so he must have thought that fighting a kid is not good at all unless he triggers his viewers. You're strong. Ezekiel, right? Acker called out his opponent's name in respect. Regardless of age, he will always respect people that are stronger than him. In the end, having a connection with someone strong is beneficial for him in the future. Not at all, not at all, I was just lucky. In the end, luck also played with Ezekiel by leaving him 1 health point. You can call me Brother Acker, or Acker is fine. Acker showed his friendly side to Ezekiel. By the way, I was wondering, how did you dodge my last attack when I'm supposed to be faster than you? He was expecting his dagger to hit Ezekiel, but unexpectedly he managed to duck and evade. It was quite simple. I dodged in advance before I entered your range. Simple. That was not simple at all. Ducking in advance to dodge an unforeseeable speed is not something normal humans can do or think. What if I have slashed diagonally, then you would have lost. I know you wouldn't. That's how great my trust in my instincts is. Ezekiel lied half of his answer without telling him the real reason. The factor that helped him the most in this duel is still Alex. There's no way he could have dodged or seen that last attack if Alex did not tell him to duck in advance in their voice chat. So Ezekiel is still telling the truth of trusting his instincts. You must have excellent instincts. Acker's viewers have been listening to the conversations of the two fighters all this time. Hearing Ezekiel's answer, the viewers then flooded the stream's comment section with amazement. What a monster! He's still a teenager, yet he is this strong. He is probably going to become someone great in this game in the future. Watching this stream makes me want to fight my way through tomorrow just to get a 2nd generation capsule. Hurry up and leave there already. And let me have my turn. Anyway, I'm leaving now. Are you still going to continue to duel other people? Ezekiel exclaimed, feeling the chills on his bones from Alex's threatening glare in the distance. She must be dying to fight right now. Yes, there is still time before the event starts, Acker replied. If he stops doing the duel, his viewers will leave one after the other because of boredom. It is because there's nothing to do in the village that is more interesting than the duel. And players are forced to stay in the village before the event starts. Then I can recommend you a fantastic opponent for your next fight. Really? Who? Acker was glad that he didn't need to find his next opponent now, and if it was Ezekiel's recommendation, the guy must also be strong like him. Her. Ezekiel pointed at Alex's direction. It's my turn. Alex walked forward in unison. Her. Chapter 38, Acker vs. Alexandria. Finally, it was her turn. Alex, watching Ezekiel having fun all by himself before her, is intolerable. It makes her want to rush there and beat Ezekiel by herself to end the fight. Mister, let me fight, please. Alex hurriedly walked up to the center before anyone could beat her to it. To let the other onlookers know that she will be the next one to fight. The girl walking in front of Acker was the same girl who saved Ezekiel every time he got knocked away. She must be Ezekiel's friend for her to help him, or someone he met in the village earlier and got acquainted with. Since the chances of meeting with an acquaintance at the start are almost impossible. Noticing that the girl looked the same age as Ezekiel, Acker had second thoughts of fighting her. Not only is his next opponent a teenager again, but she is also a woman. It is not that he has any problems with women. In fact, Acker has very high respect for them because the #1 supporter in his streaming life is his mother. He was afraid of embarrassing the girl if she lost. Furthermore, he doesn't want to hold back fighting in the duel. Are you guys sure about this? I promise, it is fine. I'll bet my 200 silvers that both of you will have a good fig. Before Ezekiel could even finish what he's saying, he suddenly felt something hard hitting the back of his head. That resulted in him biting his tongue. Who? Ezekiel looked back to look for the suspect. When Ezekiel turned around, he saw Alex squinting her eyes and staring at him with crossed arms. What did I say about gambling? Ezekiel did not reply as he cried inside. Why the hell did she even beat him up? When all he had done was to help Alex convince Acker to fight her. Seeing how the two of them interact, Acker thought that the girl must be Ezekiel's girlfriend. Can you wait for a moment? I want to ask my viewers if they will be fine with you as my opponent. Alex nodded as she continued scolding Ezekiel for fighting first before her. Acker then hurriedly opened his streaming channel as he can't wait to see how much his channel grew in a short time. The moment Acker's eyes hovered to the viewers count, his eyes widened as he gasped in shock. He never expected it to grow this big in just a short amount of time. He felt like crying right now. What he is currently looking at is unbelievable. The number of viewers in his stream is 300 times greater than his average viewers 3 days ago. Hello everyone, welcome to my stream. Thank you for the donations earlier. I won't be able to read it right now because I'm currently busy. But I'll have a short super chat reading later to thank you one by one. Acker stuttered as he greeted the more than 30,000 viewers in his channel. Looking at the number of viewers for the first time in his life was nerve-wracking. Sorry for stuttering everyone, it's just that. For me to reach this far is unbelievable. To the point that it doesn't sink in with me yet. Don't mind. It's fine, big bro, we understand. You have shown us a marvelous fight for the first day of Parabellum. You definitely deserved the support. Acker was overjoyed seeing everyone's barrage of support in the chat box. Anyways, enough drama. What do you guys think? Should I fight Ezekiel's girlfriend? She's not my girlfriend. He's not my boyfriend. The both of them growled in unison. Cute. The viewers flooded the chat box, completely neglecting his question. I mean, friend, girl, friend. Acker also found teasing the two of them cute. The two of them must still be in the process of denying their feelings. What do you guys think? Acker asked once more, seeing everyone getting sidetracked because of his teasing. Give the girl a chance. Since Ezekiel recommended her, that means she must be strong. Take it easy with the girl, big bro, don't make her cry. Thank you, everyone, I'll chat with you guys later. Seeing that most of the people agreed to fight her, Acker thanked his viewers first, then faced the two of them. Let's fight, miss? Acker asked. Alexandria, you can call me Alexandria. After knowing Alex's name, Acker called for his guide AI to initiate the duel. Light 1049 initiated duel, to player Alexandria with 100 silver as the bet. Let's bet 500 silver. Alex exclaimed, being 90% sure that she can win this match. Aren't these guys rich? Where did they get all of that money? Aren't we all supposed to receive 100 silvers from the start? Did they also fought duels like Acker? Or maybe they found a hidden quest around the village? Everyone asked in doubt, hearing of how rich Alex is. Hearing Alex betting 500 silver, Ezekiel intensely stared at her. But can only keep his complaints hidden. Where the hell did her rule of not excessively gambling disappear to? If I do it, I'll get a beating, but if she does it, then I must turn a blind eye. Ezekiel murmured to avoid getting beaten up. What did you say? Alex turned to look at Ezekiel, hearing him muttering something. Nothing I said, good luck. Even Alex's glares alone are intimidating enough. He won't doubt if one of these days he will get killed by Alex. She won't even think twice about killing him because players revive after quite some time. Why is the world so unfair? Sorry, but I don't want to lose all of my hard-earned money in just 1 minute. Besides, kids like you should avoid gambling as much as possible. How about we bet 200 silver, the same amount as Ezekiel? Okay. She mostly bets on things she has a high chance of winning. Too bad Acker did not accept it. Alex could have bought a lot more stuff if she earned a lot of money. Light 1049 initiated duel, to player Alexandria with 200 silver as the bet. Yes. Lumiere then asked Alex for confirmation. Player Acker wants to initiate a duel with a bet of 200 silver. Do you want to accept? Yes. Then a system announcement rang through the plaza. A duel between player Acker and player Alexandria will start in 10 seconds. The duel will end if one player is left with 10% health points. If no victor has been decided, within 1 minute and 30 seconds. The duel is considered a draw, and the system will return both players' bets. Ready? Chapter 39, Weapon Acquired. Good luck, Ezekiel patted Alex's shoulder as he moved out of the ring since the fight is about to start. Alex nodded in response. As he walked out of the ring, Ezekiel couldn't help but think of how Alex could win this fight. He tried asking her, but Alex answered that she got a little stronger when they separated. But how can Alex grow stronger when all she said she has done is to tour around the village alone? Yet all of his thoughts look useless. So he focused in front of him again and waited for the outcome of this fight. At the same time, Alex and Acker also walked 10 meters away from each other. Acker pulled out his weapon from his inventory and pointed it to Alex while staring at her with a ferocious glare. He is not planning on holding back at all, even if his opponent is a woman. He will always treat women equally without underestimating their capability. That is Acker's promise to his mother that he will never forget. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. The crowd also screamed in unison. Where is your weapon? Acker can't help but notice that his enemy just stood there without doing anything. Weapon. You are looking at it. Alex continued to stand on her spot, waiting for her opponent's attack. Ha! Acker looked so confused right now. Because no matter how he looked, he can't seem to find Alex's weapon. Is it invisible? Acker mumbled. My weapon? I am the weapon, Alex coldly said, sending chills to everyone near her. And unarmed? Is there such a thing? Don't you think it's a kind of unfair in a world of magic? Maybe her weapon is her fist. A martial artist? Ezekiel's friend is also weird. A healer that can fight a berserker. Then now a character that did not pick a weapon in the weapon selection phase. How odd can this duo be? Everyone stared at Alex with brimming interest, thinking of what they will see in this fight. If you say so, then here I come. Acker then lifted his great axe. Aura. She continued standing on her spot. Alex listened to the pattering of Acker's nimble feet while staring at the sky. She was thinking of something. Alex stopped her thoughts and faced her enemy. When Acker shortened their distance to 5 meters, it was enough distance to cover in a single breath. As soon as he got close enough, Acker leaped at her from a distance of about 5 meters. Ha! Acker howled as he slashed the great axe towards Alex's head. Most people would tremble and become unable to move with how intimidating Acker's howl is and at the sight of the enormous weapon coming at their face. But Alex is different. She encountered more terrifying things in her life. That simple attacks like this don't even bother her. In terms of battle sense and talent, her father considered it the best in the world. Not even flinching an inch, Alex slightly turned his body so that Acker's weapon barely passed by her left side. Unlike Ezekiel, Alex did not choose to counterattack the moment Acker missed. She just continued to stand in her place without doing anything. Acker continued his onslaught, noticing that Alex continued to stand still. Ha! Slashing diagonally. Ha-iya! Hacking Alex's side. Ha-iya! Leaping towards Alex with another overhead strike. Acker continued to hack and slash her from all directions. Yet Alex did not counterattack even once. She evaded all attacks with the slightest movement. Alex's action aggravated Acker further as he continued to miss all of his attacks. "Why aren't you attacking? I am trying to remember something." Alex savored Acker's every strike as she reminisced her past in Guardian. Each time Alex dodges, an attack reminded her of the feeling of not holding back her strength at all. In this world, she doesn't need to restrain herself and go wild without injuring anyone. Alex once thought that she wouldn't be able to use her strength in this lifetime again. But right now, she can finally go all out once more. "Then shall I start?" Alex gently grabbed Acker's ears as she softly whispered. Alex then moved back as the corners of her mouth turned up. Acker's body trembled slightly as Alex's cold voice entered his ears. His body unconsciously cowered in fear as if he encountered death himself. That is quietly waiting in the corner for him. Did I awoken something I shouldn't? Acker can't help but think, noticing Alex's gentle demeanor disappear to nothingness. The girl in front of him looked like a wild beast that had been starving for a few months. Alex's eyes looked like she had finally found her prey. Why are the kids these days so frightening? Clueless of what Alex will do next, Acker had no choice but to continue his onslaught. Aura. He executed another overhead slash towards Alex. This time Alex is planning to counterattack. Unlike Ezekiel, she's planning to end all of this in one engagement so that Acker will not be able to take advantage of his skill at all. She will surprise Acker with a sudden increase in her strength that only a berserker who lost 50% health can execute in the early stage. As the great axe passed her side, Alex raised her arms as she flicked Acker's hands away from his weapon, causing Acker to loosen his grip on his great axe. That caused it to get stuck on the ground, standing diagonally. Shortly after, Alex stomped Acker's foot to make him unable to escape her grasp. Alex then delivered a flurry of punches on his chest and a couple on his face. At the same time, Acker wouldn't let Alex beat him up without fighting. So he tried to grab his weapon that was within his hand's reach. Noticing this, Alex has opened up her fist as she pushed Acker away with a palm strike. Acker flew away from her for about 15 meters. Alex then decided to throw away Acker's weapon to the crowd. So that he can't use it, she got this idea from Ezekiel in their last clash. But the moment her hands gripped the great axe's handle, a system notification echoed through her ears. Acquired Novice Great Axe. Chapter 40 Death. Acker's Novice Great Axe. Asterisk rank, A. Asterisk weapon stats, +3 strength, +1 agility, +1 stamina. Asterisk starting skill, weapon proficiency, berserker. Asterisk stats requirement, strength 20, agility 15, stamina 15. You have acquired Great Axe's weapon proficiency. Because you don't have the necessary stats to wield this weapon, it will rightfully return to its owner after 30 seconds. Ha! Alex stared at the weapon in her hands. Alex would never expect that she would discover how to acquire a weapon in this duel. With this weapon in her hand, Alex is now 100% in winning this fight. Alex chose to think of trivial matters later, seeing the little timer ticking in the middle of the weapon's handle. How? Ezekiel laid his eyes on Alex as she started walking while dragging the great axe on the ground. He wondered how the heck did Alex manage to lift and use the great axe. When he took off the weapon stuck on his chest earlier, it became so heavy once he detached it from his armor. He wasn't even able to lift the great axe slightly once it became so heavy. That is why the weapon dropped with a loud clattering noise. Without any clue how Alex did such a feat, he continued to stare at Alex so hard as if he was looking at a different person. He already saw her use all kinds of weapons and trained seriously and fought her father, which will always result in her changing her aura. Yet the girl he's looking at right now is nowhere near the scariest state he has seen from her. Death. That was the only thing Ezekiel can think of looking at Alex. Even the onlookers in the plaza and the ones watching the stream felt the chills on their bones. It was as if death herself descended, preparing to claim everyone's life. Acker was the most affected person of them all, being the target of Alex's outrageous bloodlust. All the muscles in his body trembled as he stared at death, slowly walking towards him. He can't even move a muscle to run away. He just stood there waiting for the Grim Reaper to claim his life. Holy sh*t, why do I feel that she is even scarier than watching horror films? Is that girl still even a human? My hands are shaking. Mom! Men sweated profusely, women quivered in fear while children ran to their parents. That is how great Alex is affecting everyone watching in the real world. While everyone is already at their wits' end just from staring at death. Alex, the culprit of this all, took her time as she strode towards her opponent. It was as if she was walking in a park. Alex is currently oblivious of her surroundings as she focused all of her attention on her opponent. Move. 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 Acker's body quivered each time Alex took one step. The 15 meters distance Alex crossed felt like an eternity for Acker as he felt dying 1,000 times each step she took. He was even thinking of killing himself just to leave this current situation. When Alex was finally in front of him, his whole body felt relieved. The moment it realized that its suffering is now going to end. Kill me. Acker did not even resist as he stood there staring at Alex's blank eyes. Hearing Acker's voice in her narrowed vision, Alex lifted the great axe effortlessly with one hand. Swish! With a gentle and swift swing, Alex severed Acker's head. The moment Acker's severed head and body dropped to the ground, silence followed the place as everyone felt a tingling sensation on their necks. Light particles then floated out of Acker's wounded head. Player Alexandria has won the duel and gained 200 silver, a robotic announcement echoed throughout the plaza. And just like that, the expected intense fight ended in a flash without any resistance. But everyone did not complain, as all of them wanted the duel to end as soon as possible. No sane person will want to stay in this kind of atmosphere for even one more second. Then suddenly, the great axe in Alex's hand started disintegrating into nothingness as white particles covered the weapon. Shortly after the weapon disappeared from Alex's hand, the blank look on her face started returning to her usual bright and heartwarming look. Then the body of Acker disappeared on the ground. At the same time, he appeared in a flash of light, 2 meters away from the place of his death. The first thing Acker did after reviving was to look at Alex, but he was too late. Alex's usual demeanor returned to normal. What the hell did I just see? It was not as intense as Ezekiel's match, but it was the most nerve-wracking thing I have seen today. Are martial artists this strong? Bro, why didn't you say that she was that strong? An onlooker besides Ezekiel asked him. Ezekiel did not answer, as he himself did not know how Alex had become that strong. When she felt Acker's presence on her back, Alex turned around to immediately apologized for losing control of herself. Sorry, mister, sorry. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to do it. I just completely lost control of myself. Alex bowed her head a couple of times in embarrassment. It's okay. Acker doesn't know what to say, so he just patted the girl's head to comfort her. You have won this match fair and square. He never expected that Ezekiel's friend was this terrifying. But when he looked at Ezekiel, he got even more confused. Because out of everyone else in the plaza, Ezekiel looked to be the most puzzled. I'm really sorry, but I need to go now. Alex needs to find a place that is quiet enough to calm herself down. Because right now, her heart kept pounding at a rapid rate. Alex then ran towards Ezekiel's while he grabbed his arms as they ran out of the crowd. Is she really that same person? Chapter 41, You're Back. The silence in the plaza lasted for a couple of seconds. Everyone couldn't process what happened as they opened a path out of fear and stare at the girl's running figure. Acker broke the silence as he knocked the handle of his weapon on the ground to gain everyone's attention. Who wants to fight me next? Even though his body is still quivering in fear, Acker needs to move on and clear the tense atmosphere. After all, he has a job to entertain his viewers. Can I? I want to fight too. I want to try. After seeing Acker lost 2 battles in a row, a few confident players with their skills now see fighting him as winnable. Acker felt relieved seeing a couple of players stepping up to fight him. Even though he lost, he thinks that it wasn't that bad at all. Alexandria and Ezekiel helped him more than he could have ever hoped for, gaining more than 30,000 viewers and boosting other players' morale for him to continue his duel. Wait, everyone, I will let my viewers choose the last 3 players I will be fighting with. Acker opened his streaming channel. At the same time, in the far-off distance, Alex is dragging Ezekiel back to the little girl selling potions. Ezekiel stopped in his tracks, noticing that the place now has fewer players than the plaza. Hey! Can you explain to me what just happened earlier? How did you become that strong in just a few minutes of separating away from me? The first time they entered the game, Ezekiel already felt and knew how weak is Alex's current strength, from the way she punched him. And it was nowhere near the strength she displayed earlier. Did I impress you? Alex felt proud even though it did not go the way she planned it. Stop lying, you even looked confused the moment you held Acker's weapon. If he wasn't paying attention, he wouldn't even notice the slight change in Alex's expression. Can't you even spare me some praises? I won the match without a hitch. Alex pouted, even though it surprised her using Acker's weapon. But, now that you've mentioned it, I did gain something in that fight. Status. A floating panel appeared in front of her that shows her current character status. Asterisk name, Alexandria asterisk race, human. Asterisk weapon, none asterisk title, hero. Asterisk character level, 0 asterisk weapon level, 0. Asterisk health, 200 asterisk mana, 200. Asterisk strength, 10 asterisk agility, 10. Asterisk stamina, 10 asterisk intellect, 10. Asterisk wisdom, 10 asterisk luck, 100. Asterisk experience required to level, 100. Asterisk skills, great axe's weapon proficiency. Wah! I now have a skill. Alex hopped and cheered in excitement. Look, look. Alex then shared her status panel with Ezekiel. 10 in all stats? And great axe's weapon proficiency? Ezekiel can't believe what he's seeing. Am I really the lucky one here and not Alex? Where the hell did you even get those stats? Is there some kind of hidden quest in the village he doesn't know about? Looks good, right? Lumiere gave it to me when she returned, saying that it's compensation for not having a starting skill. Alex prefers this rather than getting a starter skill. After all, she feels restrained from having lower stats. With this, it allows her to move her body more freely, gaining 25 stats out of nowhere. Doesn't this look like overkill? Is your luck stats really negative 100? All players except weaponless ones gain 5 stats every time they level up, so that means Alex just gained 5 levels worth of stats. You even received a skill. The purpose of her gaining that amount of stats in the early stage for compensation lost its meaning. That's the reason why I look surprised. Alex then clicked on the skill. Great Axe's weapon proficiency. Level 1. Asterisk increases user's damage when using a great axe by 0.1%. Asterisk each level increases the damage by 0.1%. Asterisk experience required to level 100. Asterisk skill gains experience when a great axe is used. How did you get this? Alex's choice of choosing weaponless will be terrifying if she can steal unlimited skills. When I held Acker's weapon, I automatically received the skill. Alex turned to Lumiere. How did I receive a skill? I never expected that a weaponless player can steal a weapon in the early stage. But as you can see, The way to acquire a weapon and a skill for a weaponless is to steal a weapon. Naturally, the soul-bounded weapons you have stolen will return to their rightful owner. Therefore, there is a duration depending on your stats, and the duration increases with your stats. Does that mean I can have unlimited skills if I steal all kinds of weapons? Now Alex isn't regretting her choice. Yes. Stealing a skill is also random, but there's a cooldown of 24 hours before you can steal another skill. What are you looking at? Ezekiel took a step back when Alex suddenly turned to look at him. Even though he can't hear the explanation of Alex's AI to her, he can tell from Alex's eyes that she is planning something. Ezekiel then saw Alex's eyes then moving towards the staff on his back. Inventory. Store. Ezekiel grabbed his weapon and hid it from Alex's grasp. Hey, why did you hide your weapon? She hasn't even done something yet. No. I know what you're thinking. There's no way he will let Alex steal his skills. His purpose of being Alex as a healer will be meaningless. I just want to check if your weapon is good. Alex pouted as she looked at Ezekiel's eyes. You are not touching my weapon even once. Ezekiel warned. This time he won't yield to her. Tisk, it's not like I'm stealing your skills. I'm just adding more to our assets. Besides, I have a 24 hours cooldown before I can even steal a skill again. The 24-hour cooldown is depressing, but she can't really complain about it. After all, weaponless players will be so overpowered if there is no cooldown. Call me selfish, but I won't let you touch my STA. Before Ezekiel can finish what he's saying, he heard a little girl's voice calling in his direction. Big sister, you're back. Chapter 42 Poison. Alex ran towards the little girl and pinched her cute rosy cheeks. Didn't I promise that I'll go back? Ezekiel, this is. Alex stopped pinching the little girl's cheeks as she actually forgot to ask for her name. Lily. The little girl showed a beaming smile saying her name. Lily. And Lily, this is Ezekiel. She sells a lot of different kinds of potions. What do you think we need right now? Alex asked Ezekiel since he is better at these kinds of things than her. What do you have there? When he thinks about it, they really don't need potions this early in the game. With him being the healer, they can save a lot of money from healing potions. We have healing potions, mana potions, poison potions. Lily showed all of her stocks. If Alex let him decide where to use their money, then he will use it to buy a new armor with better quality. After all, his armor broke in the duel. After Ezekiel asked his guide AI why his armor got suddenly destroyed from Acker's attack, he realized how vital armors are to the players. It is because objects that aren't soul bonded to the players have hidden durability. And once the durability reaches 0, it will disintegrate into thin air. Little girl, you see. We don't really need to buy potions with our current situation. Ezekiel bends his knees to match Lily's height so that he won't look too intimidating. I see. Lily murmured as she looked down, avoiding Ezekiel's eyes. Seeing Lily's teary eyes, Alex wouldn't let Ezekiel bully this cute bun in front of her. Even though Lily looks even more adorable with her saddened eyes. Alex grabbed Ezekiel's ears and pulled him away from Lily. What? Ezekiel muttered. I promised Lily to buy something when I return. Please don't make this hard for me and make her upset. Do something. Besides, I did not see anything worth buying when I took a stroll earlier. Alex whispered in Ezekiel's ears. Haste. Ezekiel scratched his head. Fine. Alex was right. With her current stats, there is no way that players still in level 1 can beat her. That is why the only thing he saw worth buying is armor and probably a dagger for Alex's weapon. Ezekiel bent his knees again to match Lily's height. Lily, right? Sorry for what I said earlier, but can you recommend us a potion? No matter how much expensive it is, then we will buy it if it's good. Lily's face instantly became brighter the moment she heard Ezekiel saying that they will buy anything. Then big bro, the most essential potion right now and the cheapest is this. Lily grabbed a red potion and raised it in front of Ezekiel's face. Health potion is crucial if you are a group of 2 or solo when you don't know any guardian that is a healer. Actually, I am a healer. Ezekiel scratched his head. That is why they don't need potions. Ah. Then you need this. Lily grabbed a blue potion and presented it to Ezekiel. Mama said healers need a lot of mana, so a mana potion is essential for you, big bro. Ezekiel scratched his head again. Sorry, but I also don't need mana potions. With his 2x mana regeneration, he regenerates 2 mana every second. And rejuvenation requires 10 mana with 5 seconds cooldown, so he doesn't even lose 1 mana. Seeing Ezekiel reject all of Lily's suggestions, Alex stared at him and let out a small amount of bloodlust she's hiding, enough to only affect Ezekiel. Ezekiel suddenly felt a chill running on his back. He knew Alex is not satisfied with what he is doing. But they really don't need any potions. Do you have any other potions you can recommend? I have one, but Mother said that Grandpa Chief only gives 100 silver to every guardian. So Mother doesn't want to recommend this. But it is definitely an important potion you need to not die. Lily then grabbed a purple potion and showed it to Ezekiel. This is an antidote for weak poisons. But it is worth 500 silver, Lily mumbled softly said. Why an antidote? It's not like he and Alex are going to fight poisonous enemies right off the bat. And he should be able to cope up with poison until the duration ran out. 500 silver sounds like a rip-off of their money. Poison is deadly in this world. Lily softly said. Why? Alex asked and moved closer to Lily as she felt pain in her voice. It's a long story, but my father died from a poison. Lily suddenly felt her eyes getting wet as tears fell on her eyes. The moment Alex saw Lily's tears fell to the ground, she immediately hugged her and buried Lily's face on her chest. It's all right now, it's all right. Alex's heart feels like being stabbed right now. She gently patted her on her back with one broad palm as if she was handling a fragile glass. While Ezekiel just stood there staring at the two of them. He knows what Lily felt right now because he also lost his mother, but having Alex comfort her is definitely better than him. After all, Alex is also the one who showed him the light in his darkest times. It only took a couple of seconds before Alex managed to smooth out her breathing, but she was afraid to startle her, so Alex did not move yet. When Lily finally calmed down, she decided to continue her story. When Papa went to a forest for a mission, he unexpectedly got hit by a goblin's poisonous dart. Alex gently caresses Lily's back every time she pauses and takes deep breaths, while patiently listens to her story. After they have beaten the goblins with his companions, Papa drank the only antidote with them. They only have one for the whole group because it takes a long time for Mother to create one. Lily took a very deep breath first before continuing to the last part of her story. On their way home, Papa unluckily stepped on a poisonous grass-colored snake. Poisons will always last for at least 24 hours without an antidote. And with Papa having only health potions to keep him alive, they were already too late before they arrived in the village. Lily's eyes were red, and her tears wouldn't stop flowing. There, let it all out, it's all right. Alex also felt her eyes tearing up, but she tried to stay strong for Lily's sake. Ezekiel watched the little girl as he felt unbearable pain in his heart. Even though she is clearly just an NPC, a game character that is not real, Ezekiel felt her anguish deep in his heart, because he felt that no matter if decades already went by, the feeling of losing someone will always feel the same. Ezekiel walked towards Lily and patted her head. He knew that patting her is more than enough, Because he feels that she is a lot stronger than him. Chapter 43, Goblin Invasion. Lily cried for quite some time before she stopped, then started to hiccup. Alex helped her smooth out her breathing with patience. But she was afraid to startle her, so she didn't dare move her stiff body. Lily then pushed Alex's shoulders away after she calmed down. "Are you okay now?" Alex asked as she wiped the tears falling on Lily's face with tenderness. She looked so pitiful, with her eyes that became a little reddish and her hair became a little messy. Lily nodded in response. She doesn't know why she cried on Alex on the spur of the moment. When she always tries to look strong in front of other people, especially with her mother. Yet when Alex moved closer to her, she couldn't hold her tears back at all as they started gushing out in her eyes. "We will buy the antidote," Ezekiel showed a gentle smile as he exclaimed while he patted Lily's head. He considered Lily's suggestion as great. Because poison will become troublesome if the duration lasts 24 hours. Losing health every second in a battle is very troubling. Depending on the poison's damage, his healing might get reduced or negated. And the worst-case scenario will be the damage might be greater than his healing. How much is the poison potion? Knowing how the poison works in this world, he realized that it is more essential for the two of them than healing potions if it is not that expensive. With his and Alex's current damage output, if they encountered a monster that doesn't have a weapon, then Alex has no choice but to brawl with her fist. And fists are not effective in fighting large monsters, fast monsters, or a boss. If they have a poison potion with them, one throw of the potion is the only thing they need. And they can have extra damage to their enemy. Then they can run around and shave away the enemy's health at a slow pace. Lily immediately tried to compose herself, hearing that not only are they buying their only stock of antidote, they are also willing to purchase other potions. Lily hurriedly grabbed the green potion in the compartment and showed it to them. "We sell these potions off for 100 silver each. Poison potions are very cheap compared to antidotes because of how easy it is to make them. It is because poison glands are sold very cheap in the market." Lily explained while taking her time as she still felt some shortness in her breathing. Alex stood at the side and let Ezekiel handle buying things off. Since she doesn't care for the money as long as she can see Lily smile again, she can take part in a duel again and earn it back anyway. "How much should we buy?" Ezekiel turned to ask Alex since it is her money. Alex raised her two fingers to Ezekiel. She has 700 silver from winning the duel, while the rest is Ezekiel's money. Alex will not threaten Ezekiel this time to spend all their money to comfort Lily, because she thinks that Ezekiel might want to buy something with his money, like a replacement for his broken armor. Seeing Alex's response, Ezekiel nodded, then turned to look at Lily again. "We will buy 4 poison potions." It may look like a lot, but when he thinks about it, all he needs to do is drag Alex around to hunt a lot of monsters that is worth a lot in the market. This way, they can earn a lot of money and acquire better quality armor and weapon for Alex and him. If he was alone, then he wouldn't dare to run around without any armor. But with Alex as the bait, his life will be a breeze. Alex smiled, hearing Ezekiel is also going to use his own money. "4? Lily stuttered as she did not expect that they were carrying a lot of money with them. "Yes, 4 poison and 1 antidote potion, please." "Ah, yes." Lily wiped her face and grabbed a basket cheerfully with haste. She then placed the potion inside with care. At the same time, Alex took out the money from her inventory and gave it to Ezekiel. "The total is 900 silver." Lily passed the basket to Ezekiel. Ezekiel grabbed Alex's money and added to his own. "Here, 900 sil." Just when Ezekiel is about to hand over the money. Ding! 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 A high ringing sound of a bell chimed on their ears. Ezekiel looked in the direction of the sound coming from, noticing that it is not stopping at all. What's happening? Alex exclaimed, seeing the horror on Lily's face. Big sister Alex, big brother Ezekiel. Sorry, but I need to pack up my things now. Lily then hastily packed up his stall and hid the potions in a box one by one. Here. Take this, but can you at least tell us the gist of the situation? Ezekiel gave the 900 silver to Lily and grabbed the basket of potions on the counter. Mother said that if the small bell rang, women, elderly and children should stay at home. While if the large bell rang, everyone should evacuate the village as soon as possible. Because the village is going to be destroyed by an unstoppable threat. Lily spared a meager amount of focus to explain to the both of them because of their kindness. While she keeps on packing up her things, Lily needs to prepare everything that her mother and her need before she arrives to get her. It must be the event. Ezekiel exclaimed as he noticed the timer for the event has already reached 0. What kind of event? Alex asked while helping Lily pack her things up. It is because she was wasting a lot of time when her hands were trembling so hard. And she also moved at a slow pace with her tiny body while handling fragile potions. I don't know. My AI only said something about the tutorial. Ezekiel also gave a hand. Lily. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged lady wearing something like a lab coat called out to Lily while running towards them. Mama. Lily calmed down a little seeing her mother safe. Are you okay? The lady checked Lily's condition the moment she got close to them. Brother and sister helped me. Lily nodded as she dived in her mother's arms. Thank you, but we really need to go now. The lady bowed her head to both of them before carrying her daughter off. If you don't mind, ma'am, do you have any clue of the current situation right now? Ezekiel helped them finish packing up. It's horrible. If you go to the northern gate of the village, you will see for yourself. Goblins are swarming towards the village. If you are truly our guardians, please help. The lady held Alex's hand as she stared at him. The instant Alex's figure reflected in her limpid and despairing eyes. The lady froze in confusion at first. Then her eyes were misted with tears that became large drops, that rolled her face in an endless fall. Please hold off the goblin invasion. Chapter 44, First Quest. Your tutorial is now starting. Hold off goblin invasion. Hold off the goblin invasion for 1 hour to allow the villagers have time to evacuate the village. Quest failure, half of honeycombed villagers' death. Reward, honeycombed villagers' survival. Tutorial quests benefit, the death penalty is currently reduced to half of the standard death penalty. Players will only drop 25% of the stored items in their inventory. And lose all equipped non-soul bounded equipment. We will do everything we can. I promise, Alex replied, hearing Lumiere saying that it is a life-threatening quest for the villagers. Quest accepted. Alex pinched Lily's adorable cheeks one last time for an early reward herself. Because she is planning on going all out later. Thank you, Sister Alex, thank you, Brother Ezekiel. Lily bowed to both of them in gratitude. I'm sorry, but we really need to go now. The lady uttered as they brought the things in their stall with them. Follow your mother and take care of yourself, okay? Alex advised Lily. Take care, Ezekiel muttered as he patted Lily's head. Bye, Sister Alex, bye, Brother Ezekiel. Lily nodded, then they started walking away while she waved her hands at them. Shortly, the mother and daughter disappear from their sight. Alex turned to Ezekiel for them to plan what they are going to do next. Now what? Let's try to check the situation first. It is just a tutorial anyway. This event shouldn't be that hard. Ezekiel answered as he has bad feelings about what is going to happen later. The reason why he's feeling bad premonition because he has seen the guards patrol the villager earlier. He can tell that they are pretty well trained for a village guard. Adding the 1,000 players on the village. They shouldn't consider goblins a threat at all. Right, but I hope it's challenging though. The warm-up fight I did earlier is still not enough for me. Alex uttered as they started treading towards the north gate. Ezekiel wonders what the people on the plaza would think if they knew that the frightening scene that they saw was just a warm-up for Alex. Don't expect too much, it's just a tutorial. It shouldn't be that hard. Since the enemy is just short green-skinned unintelligent goblins we are fighting with. If there are around 5,000 goblins, then maybe it will be a little challenging for the players. But considering that everyone should have an experience of playing virtual reality already, then fighting 5 goblins at once for one player will not pose a problem at all. Ezekiel thinks that this tutorial will be a warm-up for the players. It is for them to get used to playing virtual reality again. After all, they haven't tried any other virtual reality for the past 2 years. Ezekiel noticed something as they got closer to the north gate of the village. They now encountered a large number of players going the same way with them. At the same time, they also encountered villagers that were running for their lives. Going to the south gate of the village. 5,000 is not enough. I hope there are at most 10,000 goblins. Alex muttered, feeling that the tutorial will end fast, with the number of players in the village. It wouldn't be fun at all if it ends quickly. You shouldn't let the villagers hear you say that, or else the villagers will not let us enter the village again in the future. Then we will be forced to live in the wilderness. Ezekiel warned Alex as she is acting weird again whenever she expects to fight something. She looked so normal earlier as she promised to hold back the goblins to Lily. And in a few minutes, she wishes to have more enemies to fight. What are you worried about? It's just 5,000 more than your expectations. Everyone should be able to kill at least 10 goblins without a problem each. Besides, I should be able to kill at least 1,000 goblins if I'm given the time. Alex defended. Right, I forgot to tell you, as much as possible, kill as many goblins as you can. Ezekiel suddenly remembers the condition of his skill to level up when Alex mentioned killing. Why? The more you kill, the faster I level up. How does that work? Healer weapon categories have a different way of leveling up compared to others. Ezekiel explained. Even though the leveling up method of healers is different. Ezekiel actually liked this method. Are you telling me that you are going to leech off me later? Isn't that unfair? I'm going to do all the hard work while you just follow me around. Alex exclaimed after Ezekiel said that he can gain experience every time she kills a monster. It's the game's system. There's nothing I can do about it. Most of the healers in the game don't have any way to kill any monster in the early stage. That's why we gain experience every time we heal an ally that has managed to kill a monster. It's not experience sharing. You don't lose even 1% of your experience. Ezekiel explained, he was actually fortunate that he started with Alex. This way, his growth will not get left behind by how fast Alex can grow strong in a game. Let's just say that I am lucky, after all, I am lucky. Ezekiel Leecher. Alex grumbled as she hastens her footsteps seeing the north gate's wall in her sight. I don't have a choice, Ezekiel murmured shortly after Alex gained some distance away from him. If he doesn't leech off Alex, he'll probably be eating her dust by how slow he moves. Besides, he still needs to learn how to become an effective healer that can fight beside her. We're here, hurry. You need to see this. Alex shouted to Ezekiel. After she jumped up on the roof of the watchtower in the village. She was astonished by the scene in front of her. It was horrifying, yet it is making her blood boil looking at the horde. Seeing the excited look on Alex's face, Ezekiel guessed that her expectations have become a reality. There should be more than 5,000 goblins on the other side of the wall. What woman would look happy seeing a horde of green-skinned monsters? That kills any human on sight and abuse women as well as children. Ezekiel grumbled as he hastens his footsteps towards Alex. Chapter 45, Goblin Army. After noticing that the distance is now more than close enough for him to jump, Ezekiel pushed his feet off the ground and runs at full speed towards the watchtower. Move aside. Ezekiel shouted at Alex since he does not have the same stats as Alex. Stats that let her jump to a 15 meters watchtower with ease. He needs to gather enough momentum to reach the top. He wasn't even sure if he can get to the top. Ezekiel then planted his staff on the ground and propelled himself up. Some of the surrounding players looked at Ezekiel in surprise, but as soon as they recognized him, they looked away and focused on the scene in front of them. The players stared at the goblins marching towards the village with awe. The number is so unbelievable that the goblins look like an army that can topple even a city in its march. Ezekiel was going up fast, but just as he was about to reach the edge of the roof, he started losing speed, and then gravity pulled him downwards. *T help. Ezekiel cursed as he reached out his hand, trying to grab onto anything in the watchtower to stop his fall. Hearing Ezekiel's curse behind her, Alex turned around to help him. Tisk, so weak. Alex bent forward and grabbed hold of Ezekiel's hand. Alex then pulled Ezekiel up with a single pull, mustering all her strength to throw him up in the air. *CK. Hey! Ezekiel cursed at her the moment Alex pulled him up with ruthlessness. That made him flip through the air and lose his balance. Bang! Ezekiel landed on the roof with his but so hard that it made the watchtower rock a little. What did you do that for? Ezekiel asked as he looked up at Alex standing beside him. Even though he feels a little pain because of the pain reduction, he still felt dizziness in her head. You're so slow. Look in front of you, it's amazing, Alex uttered, changing the topic immediately. Throwing Ezekiel up in the air was her revenge for him for bragging about his luck all this time. What is so amazing about it? When Ezekiel turned to look in front, he realized why Alex is excited and the quest to hold off the goblins for an hour and not eliminate them. There is no way they could hold off this wave for more than an hour. How much more eliminating it? It is horrifying, yet it makes my heart pound and blood boil in anticipation. And it is fantastic because I can have fun with the goblins until I am satisfied. She thought that this is going to be a boring battle, but when she saw the army of goblins, Alex can't wait to fight. Are you really a gur? Before he can even finish what he is going to say, Alex already smacked his head with her palm. I am not weird. Ezekiel looked at her with doubt. I did not even say that you are weird. Alex looked away from him and concentrated on the goblins in her sight. How many goblins do you think we will fight? Alex asked with curiosity. She is resisting the urge to jump in there and start the fight already. But Alex kept her composure, because she knew that she can't handle the number of goblins with her current strength alone. 20,000 goblins, and they will arrive in 10 minutes. Probably around 20,000 goblins, and based on their distance from us and the speed of their march, it will probably take them 10 minutes before they arrive. Ezekiel and Lumiere answered at the same time. Huh? What happened? Ezekiel asked, noticing Alex's confused look. Lumiere answered my question the same time you answered. Your guide AI? Ezekiel thinks that Alex's AI is different from his AI, it's like it has a mind of its own. Yes, but I did not ask her, it just answered on its own, and you even have the same answers. She was startled when Lumiere suddenly answered her out of the blue. Your guide AI is remarkable. Mine doesn't even talk if I don't talk with it first. He doesn't know why she has a different AI than him, but it is still a good thing because Alex's AI seems smarter than his. By the way, did you know people in this world call our AI guardian spirits? Yes, my instructor told me a while ago. Seeing Alex pouting on the side, Ezekiel immediately changed the topic. Anyway, back to our current situation. If I am right, then this battle is going to be hard. 20,000 goblins are too much for the 1,000 players in the village. Even if there are outstanding ones with the same strength as him, then at most, they can kill 100 goblins. It is not fun if it's easy. Well, hard is also not fun sometimes, but it is challenging though. And overcoming challenging things is very satisfying in the end. That is why her father always beat her up whenever they sparred. After she loses to him, he will always ask her if she is frustrated. And of course, Alex is always frustrated. Her father's regenerative power is unbeatable. Then her father will teach her that it's good for to feel frustrated. Because frustration can become her drive to become better in the future. Frustration from a loss is a sign that you didn't want to lose. That's what her father always teach her. That is why her father always gives her the challenge she needs for the past 2 years. Anyway, let's go down first. It seems that the people are now gathering below us. We need to plan out and organize everyone first for this defense to work. Ezekiel suggested to Alex after seeing the goblins marched in an organized manner. This indicates that something must be commanding the goblins in this battle. And suppose they really fight in an unorganized manner, with everyone unfamiliar with the people they are fighting. In that case, they will lose this battle in less than 30 minutes. Someone needs to lead everyone in this battle. Chapter 46, Commander. Okay, Alex then jumped down the watchtower. At the same time, Ezekiel followed. Dust flew everywhere the moment their feet landed on the ground. When Alex was about to walk to the place people are gathering in, she heard someone shouting and calling at them. Hey, you two. Even though you are guardians, you have no right to do anything you see fit here. Seeing the two people making a ruckus in the watchtower go down, a village guard wanted to reprimand them. He doesn't like these guardians who suddenly arrive in their world, saying they are there to protect them. How can they protect them when these people don't even look at them as humans? I apologize for my friend, sir. She only wanted to see the current situation with the best view. Ezekiel then held Alex's head and made her bow with him. I am very sorry. Alex really did not think of offending anyone with her actions. If she is in an adrenaline state, she doesn't notice simple details like this at all. Wait, why am I the only one getting the blame here? Alex realized that Ezekiel caught her in his trap. But Alex kept on going with the act. I'll try to not do this again. She can only try. She wouldn't promise not to do it ever again. After all, she knew that she wouldn't be able to resist doing rash actions most of the time. They then heard an elder's voice behind the village guard. Now, don't be too harsh on the children's Vaughn. Vaughn turned around, hearing the familiar voice. Chief. Why are you still here? You should hurry and evacuate with everyone. Vaughn exclaimed with worry for the elder's safety. Young man. I have built this place from the start. I have watched it grow into a beautiful town. Watched the people grow with happiness. And if this village returns to dust, then as a creator of this place I will defend it right till the end. Gene said as he brings out a short wooden bow in his back. Besides, I'm too old to run away. If I can help kill at least a few goblins, then it will at least give the people fleeing a little more time. We will do everything we can, I promise. Alex said as she notices the determination to die on the battlefield in the eyes of the elder. She knew that it is inevitable to prevent anyone from dying in this fight. Still, she will do everything to save as many people as possible. Other players may think of the people in this world as game characters or NPCs. Still, for Alex, that values life no matter how small or insignificant these people are. She considers everyone as living humans with the emotions she had seen when she toured around the village. Ah, I really envy you, young guardian. With your great strength, you will surely be someone with the ability to reach the top of this world. Unlike me, who was already deprived to even try. The elder muttered silently. Anyway, are all the guards ready? Yes, we are all ready to defend this place with all we have. Then go to the others first. I still need to talk to these young guardians. If you need something from me, just call me anytime, Grandpa. Elder Jean nodded. The village guard then left the three of them alone. Elder Jean then faced the two of them. Young man, can I ask you a favor? Ha? Me? Ezekiel pointed to himself in confusion. Grandpa, are you really sure that you're not asking her for a favor? Ezekiel then pointed to Alex. No, I am sure that you are better for this job than her. Alex thought of things that Ezekiel is better than her. But there are only quite a few she could think of. What is it? Can you lead all the guardians in this fight? Because I think Vaughn doesn't have the capability to lead guardians because hate can clearly be seen in his eyes. And a commander who hates his soldiers will only receive disobedience in the end. Jean doesn't have any choice but to ask Ezekiel a favor. Because if both sides don't work together, it will only lead to their downfall. I think it's not a good idea for me to lead. Why? I heard that you have fought a berserker and resulted in a draw. You are clearly intelligent and strong enough for others to listen to you. Jean can't just let unknown people lead the other guardians because he might regret it. But he can't also let the guardians fight without someone to lead them. It was a troublesome problem, and he can only think of Ezekiel as the commander. That's not the problem. You see, whenever Alex fights, she will always go deep on the enemy's backline. And wherever she goes, I go. Whatever she fights, I follow. Alex looked away when Ezekiel looked at her. After all, Ezekiel was right. Her plan was to go deep in the enemies and have fun. Even if I have the capability to lead everyone, I have my priorities to not leave this girl deep in the enemy forces alone. He would love to lead everyone to increase their chance at winning. But he can't with Alex that will surely fight the enemies alone. Elder Jean weakened after hearing Ezekiel's explanation. It almost felt like his age increased a few years. Then sorry to trouble you. As he turned around, the elder's voice was soft, almost fragile as if it and his heart would break any minute. Perhaps his heart was already broken as he sees no hope for his village to survive. Grandpa, wait. I thought of someone better than me. Ezekiel held Elder Jin's shoulders as soon as he saw a familiar figure in the distance. Really? If you're only telling me this to comfort me, please don't. I don't want the ones who are escaping to lose their life because we aren't able to defend this place. Even if Jean is desperate to have someone lead the guardians, he can't just let anyone get the job without knowing them. Alex also saw where Ezekiel's eyes are looking at. And she agrees that the person should be better than them at leading. Wait for me here. This guy is good, I promise. Ezekiel then ran to the familiar figure he saw. Chapter 47 walked right into the trap. Oh, I. Acker! Ezekiel shouted. Acker got surprised when he turned around to see who was calling for him. Ezekiel? Can you go with me for a moment? Ezekiel immediately asked without wasting any second. It's important. Acker doesn't understand what's going on, but Ezekiel has helped him so much earlier. And he needs to somehow pay it back. Wait, let me tell my friend first. Acker then turned to an elegant woman in her late 20s with a cross pendant as her weapon entwined in her hands. Acker got acquainted with her earlier after he finished fighting his last duel. He got to know her because she is actually one of the few people who supported him for a very long time. She even has proof of how long she watched him with her membership status. The membership shows the exact time she bought his membership and supported him. Can you go on without me? I'll find you later. I'll wait for you at the gate. Don't make me wait, okay? The woman softly muttered as if she was seducing Acker as she started walking away from him. You're quite lucky yourself, huh? You have found a sweet woman. Ezekiel mumbled as he turned around to return to Alex. Aren't you also lucky with Alexandria? She is so strong no man can probably get close to her beside you. Acker retorted, feeling some envy in Ezekiel's voice. Trust me, bro, all I ever received from her is beating. But you still follow her. Well, I kind of got used to her beating. Ezekiel did not mention that his day is somehow not complete if he does not receive her beating. Are you a masochist or something? Acker laughed at his answer. He thought that they really are a cute couple. Even though Ezekiel knew his feelings for her, Alexandria, on the other hand, has no clue what he felt for her. What masochist? Alex asked with curiosity after hearing Acker mentioning something about masochists. It's nothing. Ezekiel brushed off Alex's question. He did not realize that they have actually got close enough for Alex to hear them. Sorry. Acker whispered at Ezekiel's ears. He felt sorry that Alex almost discovered that he likes getting beaten up. Anyway, Grandpa Gene. This guy right here will become an excellent commander for the other Guardians. Ezekiel immediately changed the topic as he presented Acker to the elder. Commander. Acker looked at Ezekiel as if he tricked him. Him? Elder Gene remembered Acker. After all, he was the first Guardian he met and received the strongest armor in the village. Elder Gene and Acker spoke with confusion at the same time. I agree with Ezekiel. I think you will become a great commander. Alex exclaimed, supporting Ezekiel's suggestion. She thinks that Ezekiel must have the same thoughts as her on why Acker is going to be a good commander. The first reason she thinks Acker will be an excellent commander is that he is famous in the village. Almost everyone in here is familiar with him already because of the duel he did earlier. So trust won't be a problem with the other players because of his formidable strength. The following reason is that Acker is an experienced streamer. So he should have at least some experience playing with his viewers. And she can see, based on his interactions with his viewers, how great of a person he is when she fought him. And Ezekiel must have also seen it. Trust me, he is going to be excellent, Ezekiel reassured Elder Gene. This way, they won't waste any more time finding other players that can lead very well. And they will still have some time to plan out the defense. At the same time, Alex moved closer to Acker to reassure him. Your viewers will be delighted if you lead, she whispered to his ears like a devil trying to tempt Acker to lead them. Alex's temptation did work. Acker is very tempted right now to instantly accept their offer. But he is not confident about his ability to lead 1,000 people in fighting a goblin army. Even though he experienced leading his viewers in a war on other games he plays. He only experienced leading 100 players against 100 players. His experience can't compare to the 1,000 players against a 20,000 army of goblins they will fight soon. Streamers who have the opportunity to become a commander first day of a virtual reality game. You can probably only count it with 2 hands. Alex continued to tempt Acker as she softly whispers in his ears. It will definitely boost your viewers' count by an unimaginable number. On the other hand, while Alex tempts Acker, Ezekiel is also doing his job to convince Elder Gene. Grandpa, you have heard of my fight earlier, right? He is better than me at this kind of thing, I promise. If you say so, then I don't have a choice. We don't have enough time to find other replacements. Elder Gene finally gave in to their suggestion. Then, young man, will you be kind enough to guide the other Guardians on this battle? Elder Gene faced Acker and requested from the bottom of his heart. Noticing the determined eyes of the elder to trust a stranger. It gave Acker the courage not to disappoint the elder with his expectations. I promise. I will not let you down. Acker thumped his chest in respect for the elder. Acker felt deep gratitude to both of them for giving him the opportunity to become famous in this game. All he needs to do is not to waste this opportunity and give his everything. He also thought of paying back Alexandria and Ezekiel tenfold later. They have given him too much already that he never imagined he could achieve. Acker's viewers flooded the chat box with amazement and congratulating comments. Congratulations, big bro. Congratulations, you deserved all of this. Wow. A direct perspective of Commander in the first game and the first war of the game. This is going to be great. I'll call my friends that are watching other streamers who are only cannon fooders in the battle. They need to see this. Thank you, but we need to go now. We still need to plan how to defend this place. Elder Jean grabbed Acker's hand in a rush as he dragged him to a house where Vaughn, the village guard, earlier entered. Thank you. I really mean it, thank you. Before Acker got completely dragged off, he bowed his head to Alex and Ezekiel in gratitude. Then the two men entered the house. After Acker and Elder Jean, the house, Alex raised her hand. Ezekiel also raised his hand. Then both of them high-fived each other as they uttered, "Success!" They were both happy as they have successfully made Acker walk right into their trap. Chapter 48, Commander Acker. Although Alex calls this a trap, in the end, the one they are trapping will gain a lot of benefits. It is just that she and Ezekiel don't want to carry the burden of everyone in the village. Besides, Ezekiel only has a mediocre talent in strategizing wars. In comparison, she is even worse than Ezekiel. She did try to study the arts of war and how to strategize. It's just that she doesn't understand a single thing once she studied past the basics of the arts of war. That is why she prefers to fight on the front line. She doesn't need to overthink. All she needs to do on the front line is to slay the enemy in front of her. Here, your potion. Ezekiel gave Alex her 2 healing potions and 1 antidote potion. Thanks, also thanks for what you did to comfort Lily earlier. Alex did not forget to give thanks to Ezekiel, even though he is also one of the reasons why Lily cried. No worries, I know that your heart can't handle to see kids crying in front of you. But I noticed that you have also changed in that aspect. You are now stronger. In the past, if you see a kid cry, you will also suddenly join them in crying. Ezekiel chuckled as he remembered Alex's innocent past. I almost cried, but I managed to hold it in somehow. Ezekiel is right, though. She also changed on that aspect, but this kind of change is okay with her. It is a change that she knows and intentionally trying to change. Alex wanted to change how she thinks. That is why she is trying to learn how to think more maturely. She is no longer an innocent child that has no clue of how the world works. Anyway, there is still quite some time. Let's plan out how we are going to fight later. Ezekiel wanted to at least survive in this battle. If he doesn't warn her now, Alex will not be able to hear anything he says to her later. Once she is on the loose, no one will be able to stop her. He is afraid that Alex might leave him all alone and rush through the enemy like there's no tomorrow. Aren't we just going to rush through the enemies? Alex tilted her head as she questioned Ezekiel. She is confident that she can survive the battle for an hour even if she is all alone deep in the enemy's backline. Sigh. Why did I even ask? Ezekiel sighed in exhaustion. You can't do that. I will be left behind if you charge through the sea of goblins. But there is no fun staying close with everyone. I see a lot of capable people who can easily steal a kill from me. Alex exclaimed as she noticed that a lot of players she sees carry a long-range weapon. She saw a variety of long-range weapons from guns, to bows, to magic wands and staffs. Alex thought that if she stayed too close to the village gates, she would get hardly any kills. Players with a long-range weapon will kill her target before she can even get close to them. Don't forget the requirement for me to heal you. I need to stay very close to you so that I can touch you with my palm. And remember that I need to heal you so that I can also gain experience from your kills. How can I level up if you leave me alone? Ezekiel imagined himself chasing Alex through the battlefield as she forces her way through the sea of goblins as if they are nothing. But it is not fun staying with everyone. And I don't like it. Alex kept arguing with Ezekiel about this for about a minute, as she keeps on insisting that they storm their way through the enemy. In the end, they reached a compromise for her to slow down her pace a little. It is so that Ezekiel has a little time to somehow stay at her back and catch up if he'll get left behind. A minute after they reached a compromise, Elder Jean, Acker, and a couple of village guards emerged from the house they had a meeting. Acker, accompanied by Elder Jean, climbed to a high pedestal that everyone can easily see. Aren't they a little too fast at planning things out? Alex asked, doubting that they were even able to come up with a plan on how to defend the goblin army effectively. Acker doesn't even look worried at all. I don't know what plan they come up with, but it's definitely very fast. Maybe Acker is a great commander that already knows how to beat the goblin army. Or they weren't able to come up with one, so we will all just be fighting aimlessly. Ezekiel mumbled as he stared at Acker with curiosity. Everyone! Acker roared at the top of his lungs. His voice traveled throughout the village, gathering everyone's attention at him. I know some of you knows me already, while a lot of you probably thinks who the hell is this man that is shouting out of nowhere. Let me introduce myself first. I am Acker the Berserker Guardian. All of us may not have faced any trials together. However, outside this gates awaits a threat to this village that we barely even know. But will you be so heartless to let its beauty be covered in flames as we taste helplessness and defeat? The enemy is far too strong for the villagers to defend this place alone. But with the help of everyone here, nothing is impossible. We shall use our swords to pierce through the enemy. With our shield that fears not the might of goblin army. I know that we will never falter. We won't just hide ourselves away from danger. We will defend this place with our own hands. As the commander of Honeycombed Village, I, Acker, the Berserker Guardian, give this order. Acker slowly lifted his hands as he pointed at the direction of the goblin army. Guardians of Honeycombed Village advance. Defend our land. Slay our enemies. Bring us victory. Chapter 49. Time to kick those invaders. Acker proudly raised his weapon after he finished his speech. Everyone also followed suit as they howled with all their might, lifted their weapons in the sky. Oa! Let's go! Commander Acker! Let's win this! Let's F*King kill those mother F*Ker! The people watching Acker's stream also felt the hype, as they also flooded the chat box with support. An outstanding speech. Give us a great battle. Can't wait for this. At the same time, Acker's viewers are also increasing at an unimaginable speed. Meanwhile, Alex raised her fist while Ezekiel raised his staff, as they also got caught up with the momentum. Acker's speech just made everyone's blood boil in suspense. He's good, Alex mumbled, as she noticed how almost everyone's eyes looked more enthusiastic. They looked more willing to defend this village than before. Earlier, their eyes looked like they lost all hope. And the only goal in their minds is to survive the 1 hour duration. Yet, in just a short amount of time, Acker changed all of it. He is too good. Ezekiel nodded, agreeing with Alex. He increased our chance at winning in just a small amount of time. What Acker did at the moment is so astounding that he has no words to say. I don't think we can even do that. Raising an army's morale with a speech that he probably just came up with within a minute. Alex knows that one of the most crucial things in war is the morale of your soldiers. Morale can determine how the flow of the battle goes once your soldiers lose even an ounce of the will to fight. Your enemy can end the fight in a blink of an eye. Morale is also one of the lessons she doesn't understand when she studied the arts of war. She doesn't understand how to raise a person's morale in a short amount of time at all. She thought that she wasn't mature enough to know how it works, Yet observing Acker, she noticed that she lacks the charisma that Acker is radiating right now. His charisma is so great that even if you don't know him, you will still trust him your back. Or you will still follow him, believing that everything will be fine as long as he guides you. On the other hand, Alex is having a hard time for people she knows to trust her. It is because she always prefers to solve problems with brute force. I think we have a chance to last more than an hour. Ezekiel mumbled as he evaluates Acker as a great commander. A commander who can turn the tides of a battle with his presence alone. We will win this, Alex exclaimed with confidence. Acker's speech is so great that it also affected her morale. Meanwhile, immediately after the crowd settled down a bit, Acker took this chance to lay out the plans they have talked about earlier. As he urged Elder Jean to speak up after he finished gathering the players' attention. Everyone listen. The village chief has something to say. Acker then moved backward while Elder Jean moved forward. I know everyone already knows me, so I'll keep it short. If we win this fight, a massive amount of rewards awaits our victory. For every goblin you kill, you will receive 5 silvers. Your guardian spirits will record your kill count to avoid deceptions. And that reward is just a small part of the huge reward waiting for you in the end. So please, please, save our village. Elder Jean exclaimed as he kneeled on the ground. Elder Jin's speech may not be as great as Acker's, but his pleading gained the sympathy of everyone. Alex thinks that a lot of people will feel empathy towards older people as they see their parents in them. Elder Jin's pleading even further increased the morale of everyone. Don't worry, Chief. We will slay those ugly green-skinned monsters. We will protect the village with all we got. For the village. A player chanted as he raised his weapon while everyone followed suit. For the village. For the village. At the same time, 2 village guards immediately helped Elder Jean stand up. Then Acker switched with Elder Jin's position once more, as he deemed the moment as the right time to unveil what they will do from now on. Seeing Acker moving forward again, everyone slowly settled down on their own while they waited for Acker to speak up. This is going to be a hard battle, but nothing we can't handle. The first thing we need to do is to know what is our different roles. Acker needs to form a formation first to avoid being unorganized later. He doesn't want his soldier die from a friendly fire. Tanks move to the front. Melee fighters move to the back. Range users move to the right. Healers and support move to the left. Acker shouted with a little intimidation in his voice so that everyone will move faster. Faster. We are running out of time. Acker clapped his hand as he urged everyone. Alex walked backward, but unexpectedly she notices Ezekiel following him. Why are you going here? Healers are on the left side. They will probably make an analysis based on how many healers, tanks and range players we have. And if I stay there, it will only confuse them with their formation since I will be following. Ezekiel answered as he guessed Acker's intention. Makes sense, Alex nodded. After everyone settled on their corresponding places, Alex can't help but notice the unbalanced ratio of roles. Around 5% are supports and healers, which is one of the worst-case scenarios in a war if there are only a few. Healers and supports are the ones that will help them sustain and last longer. In comparison, around 20% are tanks, which is good because they will be their walls in the battle. They can't stay inside the walls, because their main force is the melee fighters that have 25% of their numbers, and the range users with 50% of their forces. Acker was also disappointed, seeing that the healers and supports are very few in numbers. He already expected that there would be very few healers and supports. After all, not too many people like to be weak support. A lot will always prefer to be in the limelight with a lot of kills. Yet Acker hid his disappointment, because it will also affect everyone if the commander loses some hope. We will all be fighting in the plains. Because we need to make the goblins focus on us alone. It is to avoid chaos inside the village that may endanger the villager. Our walls will be our 200 tanks and the 200 village guards. Trust them that they can brace through the impact of the rampaging enemies. Then we will let our range attackers freely hit the enemy in the back. At the same time, the melee attackers can freely fight as they please. As long as they don't go too far in the formation to protect the range attackers. That's all, let's do our best and bring victory. Acker chose the most basic formation. Because they don't have the time and familiarity with each other to have a very complicated plan. Victory! 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 Alex smiled as she started walking towards the gates. Let's go, time to kick those invaders back to where they came from. Chapter 50, Let Them Die. Move! Move! Everybody move! The tanks and the village guards started going outside of the gates. Half of the village guards were positioned on the very front. As they lined up their kite-shaped wooden shields. Their shields were large enough to cover their whole bodies. While the other half of the village guards aimed their spears at the gaps in the shields. These spears now formed a spike on the shield wall. And it will kill any goblins that will charge thoughtlessly. While the tank players covered the gap that the village guards couldn't cover. It is because they weren't as organized as the villagers supporting them is better. Ezekiel evaluates this formation as a simple formation but a very effective one. They really were able to come up with a plan in that short amount of time. And the village guards look like they are even well experienced in wars like this. Phalanx formation that was used in ancient times is easy to make. But, its effectiveness is in it being impervious to a frontal assault by either infantry, cavalry, or archers. The downside of this formation is that it is vulnerable in the rear and the flanks of the phalanx due to it being a forward focus employed in this method of warfare. A weakness that they don't have is because half of their force is in the backline. And the goblins are unintelligent monsters. They will not even think of flanking their enemy. The moment Alex stepped out of the gates, she realized that everyone needed to hurry right now. Based on the goblin army's speed, they will probably arrive around 3 to 4 minutes. After the tanks were able to stabilize their formation. Alex, Ezekiel, and the melee fighters followed after them. In comparison with the front line, the melee fighters are somewhat unorganized and chaotic. They stood everywhere in the backside of the tanks. Alex already expected this kind of scenario. Due to the fact, less than 10 minutes of war planning is not enough to organize a large group of people. Still, Acker's plan is good because the backlands don't need to form any formation. With the small amount of time they have and how a lot of players have a different weapon. Creating a squad for each weapon will take a lot of time. Yet, as long as the tanks in the front line can solidify their formation, the goblins won't be able to breach the backline easily. Alex has confidence with great strength in their backline. She is sure that any goblins that enter their range will fall without a hint of resistance. She even has more trust in the village guards on the front line. As she sees how fast they were able to form a formidable wall for everyone. She can see how they look very well experienced with how their eyes don't even have a hint of fear of the enemy. Everyone hurry. Faster. Faster. The enemy will not wait for you. Acker keeps on shouting to make everyone hear his voice. Alex can feel Acker's voice that carries the quality of a leader. Anyone will follow any of his orders with obedience. After the melee fighters got in, the healers and support followed. They positioned themselves in the middle of everyone, so that all of their comrades were inside their range. They are almost as organized as the tanks on the front line because of their very few numbers compared to everyone. After the healers and support got in their positions, the ranged attackers followed suit. Unexpectedly, Alex notices that the ranged attackers are somewhat organized. When they got close enough, she discovered that a few people acted like a captain for the ranged attackers. These people are separating the ranged attackers from bows to magicians to guns and a mixture of all range attackers with a unique weapon. It seems like melee fighters don't have any good quality leaders. All brawn, no brains at all, tsk, tisk. Ezekiel uttered. As he also noticed that their backline was looking great compared to the people beside him. You are speaking as if you are not a melee fighter. Alex rebutted, but she knew that if Ezekiel wanted to do the job, then he could definitely do it. Troublesome matters like these are better off left with people who have a lot of free time. Ezekiel defended. Besides, I have my hands full just taking care of you alone. Ezekiel countered with a finisher. Oof. I can take of myself. Alex blurted as she looked away from him and focused on the incoming goblins instead. Observing how great the range attackers look, Alex feels threatened. She thinks that the enemy won't even be able to get close to her. Their backline is even more formidable than she expected earlier. I'm going to the front, Alex exclaimed to Ezekiel as she started walking towards the shield wall. She isn't planning on staying in the backline anyway. Wait, you can't just break their formation. Ezekiel was caught off guard, which resulted in him being too late to grab Alex's shoulders as she already went past many people. Sigh. You're only proving that I am right. Ezekiel followed Alex as he thought that he shouldn't have talked a lot again. Yet, it's a habit that he can't resist whenever he is with Alex. Excuse me. Alex slowly pushed off the people in front of him. Captain, look. A village guard beside Vaughn noticed Alex pushing off the shield wall as she stood in front of everyone else. While the village guards on the shield wall is trying to convince her to go back on the backline. Excuse me. That's my friend. At the same time, Ezekiel also pushed off the village guards as he stood beside Alex. He did not try to convince her since there was no point anyway. When Vaughn noticed who are the people causing trouble right now, were the same people who had caused a ruckus in the watchtower earlier. Vaughn looked away as he focused on the battlefield. Let them die. Vaughn mumbled, hating Alex and Ezekiel as he felt that he wouldn't be able to control them at all. We will have fewer troubles if they die earlier. Chapter 51, Time to Slaughter. So, what is the plan? Ezekiel whispered to Alex's ears, while watched the wave of green-skinned goblins coming closer and closer to them. He feels like he will be buried alive if he doesn't hide behind the shield wall. How can we survive the enemy's charge? Ezekiel followed Alex without any plan at all as he couldn't think of any. I need a weapon. Just stay behind and follow me. I'll handle everything. Alex replied as she bent her knees, intending to charge forward when the enemy got close enough. Alex peered for any good weapons that the goblins were holding. Alex has a tiny selection of weapons. She only sees the goblins carrying a few hand axes, daggers, short bows, short swords, and shields. These weapons aren't perfect for a large-scale battle because of their attack range. But it was the ideal weapon for the goblins. It perfectly utilizes their small stature, where they could take advantage of their half the size of a human. She doesn't see any good weapons because the goblins' weapons can only kill one enemy in one attack. She prefers having a weapon like Acker, where one strike of the great axe can quickly kill a lot of goblins. Guardians. The enemy is right in front of you. But with our strength, even the goblin army is nothing to fear. I believe in all of you. Acker whispered his last words through the air. But even though no one heard what he said, everyone gleamed with radiance as they waited for the enemy to come. Hold your shields with all you've got. Yours and your comrades' lives will depend on it. Vaughn also gave his words to the people beside him as he gripped his shield harder than ever in his life. As long as we are here, they won't get through. Ready? Alex mumbled as she turned around to look at Ezekiel, who was now clenching his staff. Always. Ezekiel replied as he returned the smile at her. He can tell that she is very excited and delighted. Range attackers. On my signal. Throw everything you have to the enemy. Acker commanded as the goblins were now almost in the range of their attacks. The attack will be wasted if everyone fires at the same time. The range attacker needs to coordinate for a better outcome. Wait. Acker ordered as he raised his palm to the range attackers. He is waiting for the fourth wave of the goblins to enter their range, so that they can take advantage of their magic attacks that can hit multiple enemies at once. Wait. The second wave of the goblins passes their range. Commander, the goblins are closing on our shield wall. A village guard cautioned with worry. A little more. Because of his strong trust with the people on the front line, he isn't worried of a few goblins reaching their shield wall at all. Magic Division Fiery. Acker howled at the top of his lungs, seeing the right time to engage. Now. At the same time, Alex pushed his feet off the ground as she started charging. A barrage of small-scale magics devastated the fourth wave. The fourth wave mainly consists of goblins that are carrying small rounded shields. Goblins fell one after the other as they ate fireballs, ice shards, as well rot bullets. Acker made sure to destroy the ones carrying a shield with magic first, so that they wouldn't be able to reduce the fatality rate of their bow users with their shields. Guns Division Fire. As for the cannon fodders on the first to the third wave of the goblin army, he will let the players using guns handle it. Bows Division Fire. Then as soon as the fifth and sixth wave of the goblin army entered their range, Acker instantly gave the order to execute them, while others fire at will. Acker then slow. While this horrifying yet breathtaking scene of magic, arrows, and bullets is happening, Alex and Ezekiel are storming through the battlefield like it is nothing. Luckily, the players behind them are not idiots, as no bullets are coming straight their way. Alex leaped as the first goblin arrived on her face. She then stepped on the goblin's head as she traveled one head after the other. She wouldn't waste her time on this cannon fodder that doesn't have any weapons. Her goal was the goblins on the ninth wave that carries a short sword. Ezekiel followed Alex's footsteps, even though Ezekiel doesn't move as smoothly as Alex. Since she is purposely slowing down her pace, he can still somewhat copy what she's doing. Yet currently, Ezekiel feels like he is a heavy burden for Alex with how weak his current self is compared to hers. Hurry! The second wave of attack is coming. Although Alex looks like she is just charging ahead, she is actually making sure that Ezekiel is able to keep up with her. At the same time, Alex passed by the third wave of the goblins. The remnant goblins that were able to survive the onslaught of their range attackers has died in the hands of the village guard's spears. And just as Alex expected, the melee fighters were not able to help much at all. It will take quite some time before the melee fighters will have their fun, until the range attackers deplete all of their mana. The melee fighters can only laze around behind the tanks. Commander, 2 people are running across the range of our attackers. What should we do? A village guard said as he saw Alex and Ezekiel charging on their own. Everyone, hold your fire for 3 seconds. Acker ordered. But sir, the enemy will get close to our line of defense. Trust me. Trust our front lines. And trust them. Acker mumbled as he counted 3 seconds in his head. He doesn't know why Ezekiel and Alexandria are rushing on their own. However, Acker owned them big time, so he needed to somewhat help them to the best of his ability. Acker guesses that 3 seconds should be good enough for them to be out of their range. Everyone, free! Without wasting any second, Acker roared as soon as the 3 seconds were up. Alex and Ezekiel smiled as they realized that the barrage of attacks had stopped for a few seconds. It gave them enough time to run through outside the range of their allies. I did not pick a bad commander this time, Ezekiel mumbled as he followed behind Alex. Alex licked her lips as her target was now in front of her face. Time to slaughter. Chapter 52, Two Monsters. They are coming. Try to keep up. Alex shouted to Ezekiel as the sound from the magic attacks, the guns, and the growling of the goblins were too loud. She forgot to use the Discode's voice chat earlier as she's too focused on the goblin army. You need to be a little faster, Ezekiel exclaimed. He doesn't want to hold her back. If Alex's strength is at its strongest, he wouldn't need to worry that enemies around them could touch him. Then I won't hold back. Alex grabbed the neck of a goblin closest to her and crushed it like a sponge. She then stole the short sword it was carrying. Goblin slain. Acquired Goblin's worn-out short sword. +2 experience points gained. 2 out of 100 to level up. Lumiere's notified. *T I forgot to heal. Ezekiel then hastens his footsteps as he sees Alex kill one goblin in the distance. He only needs to heal Alex once, and he can gain all the experience from Alex's kill for an hour. Don't run. Alex grinned the moment she held the weapon in her hands. The goblins received a stare of a predator cornering her prey. Compared to when she fought Acker, where everyone can't move a muscle, Alex's aura this time is not as petrifying. But the goblins still felt chills on their back as they looked at the prey in front of them, turning into a predator. Goblins around Alex trembled as they hesitated to attack her. However, these goblins don't have any choice. Since the goblins behind them kept on charging, this made them move forward. Catch your friend. To avoid the situation of them being buried by the sea of goblins, Alex threw the goblin she was holding towards them. This made the goblins in front stumble on their feet before Alex can rush forward once more. A gentle and warm hand caressed her back, and a relaxing and warm feeling spread, starting from her back running all over her body. Don't mind me here, Ezekiel uttered as he struck the goblin that leaped from a distance like nothing. He did not gain any experience points since the goblin did not die. His damage is not as great as Alex, where she can kill the enemy in one attack. After hearing Ezekiel's voice, Alex did not look back as she charged towards the goblins. It was her opportunity to kill a few goblins that stopped in their tracks. 6 out of 100 to level up. Acquired a goblin's worn-out short sword. Alex used the ones that got knocked down as her stepping stone, as she slit the throats of one goblin after the other. She did not forget to steal another weapon. With 2 weapons at her hand, Alex's killing spree became faster. She is now looking like a psychopath as she keeps on going for the goblin's throat. Alex's whole body would have been covered by blood by now, if the game did not have the feature of changing the blood into light particles. Ally Alexandria has slain a goblin, +1 experience points gained. Ezekiel is having the best time of his life in the back as Alex delivers him experience points one after the other. Even though they are deep in the enemy's line, they are not having any problems handling the enemy at all. It is because this is a large-scale battle. The goblins can't waste their time in just 2 prey when countless preys are behind the walls. That is why only a few goblins can attack them simultaneously. With Alex handling the front and 2 sides, all he needs to take care of is watching her back and kill any goblins leaping towards them. Goblin slain. +1 experience points gained. 6 out of 100 to level up. While Alex and Ezekiel slaughter the goblins like it was nothing. Everyone who was waiting for the 2 reckless people to die did not expect that not only did they not die, they were slaughtering the goblins like pigs. They watched as the woman dodged the goblins' attacks without any difficulty, looking at her massacring the goblins. It was supposed to be a horrifying scene, as the goblin's head flew one after the other each time the woman slits a goblin's throat. Yet everyone looked in dazed, as the horrifying scene turned into a fantastic spectacle. The light particles flew out of the cut-off heads of the goblins as it floated through the air like bubbles. Are those guys even human? How are they still alive and moving when there are more than 1,000 enemies beside them? Good thing that they are our ally. I will probably *SS my pants if I am the one in there. I guess they can back their arrogance. Vaughn uttered as he saw them killing a lot of goblins on their own. These people are even stronger than I expected. Elder Jean mumbled as his old bones trembled looking at them. Ezekiel also looked at her in a daze, resulting in him getting hit once. It was because the light particles that is flowing through the sky surrounded Alex. Since he is the closest person beside her. He sees these light particles made Alex even more beautiful each second. As she kept on killing one goblin after the other. It was a side of her that he saw for the first time. A side of her where she is so focused to something she loved doing. She's looking so gorgeous that Ezekiel secretly took pictures of her. Once he saw a perfect angle showing almost all her beauty that he never knew. He was glad that this game has a lot of useful applications that they can use anytime. While doing this, he did not forget to heal up and kill those goblins that hit him.